let's say it was Hellraisers.
Razor's final answer.
Yeah, because like we didn't play in 2014, so we didn't know. But I know exactly it's not Natus, Windsor, and Liquid. It could be Astana Dragons and Hellraisers. Only two options. But I'm not sure Astana Dragons were playing in DreamHack. Not sure. So
Hellraisers, it was roster with Kucher, Dosia,
Angel maybe.
Arkelov, Angel.
Yes,
Yeah.
so final answer B is right.
B.
Good job.
Yeah.
It's really hard question.
B or C?
Yeah, that's right. B or C is good.
Yeah.
Давай, Ding Doom, Сань.
Okay, let's go. I wonder if this gonna be C.
So final answer C is
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think Pasha Biceps and Snacks. Pasha might not be that far at rankings. Get Right was top 1 for 2 times. I think it was 13 and oh, it's really hard. It might be. It was era of FNATIC and Swedish players. It might be Kenyas and Shocks because I think Get Right was a little further. He was like at
It's
top
not
1
Pasha
maybe.
Biceps and Snacks, no?
Yeah,
Pasha Biceps is I didn't notice that he top 3 or top 4 plays.
But he
At that time.
might have been, but still, I think it should be French. Okay, let's say it's
it was-
Kenyas and Shocks.
It might be.
How do you think?
Yeah. Might be that was like Get Right actually was top 1, Forest top 2.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the rising of French scene. It might be Kenyas and Shocks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the logic.
so we lock in Kenyas and Shocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's wrong. It was Pasha.
Really?
Nice. Yes.
I didn't know they were
Pasha
so.
was top 3.
Get right.
Oh
Yes.
my god. Okay, let's say Inferno is the map name, right?
Yeah.
And Molotov is the name of the item inside the
Item,
game
yeah.
for this side, yeah?
Mhm.
So we got fire and 1G. 1G, what could that mean? I don't know, like
It's probably like Molotov is item and fire its effect, which item doing is inside of the game. Maybe. I don't know.
so 1G,
It's,
just for fun.
1G or fire. I don't know.
Fire.
It's not
Fire.
Inferno.
It's like fire. Yeah, it's like fire.
Yeah,
It looks like fire.
It's- Yeah.
Simple.
So let's go for fire because
Let's
I don't
go
know.
for fire. It's Inferno. Nobody
Oh
knows
my.
why. Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Why actually?
Yeah, they just decided like that, so they're developers. That's how it works. They decide. We just follow.
True.
They're the two different type of skins? Really? Do you know, Zorta? Because I didn't have that Deagle.
Actually not. I think that only one skin with Sunset Storm is Chinese sign. I didn't notice that both skins are the same color, the same. I don't know, like
Okay, let's say the difference is that on one of them there is some, I don't know, cloud with cloud with something.
Cloud with something is wrong. There is
Ooh.
hidden like a face
what?
in there.
Really?
What's above? There's something above, yeah? As well, no?
No.
Oh no,
Just
there's only face, yeah?
Yes. Only that face on the handle.
Oh my god.
It's hard to see actually. You need to have the skin in the game and inspect during the game.
Yeah.
that.
Okay, let's go. That's really hard questions, guys.
Yeah.
Forward, if the next one going to be harder, we don't know. I feel like my IQ is decreasing, you know. Автопокупку. Сразу бот.
Да, его бот
Да.
покупает вдруг.
We were discussing that it's not cheap and it's the old one sticker, but especially it's foil. So there is two options. If it's it might be A, because it's really expensive, and or it might be B. But the logic is that if it's B, that someone someone bought it with the wrong price, because I think the truly one is 462, but someone might have bought it with 130-37.
Yeah.
That's true.
At the same time, someone could sold it for a cheap price.
Yes.
See,
But
Yes, this is-
we are guessing the highest price, so
Yes, the highest price of it can be just one time
yeah.
or.
Oh, okay. That-
okay, we take B.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, lock in B. It's a.
Oh.
So Godsend, they switched the roster and they, I don't know, maybe they played this. I saw that Eternal Fire were harding fight in the season 2, and I think Entropic third place.
Проиграли, не?
Да, они там раньше, по-моему, вылетели. По-моему, это Eternal Fire. Okay, we pick up Eternal Fire.
So you pick Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
They were second. Entropic was third place, and Godsend was on the fourth place.
We were close.
Yeah.
Tactical shield.
Yes, tactical shield is first.
You can buy ammo.
Yes, primary and secondary ammo. That second thing.
Mm,
Oh, I know. The night vision.
Yes, night vision. Good
yeah.
job. Good job.
Yeah, we're just looking at the floor and we know that this floor is on Dust 2, but
Yeah.
you know, this is the side textures that's hiding behind some walls where you're not able to see, so
Yes, definitely. You can see if you get boosted, you can see there.
oh yeah?
Yes.
So
Just give
okay,
me
Dust
just
2.
give me one location on Dust 2.
T-spawn or long.
Yeah, that's for
T-spawn or
sure.
long is good. I give you hint, but you will have it like for sure. It's behind
Ah.
this door.
Okay. Oh, so it's long.
It's longer.
Oh, nice try.
Okay, you get half a point for Dust 2.
Yeah. I actually hate ancient. I would like to change it on Cobble, I guess. I like Cobble.
We need, the oldest Cobble,
Yeah.
the old Cobble, because the new one is terrible. So I think the same. I think Ancient, it's the map that Wealth will try to rebuild for maybe years, because there is no such balance as on Task 2, for example, or Mirage. So the both sides can take the rounds. Yeah. So minus Ancient plus Cobble or plus Season, whatever. Just minus Ancient, because they need more time to work on it. So they can just put it away with some, new fresh ideas. Yeah, so I'll say thanks everyone who watched this. I hope you don't think we're low IQ guys. We're actually smart. We know a lot. So thanks each fan who watched this, and thanks to forZe for support us. See you in final.
Nothing to say actually. Thank our organization to supporting us and cheering for forZe. That's all.
2 kills, so his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangus will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Obviously got to swing out wide on the contact. Khaled trying to do the same, so you can isolate these jewels.
In hand. Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round. What a clutch from Calix. When high player is still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward. Natara's going to see so many. He transfers back. Makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer. The ace for Zentaris. The finish line is within touching distance for 4 teams here in Republic Season 3. The tournament might not end today, but Group B most certainly does, and we will find out who will be that last squad that will make their way through the round of 6, as well as our seedings for the semi-finals a little bit later on today. I'm the Eternal Jay. I'm joined by Dwayne, as per usual. It's been a pretty epic week so far, a long week to say the least, but coming to the end of conclusion, the final frontier at this stage, with only 2 more matches to go in Group B.
Now, it's funny that you say last day of groups. Surely that's the one for all the promotion games, right? To get to the playoffs. Where's Imperial? Where's Finest? Where's the 2 highest rated teams in this event, Jay?
Not a bad question. Well, we can tell you exactly where Finest were. Yesterday, they got eliminated by the Enterprise side in what was a bit of a blunder over in that last matchup. The third map in particular looked pretty dire for them. Enterprise upsetting them once again, as well as forZe eliminating the Sinner side. They will be moving on to the lower bracket matchups. Of course, we can also take a look at the bracket itself and show you where Imperial went out to Enterprise, speaking the devil themselves, doing wonderfully well against that veteran squad, and that team that also dropped down into the lower bracket to get eliminated by forZe a little bit earlier on as well. So you can see those last 4 teams standing. FNATIC and MOUZ NXT in the upper bracket finals, and Enterprise and forZe in the lower bracket finals. That match in the lower bracket is all about elimination, because only 1 team can make their way forward into the playoff stage.
And it's funny that there's actually been a lot of 2-0s in the lower bracket so far, Jay. It felt as if not a lot of the games have actually been that close. In the upper bracket, it's been a little bit more the opposite. We've had best of 3s. We've had them going all the way to 3 maps as well. Some overtimes into the mix. But I do feel as if, especially in a lower bracket final, that's when the game should really be at its height.
And that lower bracket final will be our first match on the stream as well. forZe will take on Enterprise to decide who will be the team outside of this group and into the playoffs. FNATIC and MOUZ have already made it where that match is a seeding game. So victor goes to the semis, the loser will go out to the round of 6. So that's mostly just about that, using that second lifeline in the double elim bracket. I like this format for that reason. It's a nice little, it's still high stakes, even if it isn't quite necessarily for elimination on those particular teams' front. So important matches today, especially this first one, because there is no second lifeline for forZe and Enterprise. They've already used up their first. Loser of this particular match will be out, as the winner will be progressing. So coming into this one, forZe, you must imagine they're going to be the favourites here, Dweg.
You'd have to think so, and they've had the most experience in the lower bracket. You mentioned them beating Imperial. They also beat Sinners. They have ridden it right from the beginning. 2 best of 3s in a row to get into this position, and my goodness, there's a winning streak growing on this team.
That there is. These guys have been on a tear as of late. It's 5 best-of-3 matches in a row, starting with that Imperial result and going outside of this tournament to beat out the likes of the Outsiders, VP Prodigy, of course, that Sinners match you mentioned earlier on, and most recently 9Z were the squad on the chopping block that lost to them in 2-0 fashion. So these guys have just been on fire this week.
Yeah, they have done. They've been grinding hard. They've been pretty much playing 2 best of 3s every day for the last few days, and it's coming through successful. Jerry was mentioning the fact that they're slowly getting back into things, and they haven't played many events, and now all of a sudden there is a sudden rush to play as many officials as possible coming into the player break. And as of right now, forZe are on top form.
With the success rate of those officials, you can't really make any other assessment other than that top form. Enterprise, however, have been the dark horse run of the tournament, I guess you could say. We didn't expect much out of this squad, with a coach standing in and everything like that. Like, we had a look at situations about this particular squad. They had new moves into this roster. We weren't sure about how they do here, but they have been doing all right to get some decent prospective opportunities against the teams that they've been facing. Again, they beat Imperial in that first round. They just dispatched the Finest, eliminated them from the tournament. So they're just looking good.
And there's a lot of question marks around this Enterprise side, even with the current roster, Jay. We had Stinks on the interview yesterday, and he was saying, well, I'm still on trial. I'm trying to see if I can fit in and make a permanency. That was a little bit of a surprise. He mentioned Sandon was coaching them yesterday, an ex-Danish pro that's maybe trying to get his hands into coaching. I tried to reach out to him last night, Jay. He wasn't sure if he's going to be coaching today. So while they had a coach yesterday, they might not have a coach today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one as a result, right? That coaching situation has affected a lot of teams, obviously, without really a permanent coach in this position for the Enterprise side. Sinners, obviously, they had a coach standing into the 5-man roster as well, so you've got some weird situations involved towards these Czech-based teams. Enterprise, however, are still looking to try and make some decency happen, because, again, we didn't pin them to be here. We thought they were going to get eliminated to Finest yesterday. That didn't happen at all. They did a fantastic job of staying alive.
To be honest, you got to give credit where it's due. And as of right now for Enterprise, they're more so maybe surviving than being on the front foot, but they're still here. They're still grinding their way through deeper into the tournament. And anytime it feels like you're going to slightly underestimate them, you're not going to pin them as the favorites, they always come through. And Han came through in a massive detail to close that series yesterday against Finest.
Does that mean they're going to come through in this particular match as well, Dweg? I mean, this is going to be another situation where they are massive underdogs. Like, do we feel them beating? You think so?
I think that they are massive underdogs, but also keep in mind, just because we think that, Enterprise always surprise. So the opportunity of him, of Enterprise coming through and trying to keep this a competitive series, it's going to be tough, but it's not out of the window.
We'll find out how competitive it will be as the match rolls on. For now, we have to get the vetoes out of the way. And this is a very curious one because there is one particular map for forZe that has been very proficient for them, Dwayne, over the course of this bracket. Talk to me more about how this is going to play out.
There it is, and it's gone, Dust 2. And what works out really well here for Enterprise, they don't like Vertigo, they don't like Dust 2. forZe instaban Vertigo, you get Dust 2 out of the way. And now we have to look at this forZe side and say, where do they go? Do they go Mirage? Do they go Inferno? They go towards Nuke instead. We saw them pick Nuke against the Sinners side, actually, in their last game.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed I did that whole like host analyst layup thing for you just as the ban came through, so we missed the boat on that one. But Dust 2 was going to be the map that I honestly thought the forZe were going to get into and get themselves started, but it will be Nuke, Inferno, and Mirage being that third map in the series. And how appropriate is that Mirage has got to be the third map once again in this series, Dwayne?
What do we say about this for Enterprise? They're either really poor on Mirage or they're absolutely insane on Mirage. I don't know where the boundary is. You can even say the same for the forZe side. They had a really close triple OT on Mirage against the side of MOUZ NXT, but then they play Imperial and it's a stomper. It feels as if the consistency of Mirage is so up in the air. We don't know what to expect on this map for both of these teams.
And it's constantly been like a second map decider or like a third map like finishing in the series for some reason. This map, it's been coming up over and over again here in the Pub League. So again, it's just appropriate. This will be how we close out the lower bracket in that sort of sense. My big concern is less to do with the map pools here and more to do with the consistency of the players, particularly on the Enterprise side, because you mentioned Han and how great he was over the course of that matchup, but that only really came into effect at the tail end of map 2 and during map 3 against that Finest team. So I'm looking at the situation here for him and for this roster, and I wonder to myself, can they bring the Thunder today like they did yesterday?
You hope so. You really do. But you can't rely on it because, of course, we've got a big sample size here for Enterprise. They went through all the closed qualifier. They went through all of the group stage so far. 6 best-of-3s, all of which going to 3 maps. And we are getting players going up and down. I think we have to look at the likes of Mangus, the looks of Han, and say, right, lower bracket final, we need to see them. Whether we actually get them or not, this is a pressured match. You have to keep that in mind.
Well, time will tell how much that pressure will get to them and whether those guys will show up. Nuke will be the first map in this series for forZe, and I don't really see them losing it. Honestly, I don't really see them losing this series, because as you mentioned, you can't guarantee these players are going to be on server. And if they do show up for the Enterprise side, then that'll be fantastic. Then they can have a decent chance. But for now, I have to look at the history, I have to look at the experience, and quite honestly, to me, it feels like forZe are just a better team on a more consistent basis.
Absolutely. I'm with you in completely agreement. And I think it's going to go 3 maps though, Jay. I think I am going to lean the way over to forZe, but I want to give the benefit of the doubt here to Enterprise of taking their map pick. Trying to keep it competitive on Inferno, trying to really grill their way back into this series, because it is a game that they can win. They just need to be on their A game.
Well, Inferno is a map that they were able to beat the Outsiders on, so I don't know if I necessarily give it the credit of the 2-1 to the forZe side. I do feel there's a chance that there can be some fun times about that second map. I do think it will be close, and there's a chance that Enterprise could take it, but for me, I'm backing forZe 2-0 on this one. It's up to Enterprise to prove me wrong for the 3rd time in this tournament. Pistol round going live. USPs and Julie's out of the CT forces. forZe set ready for the 8 hit.
Now, we've seen some lovely T-sides from forZe so far. Up against Sinners, 11-4 on the T-side, Jay, to catapult the way forward. And even Jerry, undetected. He's getting so much map control towards Heaven.
Oh, Kenzie prodding forward out towards Mini, will be taken down by Blitz. Mangus making noise as Jerry sneaks forward. Here's him rotating back to the ramp room, and now all the back to turn towards Heaven, but he sees them going with a lobby crunch. Stinks will get those 2 frags, and Jerry just a little bit late to act. He'll drop down to the side and try work inland against him, but the CTs are backed away.
What a protocol there coming from Enterprise. Shut down that wrap coming through from the main position and then decide to get quite aggressive. And it just means for Jerry, if they play passive, if they play deep on the site, he probably multi-frags. But instead, they get aggressive, he misses that timing, and now they've got bomb control.
Oh, I see that bomb disappearing. Blitz is not expecting Zorti to be out. He turns the situation around. A 2 versus 3 scenario. It was a 2 versus 5. But those 2 picks on the P250 might start to gain control now for the forZe camp. They're thinking of going down the vents as well, and Han's ready to mark it.
This could be a mistake, of course. Han is in a good position to deal with both of them. The USB's coming in, and it's going to be a multi-frag. Good hold coming through from Enterprise. For a moment there, Jay, I thought there might be a chance of a recovery, but that is a very good positional advantage for Han to be in, to make sure that that drop to lower is not a possibility.
A great counterplay on the pistol round there. It kind of felt like forZe had the better strategy, they just executed it far too late. As a result, the Julies and the pistols coming up great for the EP camp. Of course, pistol taken very early on the CT side. And there is the first half CT advantage that you would expect to get to Enterprise here. So you can probably expect that they'll be able to do a decent amount of damage here on this first half. The question is, how much damage is appropriate damage?
We need to keep a tally going with the pistols again, Jay, because yesterday we were quite impressed with Enterprise and the pistols. 5 out of 6 rounds in the pistols went their way. 4 out of 5, they were able to get the round 2 conversion. So a lot of the time, even when Finest were trying to force it up in that second round to get away back in, there wasn't really much breathing room to work with. And knowing that Enterprise are the underdogs in this series, being able to win a lot of pistol rounds across the entire 3-map affair could be vital for them.
It was a big boost to them yesterday. We talked so much about how close that series was on the Finest count. They had a 16-11 and a 16-14 map in that. And had they taken a pistol, had they won 1 or 2 extra rounds, and that probably could have been a 2-0 for their own part.
Could have been.
Enterprise having that bonus, of course, knowing that they are proficient on the pistol rounds, will start things off with a pistol win. And when the T-half comes, that could also be just as important. For now, it's an eco for forZe.
And that is maybe the difference that separates these two teams, Jays. I think Enterprise have had a lot of close results. The Imperial game that went into double OT as the decider on Overpass, the first 2 maps in the series against Finest, whereas for forZe, you have a look at their last couple of games against Imperial and for Sinners, a lot of those map victories have been slaps.
Now, overwhelming on their own part. Nothing overwhelming in this round, though. Careful placement. Waiting for the chance to strike on the CT side, expecting forZe to make a move, but they've gone passive themselves. Just behind Silo, the closest player on the line of engagement will be Shelfie.
For forZe, they're just hoping to try and draw some over-experienced players into some very difficult positions. Get that Zeus out for Shelfie, hope that anyone's going to get aggressive towards the hut control. As of right now, Enterprise are quite careful in their setup.
They've got most of their bases covered here. But it must be pistols. They will be a little bit loose with their own style of things. Swing out the SMG of B-Live. We'll get that 1 kill, Han. There to try to get the trades back. Blitz also finds another MP9 frag. That bomb has made its way downstairs, and they are aware of it. Jerry, noise being made. I imagine... Is he going to sneak past Stinks here? Oh my god, they're going to get a plant to the A site.
This is actually working out pretty good. You're right about that. Extra money to work with. Decent.
I don't know how they pulled that off, but they've done it. So... Bomb plant bonus, that's more than you can really ask for here for forZe again. They're mostly looking to get this round over and done with and look towards the guns. The SMG farm money will come through for the CT side, even as a Zeus frag from Shelfie. So extra damage to be done to Enterprise. A 2-0 start for them, but forZe got away with a lot more than they really should have done.
It came down to Han with that quick rotate to make sure that the Heaven control doesn't get out of control, that they're actually putting themselves in a stance where the retake can come on, a couple of players are going to drop, and that they clean the round up. And keep in mind that you've got Han and you've got Red Star on the X-Mad lines, ex-teammates both trying to see if they can get into that playoff position, maybe try and fight against one another. Escaped, the other Bulgarian team, was not even able to make the group stage, Jay, out in the close qual.
Han could have been on that team as well.
Maybe.
There was a conversation where he was going to join it, right? Like, surely there must have been. With the whole...
There probably was some, yeah.
With the whole merger between Fiend and Skade, like, you must imagine that he must have been prime opportunity, considering how much he was able to dominate Skade when he was on that Bulgarian squad. Going international, clearly the right choice for him. Gone further in this tournament than his compadres. Might still struggle right here and now. forZe are on the buyback. Shelfie's a dead man, though, tagged up through the smoke, and somehow that nade doesn't get him.
Very good protocol there for Enterprise. Spam through to the squeak door, hear the tags, get the HE placement in quite deep for Blitz. Xiaofi is very lucky to get out of that one alive. Even the E-Live is playing towards their outside position, trying to see if he can work in and around Secret as of now.
Molotov sent down there. Not going to catch him, not going to do any damage. It's good for him as well because there's not a lot of utility he can use to counteract it. No smokes down for his position. They might assume it's completely clear, but when he blocks some flashbangs, are going to be hurt as well for Eli. He knows that the master player is outside of here. He'll get a double up, look for the triple against Kenzie. Doesn't know exactly where he is, but he will get that face and get that frag.
Lovely stuff coming through from the E-Live, just locking down that Secret control. Even Jerry gets wrapped in by Blitz towards that main entrance, and as of right now, this is looking very on point for Enterprise, even in the opening rifle rounds.
I honestly thought forZe were going to get some damage in on this one, but they made a bunch of mistakes towards outside, and Enterprise punished it. Eli with a triple sequence, and Xiaofi has just got nothing left he can do. 7 HP in the 1v5, no chance.
And normally when we look at Nuke, it's Blitz that plays in and around that main position that's quite successful. The E-Live that could be one of those outside rotates, and of course Han when he gets the AWP being that rotator from heaven. Those three guys, if they can put on a good performance, they could definitely try and keep it very exciting in this first half. That's going to be the leverage obviously here for Enterprises starting on the city side of Nuke. A map for them, which is okay. I don't want to say it's the strongest map in the pool from them, because I would be lying, but it's also not the weakest map for them.
I mean, both maps can sort of be similar, even territory on that sense of the map picks. One could be a back and forth affair. This keeps going well for Enterprise, then a lot of potential available for them. Again, I'm mostly looking towards that CT side, though. Their half bias is definitely favour this first half. They're on the right foot, they have to keep it up from here on out. Eli, great adjustment as he looked away from Jerry at the wrong moment, but got it together in the end. Then dive for 3 players, one of which will get caught tagged up heavily on Zorti's part, but they'll enter towards that B side, and there's only one man standing here for the CT to try and defend it. Mango's back at dark, have to concede the bomb plant.
Put the HEs forward, a lot of damage done to Nori. Gotta hope that he doesn't get overextended. Xiaofi's on the other side, and Cash is a good timing.
There's smoke in the hands of Mangus. Didn't know that there were players being that close. Han swings doing more damage, but the kills aren't coming through for Enterprise. Quarter of the time gone already. They're setting up for the retake still.
Very difficult here for Enterprise, especially where the pressure's building. Xiaofi wants to fight again.
AK headshot needs E-Live, transfers back. Han will deal with him. The Deagle of Kenzie can't get much as Han doubles up. Bomb's ticking very far away though. Blitz comes forward. Han's going to get dealt with. Zorti will fall. They know that Kenzie's out there somewhere. Bomb not planted for him, but they aren't getting on it. They aren't getting on it. Has he got time for this? 5 seconds of the defuse right here. Swing back from Kenzie, challenges Blitz, and I think Enterprise will just hold it together. Indeed they will. A little bit close for comfort, and they take 3 casualties there.
They got tested there, and that was probably the closest round that they've had so far. That's just an eco. There's actually not that many upgrades coming through from forZe. Try and work their way down towards that lower site from Secret Control itself. Think about some of those vent droppers too, and how much pressure that put down onto Mangus, who gets caught with a nade out in his hand towards Dark. And then, of course, Xiaofi just trying to lean forward, be quite aggressive with that AK towards the ramp control. For Enterprise, that might be a wake-up call.
Damage done already to the Stink side of things. forZe are trying to force him out with the utility basis. Damage to 14 points of health in particular. AK set in on the T side line towards outside. Han's AWP watching, ready and waiting to receive. Xiaofi trying to lean in and almost caught a bit of vision, but Han backed up. He's going to get blocked by his teammate. They swing together and Xiaofi gets both those kills. Eli struggles here towards Secret, does get that one, but trades from Norway, leaving Stinks alone on the site. 4 HP, burning to a crisp, and now facing down 3 T-side players is a challenge that you just can't deal with.
That's the most unlucky timing in the world. Han is sitting there scoped in towards Squeakdoor. If he holds it the first time, he probably lands that frag on the Xiaofi, but he backs off. Him and Blitz start re-aggressing towards Squeakdoor, and then they get caught. Then it gets exposed out to the open, and even for Stinks, you're on 4 HP, and you're defending A by yourself. It's just not going to happen. You can try your best to slow that climb down, but it's not really going to come through successfully. And for forZe, that punishment of the double kill towards Squeaky ended the round completely.
At least Bangles will get some exit frags out of this one, make it expensive for forZe. Grab the AWP as well. Very nice stuff. Xiaofi's going to go for the hunt and will be able to take it right back. There's still 3 players down on the forZe side. Money's still there for Enterprise. They can rebuy here.
Stinks will have to drop one of those AWPs over to Han. He got to wonder here for Enterprise how they sort of shifted up. Do they put more util down towards that squeak door position? You could just see peering on the edge of that smoke with Stinks. Mangus tries his best to recover that AWP, but that's actually a very decent duel from Xiaofi, just to pressure him down, know that he's going to escape back to spawn. And for Enterprise, they need to find a conversion here, Jay, to foot back, otherwise their economy's going to get broken.
And very damaging rounds coming in from both sides. Chemical reset on for the Enterprise camp. Dive down for Xiaofi. Is going to try and evade them on the positional advantage. Kenzie towards outside. Seeing smokes coming down out Garage and Mini. He might swing onto Eli anyway and will lose his life for it.
And they still got that player towards lower, and as of right now, Mangus has not over-rotated, Jay. He is still hanging about towards ramp, which means that they could be a clear walk into this secret position. They've got to make sure the Hard doesn't spot it, though.
That's a crack angle if I've ever seen one for the AWP. Smokes down to cross him out and try and remove him from that position, try and deny any sort of kills on that heaven and hell control. Make their way down into Xiaofi's position, already extended out. Not going to do much with that vent dive, however. Wait for his teammates and go for the hit.
No one's rotated down the vents either, so there's not exactly a pickback that could get gained by either Blitz or Stinks' perspective. And even Jerry has missed the timing of Mangus getting back over to the railings to the left-hand side.
Focusing entirely on the teammate up towards the ramp entrance. Mangus backed up in the corner. Han will drop to Zorti, but Mangus, will he go detected? Will he go checked? Two backs turn. Spray so awkward. He will force out a TK to a 3-on-3, but a bomb will go down on B site.
And they've got to go for this, Jay. Can't be any hesitation. We saw hesitation in retakes yesterday.
Well, Zorti peeking up. Xiaofi's going to get dealt with. AWP's got to handle two players back here. Isolates the first and the second. Stinks now making his way down the stairs as Zorti lands a triple in that sequence, a quadra in the round, and a second on the board for forZe.
That's a very good hold coming through from Zordi, playing out to the double doors. And we've had some wild stuff from him, Jay. We've seen a lot of consistency with his AWPing ability. Here are some of the picks again. Onto Hard, playing out towards that left-hand side, posted with the orb. The TK comes into the mix, but it's this play to step up when it matters the most. Jeez, what a shot on both of them, to be fair, mate.
That's some simple stuff right there. Both the headshots, so tiny of an angle to work with, but the AWP comes up good, and now the economy build will start for forZe. Eco's coming in for the CTs. Mangus will be the first man dead. The incendiary out, seeing where Stinks is close. The Mac 10 of Xiaofi trying to insert himself, get some sort of exit or entry frag into the site itself. Will get Stinks. $600 bonus frag for him.
And this is just a death door as of right now. A lot of presence from both of these teams. Unfortunately, the Zeus's aren't really coming into the fold. Blitz is hoping that there's a full committance to come out. They're just getting baited forward though, aren't they? forZe are making so much noise in and around that hub control that it comes down to Enterprise thinking that a duel's going to get presented, thinking that, oh, we're just going to be able to push it ever so slightly. And every time that they started walking forward, forZe were just ever so slightly further back.
There's always going to be a weapon advantage anyway for that T side line, so even if they took those direct engagements, it was going to be frags anyway. AWP and AKs into the T side line. M4s will come back for Enterprise. Of course, the Mac 10 was swapped out by Xiaofi. I think it was Jerry that fell down earlier. Get all the main weapons in, go to the full gun buy. A lot of money to play with as well for forZe. Same cannot be said for Enterprise. Their lost bonus is building though.
This is where forZe start gaining control of the T side and start really putting the foot down when it comes to the momentum, when it starts getting the mid-round calls forward. Even the E-Live is thinking about a dry peek towards outside. Blitz the same.
M4 just keeping his eyes on. Han makes his move up towards Secret to try and set the crossfire towards the outside position. The smokes will come down towards Mini though, and AWP is watching it. A counter smoke of the CT side.
There is so little util right here for Enterprise to work with, and it means the E-Live has to strike, and he does indeed. In-game leader versus in-game leader.
A great frag onto Jerry, the flick to the headshot. Norway trading back on Eli's part, but Blitz doubles up himself up at heaven, dealing with Norway, reducing forZe to 2 men. Hensley trying to swing, sees where Blitz is, but still can't get the frag. That's a triple for him, and Zorti standing alone.
What a round coming through from Blitz. Just when it could have been the opportunity of forZe tying up the scoreline, he ends up with 4. So much impact. And it all started with that first duel towards a main position, but then Blitz playing up towards the top of the rafters, down onto the top of silos too. A lot of success being found by the Romanian.
And career cycle over the last couple of days as well. Seeing him step up like this is a big sequence, of course, for Enterprise. Let's see if there's more out of it for him. Rifles back in for forZe though. They built up the cash bounce, so they'll use it.
Gotta imagine slightly quicker towards outside this time around. HE placement, how does it look? Pretty decent actually. Jerry and Kenzie getting dunked.
That's pretty good myself. Kenzie on 60, 75 for Jerry. Kenzie will be the first man into the secret control, charging through for forZe. And Hahn knows what's going on. He's backed off immediately.
Gotta be careful, has to back off. As soon as that molly continues to rain in, thinking about prodding to just gather some more information, but he needs help. He needs another rotate down to lower, and Mangus is slowly coming.
Slow walks forward on the M4. Hahn now top of the silo. And the AK of Nori looking to open the decon door. Noise was being made, so Hahn that are no in decon. Won't force any major rotates on Enterprise.
forZe have found a lot of success peering down to this lower bomb site, and they're just trying to force a mistake. They're trying to get one of the CTs to perhaps go into the radio room or open up one of the doors itself. Even the Eli is keeping eyes on for the lurkers that could come in from main.
Rotation's back. Oh, we're trying to force out a mistake here at decon, but there's not coming through for Enterprise.
Here it is, finally 1-for-1 trade, but the bomb's going back towards upper, and it's been seen by Blitz and denied in the vents.
That will force some sort of response from Enterprise now. A 4-on-3 being gained. Zorti expecting rotates. Needs to focus on Blitz as Hahn's going to get picked up by Norway. Makes his way up the vents, but Blitz is hiding behind Tetris. 20 seconds as Mangus will find another responsive. A 3-on-2 for Enterprise. Kenzie checking a closed vent corner, seeing the gun barrel and finally deals with Blitz. But now got to get that bomb down to the 2-on-2.
How quickly is that rotate to come in for the vents control? Mangus is actually going towards Secret instead. Eli in from hard.
No one's watching Eli either. AWP turns around. Launches out towards Mini and will reveal that he's so close towards it. Scope in. Eli's ready for the slow walk. But it comes together for Zorti anyway. Ducks down underneath the spray. And Mangus is left to save.
He's having a game right now. And this is obviously scary signs because we wanted to see a lot out of Hahn. And instead we're seeing a lot out from Zorti on the T side of Nuke. His trading game has been excellent. And I think the definition of where his strengths lie the most so far of what we've witnessed, Jay, has to be the post plants. He's always coming through in the post plants.
Big fourth for forZe to keep this T side going. And we have been remiss to mention how good Nuke has been on this Russian team, because we did see it against Sinners in yesterday's elimination games. Remember, they had what was it, 11-4 T side, I think it was?
Yes, that's right.
They did so wonderfully on the T side of Nuke, and if they can keep this going, I mean, look, they don't need an 11-4 half to outright stomp the likes of Enterprise. But if they can just keep pace, if they can just keep this one as even as possible on Enterprise in this first half, that might just be enough.
You just got to remember what the map pool looks like from forZe. They like Dust 2, that gets permabanned. They don't mind a bit of Mirage, they don't mind Inferno, they like a bit of Nuke. All of those maps are coming through in a best-of-3 context. So when it comes to the veto process from forZe, they do have a deep pool to work with.
Oh, shotguns out for Stinks, SMG in for Blitz. Now going to stand alone and fight here against them at point blank, but no kills go his way. Blitz can find one alongside Eli support outside of Squeaky. Hard up in the rafters will get one, but two turn back for the T-side line. Mangus tries to strike, only does so much. Leaves it on Hahn to clutch it, gets his 2K, and gets the round in for Enterprise.
I'm very surprised they went in for an upper quick take like that, Jay, because when we think about the success that's been gained by forZe over the course of Nuke, it's been running the clock, it's been gaining map control, working down towards lower, and then all of a sudden they go in quickly for an A play, and it does get very choppy. It gets very much in the trading game. And for Enterprise, it comes out on top. Those rotates towards heaven are very quick, and eventually comes down to them gaining their 6th.
Balls are taking a moment to think about things here. First attack of the game. Because they went into the execution with a lot of confidence, and it did look good from the outset. But an SMG and a few M4s completely decimated all their chances. They should have been more confident from them. I think they recognize that. Maybe not to go quite as quickly would be the play here, because their slow style has worked out relatively well for them.
We heard Jerry saying how much he praised the coaching ability of Fierce that's a part of this forZe team. First team that he coached was Vega Squadron, moved over to Unique Singularity, and found himself on forZe for almost a year now.
Successful year so far, especially if this is the standard set. Shots ringing out for Eli and Co. Norway going to be the first casualty of this round, so not as successful for him in this case. AWP of Han firing away, trying to look for another man, but unable to really do anything there. So Eli follows suit on towards Kenzie. 2-0 trade, even though they've gotten close here for forZe part.
Even Mangus just trying to peer down towards his lower side, make it so uncomfortable, drop that bomb. Jerry's in for a trade, but this is all falling apart. Remember, Jay, this is a force buy, and this lower take has not been great at all. Enterprise just going to siphon off, and I'm very surprised with how well Eli is playing right now, Nuke, because we don't normally look at him on the City side as being a playmaker and someone that can multi-frag quite often. And in fact, Jay, out of all of the players that we've had so far in Republic, he's actually one of the lowest rated in the entire event. He's had a bit of a shocker these last few games, and he's really stepping up in the first map.
And both him and Blitz, 12 and 14 frags respectively, the only 2 players that are on double digits as of right now. Good start for Enterprise, continuing to work into a good half here. forZe showing a little bit of resistance here and there, but nothing in the previous, nothing in this round. His pistols out as basics, and Norway the first casualty to Eli once again. Looking to even up against his close rival, as Stinks takes that auto shotgun right back to the face of Shelfie.
We've seen a few of the auto snipers being in play. Not so much the auto shotguns though, Jay. Bomb going down towards that lower bomb side, or at least being attempted to do so. And remember, I was quite excited yesterday to get some Scar 20 action in that second half from forZe. I think we might get it, but at the same time, they probably need to give themselves enough T rounds. And as of right now, I don't think 4 is a goal that they'll be happy with.
Well, they've considered the half of the back of an eco, and they have got guns coming out. Speaking of guns, you can grab yourself some guns. We've got a knife, a chair, and an AK skin away on our giveaway. Click the banner under the stream. This is your last day to enter the giveaway, by the way. So I definitely want to get involved in that one if you're so interested. There's also exclamation mark giveaway in chat if you want to get the link and trying to enter here. Gap and a smoke towards the outside. That's not good for Kenzie. He has to put another one down there to try and block it. His teammates walking ahead of it though, trying to make their way out towards Mini. Eli detects it, gets that one kill.
So quickly with those sound cues that he hears that rap coming into main, and now relays even the information over to Blitz. The Eli almost catching off Jerry.
And does so in the end with a second phase. The Deagle shot down. Kenzie's wrapped around and Eli knows it. Tanking some damage, getting some shots off of his own right. Salty meanwhile in a secret, unawares that a player sneaking around. Eli will get caught for it. Perfect headshot. Trying to distract the other CT. Caught up by flashbang. Blitz is low, but still escapes with a decent kill. Shalfie finding Stinks meanwhile. A 3-on-2 scenario that Enterprise are maintaining. But Blitz, if he gets killed off, and he should be killed off pretty easily, that will even up the standings here. And there it is.
He stayed alive for a very long period of time, and Mangus is even hoping that Shalfie goes down into the vents. Hard trying to work towards Secret. The timing, they haven't spotted one another.
And a decent read on at least that Secret player, the perfect tap. Mangus doesn't see Shalfie, thinks it's clear. He's made his way into Mini. That bomb's on the outside though. It could still walk into the hands of the SMG if he rotates quick.
Shalfie's going to say the A side's clear, so you'd have to imagine this bomb's going to come into main.
Oh, this is disastrous. Mangus waiting in the corner, giving up no info. Oh, perfect. It's perfect. He's waiting for the moment to strike. He just needs to find Shalfie. Right behind him, sees the swing, but Shalfie sees him first. 4-by-3 out of the round. Played to perfection right up until the end.
I don't even know if it was 4-by-3, Jay. I think that Shalfie just had a look towards that left-hand side. And that's always the cost. When you go for those trigger discipline plays, is that you have to hope that both players are tunnel visioned, that no one has that check back over in the wraparound. That almost got completely out of hand from forZe. And Shalfie, you could just see that little peer to the left before he struck to the kill.
A game of tiny mistakes. That is Counter-Strike, ladies and gents. And he's going to be mad. He's going to be so mad because he really got that close to winning the whole round outright. That fifth goes the way of the forZe side. Enterprise have their half. And also they have their bye.
This could be breathing room for forZe to work with now because they know loss bonus is very limited. Money in the reserve can't be great. We win round 14, we pretty much give ourselves a couple in a row because there is not going to be much on the table for Enterprise. It's whether they can muster up something here. Even Kenzie working behind that spam to get aggressive into heart.
Thinks is incendiary in his hands. They send their way in towards the A site. Great spray on the first man. Driven back by Jerry, the AK. Trying to lean forward and Hahn can cark him off. Blitz gets yet another kill alongside Stinks here, leaving it all towards Zorti in the 1v5. And it's so contrasting for forZe. They had to claw and fight their way back in the previous round. Now getting decimated in this one. This will be 9 for Enterprise, and there's nothing they can do to deny it.
How many AKs they pick up? Just 2 of them, it seems. That's a very good round in for Enterprise. Very good crunch tactic. You saw that Stinks got mollied off of that back default position, and he just starts swinging out wide towards that left-hand side and continues to put pressure down. Hahn with a very good connection with that AWP. And then, of course, even Blitz just spamming through the smoke, somehow catches ulti.
Fine as a bat, but still worked out with, I guess, a sound cue is probably what you utilised there. It was making a lot of noise. Not like it will matter. Kill comes in, the round goes the way of EP, falls with the Eagles and the Tech-9 and the Galil on Nori's part. Hans Orb watching back towards ramp, expecting enemy contact.
Trying to play quite defensive. Now the shot's been coming back. They need Mangus, they need him now.
There he is, showing up appropriate. Smoke's a little bit late for Hans. Parsby burns a little bit. Still can stand and fight, but he's tanking more and more damage with every peek he takes. Blitz shows up and does find Kenzie elsewhere out towards the outside. So a 5-on-3 is gained.
This is looking promising for Enterprise. Try and get that 10-5 half. Keep the pressure down towards outside too. The Deagle just trying to create as much space as possible. And Mangus just knows ramp has been locked. He's got that under his hands.
Swinging free life, catching Shalfie, Jerry and Zorti. Last 2 players left, and they will try work their way back into the A site via the squeaky door, but Blitz has other plans as Zorti will fall. Jerry's last man standing, seeing that jump face will go for the vent dive. He surely shouldn't be able to get the plant down here. They've already rotated him from ramp, so he'll be marked off on the cross. I'll get at least a tap on the one, but he knows that he can't just go for a bomb plant here. He needs to win the round of the 1 versus 5 clutch, and it's just not going to happen for him. 10-5 at the half for Enterprise, an impressive first half, but it was the CT side. That can be expected. The real challenge is up after the break.
Ты сейчас дефолт будешь ставить. Ставишь дефолт. То он пытается стрелять.
Налево, налево. Он слева, ты слышишь? Правей, правей, правей.
Это бомбу мне дефать надо.
Справа ты скрыл ушел. Шестом двигается, нет.
Он ниже, ты на небо, блядь.
А как бомбу дефать? Где
Иди
бомба?
вон направо, 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 направо. бомба.
Что поправить? Тихо, тихо. Он слева от дефолта.
Направо, направо чуть-чуть. Вот. Все, деф.
Эй, убил, но в голову на нахуй. Вниз, вниз. Самый право.
Сзади, сзади, прямо сейчас сзади тебя. Левей.
Стал ниже, 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 ниже. Левей. Жми, жми, жми. Нормально, 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 нормально. 50 хп снес. Молик даешь. Промазал, нормально. Живи, живи.
Вниз, 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 прицел, вниз. Левей. Во, один хп у него, слева. Давай, давай.
Ой. Он беги назад. А, сука. Скажу, когда стрелять. Скажу, когда стрелять. Он смог кинул? Я скажу, когда стрелять.
Чуть. На Е, все, деф.
Чуть-чуть правее. Еще правее.
Это мне не сказал.
Хорошо. Бомбу. Прицел вниз.
Нет, слева, слева, стреляй, стреляй, стреляй. Налево беги, стреляй.
Стреляй! Стреляй! Правее. Тихо, нормально, нормально. Перезарядку жми, не ссы. Просто двигайся, двигайся вправо-лево, как мутант.
Перед тобой прям. Можешь Е нажать. Налево прицел. Он на тебя смотрит.
Левей, левей, левей! Одна хп у него, прям направо. Прицел, прицел. Сука, кирпик купил. Убил ты его, ты его убьешь. Еще левее. Искра, нащупал искру.
Прицел чуть левее. Чуть левее, чуть левее, чуть левее. Нет, чуть левее, левее, левее. Просто левее. Вниз, 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 вниз. Правее, правее. Все, иди дефай, иди дефай, иди дефай.
И он никак...
Левее, тихо, не стреляй, не стреляй. Чуть-чуть левее возьми. Чуть-чуть.
Налево, налево, налево. Все.
Чуть-чуть, пару пикселей, пару пикселей. Ниже и жми, стреляй сразу. Стреляй, левее, левее, левее чуть-чуть. Да сука, я заебал.
Подожди, нажми двойку, нажми двойку. Возьми пистик.
Направо, прям перед тобой, направо, стоп, стоп. Левей, 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 стреляй.
Блядь,
Правей,
двигался,
правей,
двинулся.
бегай,
Хорошо,
бегай, бегай,
хорошо. Убил. Он за малых шифтом, он на малых шифтом. Ты прям правее прицел, правее прицел.
Направо, направо, сейчас плейн забежишь. Все, ставь пачку.
Всё, вперед беги, беги вперед, он бомбу ставит. У тебя киты есть. Он поставил бомбу перед искрой.
Пизде. Все,
Так?
направо прицел, направо прицел, направо прицел. Все.
Двигайся, тебе надо встать. Чуть лесенка перейти. Стоп! Назад, вниз, вниз, мышку, 90 градусов вниз.
Приканул. Вниз, вниз, вниз прицел, ты на небо смотришь.
Жди, жди, у тебя киты будут, нормально. Что, давай, дергай. Нормально, нормально.
Были? Хорош.
Blitz and E-Live lead the charge for Enterprise as their CT half ends 10-5. And now with the T side up to task, the pistols have been impressive for the Enterprise side. And you can imagine, Dwayne, that this next pistol will be just as important as all the previous.
This is on. This could be really on here for Enterprise. They win pistol, they win the second round, they get themselves through where they've been so successful in previous best of threes. You're looking at a 12-5, maybe 13-5 scoreline. And forZe have to dig deep. They've got to shut down Blitz and E-Live though. And these are the guys, statistically speaking, Jay, we don't even normally look at Nuke.
Only appropriate that they get handed off the hand cannons. The Deegan in on Blitz's part. It's Mangus that strikes first towards outside. Will do have some damage, but the tags up from forZe and the aim punch forcing him off the silos. Tag him to 32 all the same, so it's pretty even standing. The Deegan Blitz now fires away, and they'll have that info on Sorty's part. He's got the kit, so he has to stay alive.
Check out the distraction, though, of what's happening over to the ramp control. You've actually seen the CTs over-rotate, so as of right now, Zorty's gone back over, but it could just be a timing spacing factor here for Enterprise to pull enough distractions to get down to lower.
And all hold their own for now. We've got Kenzie also set towards this ramp position. We're watching eyes on against the T-side line. Zorty covering off from that heaven, also hell entrance, rather. Waiting with the USP, it goes quiet, but Enterprise are about to strike.
Does get very quiet, and out towards ramp. This is going to be difficult to break this crossfire apart. This is looking solid from forZe.
To cross, Kenzie still lands a headshot on Mangus. Zorty domes in, stinks. Concussion City for Enterprise, it seems, as it's all headshots for forZe, all 5 alive on the CT side.
We always know that Kenzie's a very good ramp player here on Nuke, and especially if you start getting more impactful plays out of some of the other guys. Xiaofi is a prime example, averages a 1.33 rating in the last 3 months of Nuke, over 12 maps played. Haven't really seen much of him. Maybe this is the start to come for more.
So far, so effective on those pistols. Breaking the record a little bit more for the Enterprise side, not allowing them to gain the second pistol in this matchup. You mentioned how it was on if they gained that, because we're looking at some seriously good scorelines for Enterprise had they got the pistol in the conversions. We're even going to crack at the conversions here. They're on eco.
We have seen Nuke be disappointing on the T side in the past for Enterprise. We think back to that MOUZ NXT game, Jay. Only 3 rounds was gained on their T side and 5 on CT. Try and see if they can learn from some of their mistakes, look back at that series and realize the exploitations. As of right now, there's not really much to look at. Eco pistols are the Glocks and a P250. I'm expecting probably nothing.
Keyword there is probably.
Yeah, well, we're not going to start with this again.
Well, there's no Deagles in play for this round, so I'm going to give him at least the benefit of the doubt here on the forZe side. Block burst coming in. Jerry's going to try crunching against that player on the backstab. Stinks will be dealt with. So there's that first frag. Han, no towards outside, will engage on Zorty, and Zorty will deal with him as appropriate. Mars also towards the outside, sees where Mangus is. Xiaofi continues his sprays. Blitz will get caught. Mangus will get caught. And E-Live will fall all the same. So all 5 alive for forZe. No lucky kills for Enterprise and no sneaky rounds coming in for the ecos. So the guns can come out and we can have a real fight.
And just knowing that forZe are currently on a 5-game winning streak, that 4 out of those 5 best of 3s have had Dust 2 played as their map pick. The only series that didn't was that series against the Sinners, and that was the map in which they picked on NukeJ. We saw 11 rounds on their T side, and it was really a steamroll on CT. Now, obviously, it's a very different situation this time around, but they're still in control to take charge, especially if they start with the opening rifle.
Smoke set up. Sharp getting out of dodge. Nine or smokes to try and suppress them crossing out to red box, but with Doherty being top of blue box here, he'll look on for Blitz's part, get that headshot, connect it effectively. Still got Jerry looking in with the gap in the smoke and finding Eli, so 5-on-3 situation for forZe now.
Even saw the way in which Shalfie jiggled towards outside when that flash came through, now getting aggressive towards the back of T-Red. Maybe too aggressive. This is a 5-on-3 situation from forZe.
Reduced to 4 on that CT side. And it's coming in for kenSi as they do slow things down and start to back away from the line of engagement. No one's watching outside except for forZe in such a passive angle.
And just knowing that Enterprise used so much of that util to gain outside and instead got punished for it, it means that what happens after that fact is going to be even further dry. One smoke for Mangus, one smoke for Han. The dry peek towards Jerry is at least going to put him some damage, but crossing towards Secret, I just can't see being a possibility.
Make that move, the engagement is found by Zorti's parts, another rifle drop, Stinks isolated out towards ramp. And Han will be able to get Jerry at least on one trade. The bomber's on his back and he has got access to B. He's going to continue fighting against the M4 though, so rather than prioritizing that bomb plant or trying to force the issue on the forZe side, he'll press the issue on his own part. On for the ace clutch if he wins these next three frags, but 20 seconds to try and do so. Again, his best bet is to try and force out more time with the bomb plant. Spin, the taps forward do get Zorti backstab inbound, however, kenSi's seen him, and kenSi will end him.
We know that for Stinks and Harm, we've actually only seen them play Nuke a total of 5 times in comparison to the rest of his teammates on 8 in the last 3 months. There's so far a lot of inconsistent results have come through in that time period. Wins against EC Brugge, but then a loss to Apex, and a win against Tropic Prague in the close call of this event, but also getting trounced on by MOUZ NXT a few days ago. It's just trying to get some more stability, and that was something that we obviously spoke about with Stinks yesterday, Jay, was just overall Enterprise working towards that goal of just being more consistent.
No such luck here on the T side line. The Eagles and Tech-9s and the P250s pulled out on the half investment round. Much more firepower than their previous eco, but forZe still have the rifles, the AK set in for kenSi. Damage was done in that previous round, so the goal here for Enterprise rather, surely it should be just to damage forZe up here and just take away some more weapons, force the rebuys, force the money line to be so low. Now watching some awkward angles set up by the utility, so not going to be quite as easy.
Even that HE placement towards lobby isn't going to do a massive amount of damage, but it shows that forZe want to be prodding around, give themselves some chip forward. Even Zorti and kenSi have been very rock solid in the past when it comes to holding this ramp control, being that rotator up from heaven as well. And for Enterprise, very passive. Not a lot of pace in this round at all, even with the eco upgrades.
I'm just watching on for now. The Eagles facing forward, the flash is coming in with the CT side. 40 seconds on the clock. Jerry trying to continue prodding out towards that squeaky position. It's kenSi out on the ramp control. We'll keep his eyes on. And the T's will charge forward straight into him. Get the headshot. Zorti falls back, will engage against Blitz. Continue to spray towards 2, and Shalfie will get the next one. Zorti ends up with the triple in the end. And Stinks is in the 1v4. He's got to go down and get the money bonus here, so might as well force forward.
And it's great to see that even for someone like Zorti, who we praise for some of the sick flicks and these superb holds when it comes to the AWP, he's actually got a decent rifle on the back of him. Catch him on an M4 and even an AK, and he's still putting a lot of damage down. Yeah, it's eco pistols, but it still shows the spray control coming through with a quadra. And just knowing that he's up to 21 frags, it doesn't really feel like anyone from forZe is quite close behind that. So for Zorti, he might be on for a little bit more to continue out this half.
Look at the utility damage from Jerry so far in this matchup. He might not be the top fragger of his team, but he's certainly having the impact to assist his squad. Particularly Zorti, who is top fragger in the server, tied up with Blitz on 21 kills apiece. Impact stars for their team. The difference is that for Enterprise, they at least have some players in backup, particularly Eli. For Zorti, he's up there in his lonesome, it feels like. Got players towards outside, and Jerry is going to try and lean forward, get the frag on towards Eli. Will burst through towards him, seeing Han as well. Fights on, and gets the double.
Even Han not getting a flash, not getting any util. Blitz could have flashed him forward to peek out towards the Africa position. And Jerry just continues the mode down, completely dry towards our outside position. And for Enterprise, they've got to think to themselves, Jay, if we're taking outside, we need more util. That was sloppy for me. Sloppy trading and just super dry. They had flashes to work with, and they didn't use them to trade out that position at all.
Fed the 1v1s on a silver spoon to Jerry. Once was the bottom fragger of the board, now up to 10 kills, and in the middle of said board for the forZe side, 10 all on the board of the CT line in general. And this is very similar to what we saw out of that last nuke. They got a pretty decent T half, and then from CT it was flawless. It wasn't much of a CT side in the lower bracket. Much more substantial for them, but still Enterprise are yet to score here.
Yet to get a bomb plant, yet to keep any of these rounds competitive is worrying signs. Taking up the tactical. And they're not having a coach today, Jay. So they did have Standen coming in as someone that could be an extra voice, not to be today. I wonder if that's going to make a difference.
We'll find out as time goes on. We can only really speculate internally.
It make a difference in the pauses, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, at least in theory, that should be the case, right? Because the coach comes in during the pauses and then has a discussion. There is none of that potential, though, for Enterprise. What could have been talked about? What kind of situation could have changed up? What adjustment can they make? What adjustment can they figure out as individuals here? Not much in the buy-up. Tech 9s and Deagles. So Mac 10 also in on blitz as Shelfie's towards the outside. Sprays through, gets 1 and 2.
Shelfie just farming slightly wider up on towards that secret control. Really looking to see if he could fight on head-on. And now Nori being trapped in between a couple of positions. Need to keep his head on a swivel that he doesn't get wrapped in for that main angle.
Continue pushing with Shelfie. He's going to get a triple. Quadra, not quite against Eli. Runs out of ammo at the last moment, so he's dead to rights. But not like that matters. Mangus has now been seen dropping into the vents. They are aware that that bomb is towards the outside, so 2 players watch the crossfire. They're going to just lock out Eli here. They'll win the round outright. Seeing him again, watching the left and right-hand entryways. He'll plod towards them, shoulder bait. Might stall for some time for the backstab to come in from Secret, but it's just a case of how much time they have for Enterprise to do so, and Mangus is making all the noise, so not even making any qualms about it. Fought upon by Norway, Eli 1v4.
While Mangus got down and towards the vents, it's not going to make a difference at all. Being watched on by Nori, a lot of sound coming through from Secret, like you mentioned, and Eli just being stuck in behind the back of T-Red. So they do manage a couple of kills. They don't really get close towards a bomb site. And I think that's my main concern here, Jay. Not the fact of how many players are being dropped, but how many rounds have we seen Enterprise go outside, anti-eco or rifle, and not even get down Secret? Not even have a display towards B.
They're just blocked out by the forZe defensive. They've got that angle marked. Yet to see like a true definitive upper take or a ramp take. That's, well, we've seen a couple of ramp takes from the pistol rounds, but when the guns have come out, haven't seen anything coordinated from the Enterprise side, so it's led to no bomb site access, let alone bomb plants on the T side. Once again, they'll smoke outside, and forZe will back up, expecting there to be some heavy presence, but they are indoors this time.
Starting to clear out that close left-hand side position. They know that Jerry was there aggressively only a few rounds ago. Probably won't make that mistake, or at least that move, a couple of times in a row, so just back off. And for Enterprise, you start wondering to yourself, Jay, is the slow and passiveness down to the detriment? Because we haven't seen any success on T-side. We also haven't really seen any pace.
Still figuring out what their motive and footing is here for the Enterprise camp. Molotov's being sent in towards the A site, towards the back site in particular for Norway. The Molotov burns alive, and Jerry can get a kill on Stinks up top of the hut position. Norway tagged up the 58 points of health. Spray through from Shelfie will engage against Elov. There's another player out here towards his ramp control. Kenzie trades as Han gets it back to a 3-on-3, however. Blitz and Mangus also face, and they almost lose themselves for it, but they keep the even standing, and they have access to B now.
Zorti can be that rotate in between the A and B bomb site via the vents. It's whether Enterprise commit here down towards lower. It seems like it is going to be the case, and even Zorti's shown the presence.
Smoke out, falling away, going to reposition to the double doors. Provides some cover that they can go back in for the B site play. Looking for Mangus, so close to landing, as unaware of how close Hahn really is. The AK on 39 points of health, as Zorti misses his shot and backs away to his observation window. Now Norway can come in with support, but there's 10 seconds left. The bomb's in the open. Hahn challenging one, knowing that he hasn't got time to get this plant anymore. They'll just hide and evade the kills, get the kill eventually in the end. And bring in yet another round for forZe. It has been flawless since the turn of the half, 7 in a row for them.
Zorti is currently the 4th highest rated player, Jay, in this entire event. And I think we're seeing more from him. Even in this round, it's not quite a massive multi-frag, it's not a huge sequence. It's 1 kill and time wasting, slowing that clock down, dealing with the bomb carrier of Mangus, allowing Nori to be on rotate to play off one another. And for Enterprise, this has been a very poor second half from them. forZe have been all over them completely.
Still yet to score. To contextualize your point a bit more. Broken buy into round 23. It feels like some players aren't on the same page because they bought down heavily on 2 individuals and then 3 others have gone half invest, one of which has already fallen. Kind of a hero AK setup for Eli. Stinks is dropped, and I would give credit towards this in most circumstances for the T side, but the reality is they haven't even gotten close to a bomb plant, so how do you expect the economy to recover from here? Blitz next to drop, 2 more kills coming in. Eli does get his 1 pick. That's all, though.
Personally, I don't mind it because it shows desperation. They're obviously in a position where they know we need rounds, and if it means that we're slightly limited on the rifle, but have 2 chances rather than 1, let's take it. You're still working with a buy on the table here with a couple of upgrades and maybe more so than what you would expect because they do want to make the round damaging. They want to create opportunities, and unfortunately, opportunities just aren't really coming, even when they're trying to push them.
The 3rd tactical called in by Enterprise. Running out of ideas, and I haven't really been as successful with using these tactics to their greatest effectiveness. We mentioned earlier about the issues of lacking a coach here today. You wonder again if that 6th voice could have made the difference. Obviously, we won't know for certain. We can speculate, and personally, I'm along that line of thinking, honestly.
Well, I'm thinking about the tilt factor, because something that we had the conversation of after the MOUZ NXT game going into finalist is, can we get a mental reset? Are we going to get an Enterprise side that look more positive after being slammed? And I start wondering to myself, Jay, what are we going to see for the next few maps in the series, let alone the next map, if this could just be a flawless CT side?
Sprays through, Stinks forcing forward. Kenzie got his damage. At least they forced out some sort of map control. Dive down towards Ramp and into the B site immediately.
Even though they've got B, though, rotates are coming through quickly. Zorti and Jerry trying to get towards that single door.
Decon opened up immediately. As soon as Jerry got there, making no qualms about his position. Eli is up in the rafters, will be keeping his eyes set though. Meanwhile, out towards double doors, Norway starts to swing, opens it up. Here's that bomb plant coming in as Eli can catch a kill. Jerry extends towards the site though, gets his pick, knows that bomb's gone down there somewhere. Stings finds the trade, a 4-on-2 situation, and Jerry's trapped here, got to fight his way out. He will not be able to do so. Shalfie's already set for the save as Enterprise finally get there first.
And what does it come down to, Jay? Pace? Literally acceleration, something I've been asking for this entire half. Just send it. Have something more with that realization of running the clock in the opposite direction rather than keeping it passive, rather than slowing it down. Just hit them out of the gate, and that's exactly what Stinks does. He flies out towards that ramp position, gets the opening vantage, dives down towards that lower bomb site, and for Enterprise, that one change of acceleration has made a round victory not only go their way, but be convincing.
After 8 in a row back from forZe, it's a breath of fresh air for Enterprise. 13-11, breaking that win streak. And now they find their window back into this T half, but the buyback from forZe will still look strong, and they've got money for another buy in round 26.
Enterprise need to consistently find rounds now, not in any later portion here of Nuke. Enterprise start working the outside play once again, leave Eli as the lurk. And for forZe, they just know, let's try and cripple again.
Yeah, they can still find the reset. They can still decimate the economy state, and there's a slight gap at that red box cross. The smoke down, Eli caught by Shalfie, and Blitz now has got to take extra care when crossing, but they do back away from that position as the smoke starts to clear. He will get into secret.
Even Stings gets netted down at 50 HP. Kenzie working ramp by himself. Shalfie could be there to have the bait and switch to be the second man on the contact. And for Enterprise, they've got Blitz down towards lower, but they've got to get everybody else there as well, and it comes down to have to be a ramp take.
Minute on the clock. Neither side has made a definitive move, just that opening advantage for forZe. Enterprise got to try and back here. Sin nearest to Presto. Kenzie stalling for more time.
He's just cancelling the setup. Han is looking out towards that orange position. Kenzie might give him the fight, actually.
Doesn't quite do so. Zorti's dived down towards the vents, meanwhile seeing the shoulder of Blitz, now expecting there to be some sort of B split on the table. Molotovs out towards Ram. They haven't checked orange entirely. They think it might be completely clear. I think Han actually was caught on a blind spot. Xiaofi now waiting, flash turned away from. There's a kill found, and Kenzie's waiting and baiting. Will get Stinks, swing back towards Han. Perfect double. Now leaving it onto two members of the Enterprise side. The bomb in particular on Mangus' part, watched by Nori up in the rafters, and Blitz on 9 HP has no chance to clutch.
Just that anchor player, Nori, not over-rotating, and absolutely nothing is going to force him off that angle. Zorti aggressing down towards Secret, and the round comes through. That's actually a very decent mid-round call for Enterprise. They've pulled quite a lot of a distraction down to that lower bomb side. They've done well with the trade to be able to get Mangus in with that kill to the hell position, and it feels as if it is going to be a lower take. The problem is they haven't cleared out that orange position completely. There's a multi-frag from Kenzie, and Nori just hasn't rotated.
Even the best thought out plans can fall apart with just one single mistake, as Enterprise have just proven. forZe might have lost their streak, but they're still well on track to take this map. 14-11, AWP of Zorti seeing the fire coming in. He knows that Mangus must be close. He's looking for a pixel, almost caught one right there. Crosshairs a little bit low, but will still scope in. Continues to press the issue. The smoke's towards outside, but Xiaofi, and there's Zorti striking first. As Xiaofi gets a double up towards the outside, knows where Han is. E-Life can take him back.
Just spotting a couple of players, Jerry picking dry towards outside, and now it's actually swung in favor of Enterprise. They can slow this down completely.
Sting's finding an all-important pick in the ramp.
Look at where the bomb control is.
In. That is true. They have pressed the issue out towards his lobby control, and the shot on Stinks now means they can extend to find it even further. Nori, I think he has an inkling that might have been the case here. He's looking up for that bomb. We'll see it there. We'll call it into his teammate, but he's got to challenge Hanzo up here. This next duel could decide the round itself. M4 watching Han has no idea he might be on the roof, and now it's E-Live in the 1v2.
Lovely play there from forZe. It gets slightly awkward with them offering fights back, but they realize two players towards outside, it's probably a light default. They're probably just working it. So, okay, let's aggress in towards lobby. Let's get up towards T-Roof. The bomb's probably behind. And now E-Live has got to try and clutch a 1v2 and gain that bomb back.
30 seconds. It's caught off by Norway. 15-11 map points for forZe. Might have been difficult on their T side at certain points, but they kept pace for long enough at Enterprise. Our concerns about their T half had come true. Surely this is it, Dweg.
And if I remember back, Jay, to the half, Blitz was on 20 kills. He's now on 22. And when we're talking the praise of Blitz and E-Live of what they were able to do in the first half, if you get nothing out of them in the second, you know the struggles are going to come down. Even Zorti's getting closer to his 30 bomb.
3 frags will do it, and I don't give him the outside chance to do so in this particular round. Xiaofi, look at his M4 extending towards outside. Stinks has already crossed, and the rest of the T side will go with him. They have no idea. Stinks turning back will get dealt with. Xiaofi starts the round again.
So much information to work with towards outside. The slow ball coming through from Secret. The tab's getting closer. E-Live is still trying to work outside.
Does get dealt with by Jerry next. So 3 left for the Enterprise side. Nori's waiting at Decon. Mangus on the other side of the map as Han and Blitz work their way towards the B site.
And with the timer being low, the best that they can hope for is Mangus to cut a rotate. But look at this position. This could be great.
Perfect. Perfect. 2 kills found, a 1-on-5 for Mangus, and it's over from here for Enterprise. Most incredible clutch in the world, the most impossible clutch in the world, and they know it. Tagged up to 18 HP for Mangus here. The CT's rotating to finish off the job that they started, and that is to get the map under wraps. 16-11 from a 5-10 half for forZe as well. Down by quite the deficit, but it was all in the CT side. And it comes back to that age-old saying, Dwayne, that Nuke is won and lost on the T half. I think that applies to Enterprise here.
I don't know. I think that just is Enterprise in general, mate. Because we've seen struggles on T side on such a consistent level that I don't think it was just today. I think it just comes down to a basis of them not being a nuke team. It's not a map that they pick in best of threes very often. It's almost disappointing, though. You get trapped into a fantasy where you go, oh, 10-5. Enterprise, one of the best pistol round teams in this competition. Oh, they're going to win pistol. They're going to win the second round. 12-5, 15-5. Oh, okay, there are only a few rounds to go, and then it's just one round. It's just not much.
It's a good fantasy, I'll give you that, Dwayne, but ultimately I look at the situation, I think that even if they had got that pistol, even if they got those conversions, I still think the comeback would have been enough for a 16-13, because just look at how that T-side ultimately went. They were outclassed in every single facet, so it's nice to dream, but dreams don't come true here in this matchup, and certainly not for Nuke on the part of Enterprise. They will go to their map pick of Inferno, however, where things could still get spicy, but it's still a great map for the likes of the forZe camp, so it could still be that 2-0. We'll find out after the break.
It was Hellraisers, no? Or not?
Wait.
Oh no, it was Liquid against Hellraisers. Yeah, it was the last match was Liquid versus Hellraisers, should be. Or no, it was Hellraisers. I think it's Hellraisers. It was like the old major with Markarov. I think it's Hellraisers. What do you think?
I have no idea, like, if he played a major with Hellraisers. Like, I know he played for sure for them.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. With Hellraisers first, then with Liquid.
Wait, are you sure? I'd say Liquid, but if you think...
I think it's not Liquid, because the Liquid, it was... He qualified to quarterfinal with Hellraisers. I think they ended because he had the trophy with Hellraisers in the profile. I think it's actually B.
Alright, it's on you.
It's gonna be my mistake. I think it did with Kucher, like in older Hellraisers.
It could be. I have no recollection of that, but yeah.
Yeah, let's go for B. Final answer.
Final answer B is right. You got it.
Nice, thanks. Nice.
It was
You
the
got this
lineup
one.
you mentioned. Question number 2. In what year was ageltv.org website founded?
I think there was a significant thing. It was 20 years old HLTV. I think it's A. Because do you have an idea, Blitz? Because there was a significant. There was, I think, the 20 years HLTV this year.
Yeah, like I think it's A because like there was HLTV for 1.6 and like it's not 2010.
I think B is A or C, because B is too early.
Yeah.
D is too late.
Yeah.
So I think it's A because there was 20 years of HLTV. That's
yeah. Let's go with A.
Yeah, so go for A.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is right.
Nice.
It was Envious, or?
Envious. Yeah, Envious. It was Envious.
It was for C.
That lineup was so hyped.
Yeah, good job.
It's probably C, right? The first one.
This is.
I think it's C because like all the maps are 1.6 except Overpass, so I think it's C.
Yeah, like Inferno it was for sure.
Because
I'm thinking about Mirage, like I remember the very old Overpass, you know, like I remember the very old one, but I'm not sure if that was.
Yeah, I remember Mirage from 1.6. I played it. Was called Mill. It was Triple Mill.
It has to be Overpass.
It has to be Overpass. It makes only sense.
Good job. It's Overpass. Good job. In first 2 majors there were only 5 maps, and Cobblestone and Overpass was added.
2021.
I think 11th place. I think it's 11th place like because
8 or 11.
I think he was out of top 10. I think he was out of top 10 or not. Like.
Wait, let me think. Okay, if you can remember who was like the first ones. So the first ones were like Simple, Zeu, Shiro. Like if we can like try to get it to top 8, we might know if it's top 8 or 11. You know?
Okay, so it's
like,
gonna be like Nico, Simple, Zyvo, Electronic.
Hobbit. I think Hobbit also was electronic. I'm pretty sure he has to be 11. Like he has.
I
to
think
be 11.
I have feeling it's 11th. I have feeling.
He has to be 11.
I think it's 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Let's
go for
go
it.
11.
Just risk it. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, go for
Fine
it.
minus a B.
Yeah.
He's right.
Yeah, I had feeling it'd be.
Yeah. Like it was too many good players that were like.
Yeah, and
great.
he had like not good season with Destroyers and IP.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is like from Play with Prem account during Danger Zone launch event. It's A.
So fine minus A.
Yeah.
I trust him. I have no idea.
You're right.
You know, because I got it.
I probably got it too, but I don't remember. It's really expensive. I know it's really expensive.
It has to
but,
be expensive. But
I think it's gonna be ultra rare because it's factory new. It's probably like, you know.
since it's factory new, I want to say like it's more than 1,800.
Yeah, are you sure?
Or wait, no.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much for big skin, I think.
And you also have to use more, you know, like to increase your chances. So I don't think only one is 1,800. You know what I mean?
This
I don't-
is the average price from Steam Market out of last year. Or
Okay. I want to say CRD. Like really, I want to say CRD. It's not ARB. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so good.
so final answer?
Do flip a coin or what?
Okay. Actually, let's flip a coin. We're gonna find the app on the website. Okay, flip a coin.
Okay, heads is C, tails is D.
Tails is D. Okay, it was
Yeah.
heads. It's heads.
Heads it's C then.
Okay.
So
That's
final
Okay,
answer
final
C
answer C.
Go for C, I guess.
is wrong.
Yeah, I told you it should have been B because there was a lot of people wanted it to say. I don't know. You screw me like everybody does. Everybody screws me over.
Why M4A4 Howl became a contraband skin?
Copyright issues, right? So it's
Yeah.
D. I think
It's D.
D. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is pretty easy. 3 out of 4 breads are photoshopped. Which one of these 4 is in real game, in real screenshot?
I think it's one.
Yeah.
Wait, this is actually a good one. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is why Eric keeps telling me to go long because I need to check the bread. You know? I understand now. It makes sense. All of I actually think it's 2.
Which one is real too, you say?
I think I would say 2.
You think they will put the empty basket there?
Yeah, because because there is a bottle. So there is a bottle and the food.
And
Why
next
would
to
be
the-
why would be there only the bottle?
Okay.
Like I would say 2 because 3 is like in the bad angle. So I have feeling it's 2. Actually, I don't know. Like you can screw me over again if you want.
Okay, let's go with 2.
Let's go 2. Okay, let's go with 2.
So final answer, bread number 2.
Yeah, I guess. It's 3. It's the other one. Nah. I want to remove Mirage. I don't want to add anything. Just remove Mirage and just play A map. Anything. AWP India. Just don't play Mirage. No, it's the obvious one to scan, I guess, for me.
I'd bring back Cobblestone or Cash. Cobblestone or Cash for sure.
Which version of Cash?
Oh,
New?
not the new one, the previous one. The normal, the OG one.
Funny because everybody said that bring back old Cash version and minus Vertigo, so minus Mirage is new one.
I don't like it. It's just like the pace of the map. It's like different every match, and like I don't like it personally. I don't like it. I mean, I not even don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. Like it's the worst. It's the worst.
With a passion.
And welcome back to Republic Season 3. We're getting into our second map between forZe and Enterprise. If you're just joining us, Nuke was not exactly the best of the showings from the Enterprise boys. One round on their T side, ultimately leading to a 16-11 for forZe to take their own map pick. And now as we look towards Inferno, things could get even more awkward for them, because unlike that last map where you didn't see much of a basis for Enterprise, I feel like forZe might still hold a fight here on map 2.
They should do. They're a very good Inferno team. There's no doubt about it. It's just whether Enterprise can come into their own, execute their game plan. Because I even look there at Nuke and think, okay, what won them the first round? Oh yeah, a rush, an acceleration play. And then what did I see every round after that? They slowed it down again. It's so baffling that the one thing that worked did not get replicated at all, or even attempted in that second half.
Yeah, I don't know what to say in that sort of sense, because it just feels to me so antithetical to what you think would be logically right there. I'm not sure what the thinking was on the part of the boys over from Enterprise, but there's not really much you can sort of say, having seen how the map played out, that one round not being built upon is going to lead to their demise there on that map. Now, again, turning our attention towards Inferno, where things could still get awkward, it is the map pick of the Enterprise side, and you believe that they're going to take this one and they're going to take it to a third map. Tell me why.
We've seen good signs from them, I think, in Republic. They've obviously been close signs when you think back to the MOUZ NXT game, when you think about the finest one, it's gone OT, it's gone 16-14, but they've got quite a good level of structure. I think they're difficult to read on T side, and if they can rely on Han and Mangus to have a good performance, I think this will go to a third.
I can see that, definitely. Han and Mangus, however, weren't necessarily the star players from that last map. Again, we sort of put a lot of emphasis on the likes of Blitz and on Eli, because they were the ones that did the most amount of work there over on that nuke. So I wonder if maybe the owners might turn their attention away from other individuals that we usually look towards on the Enterprise side. And my big concern is how well will they do on the T half. It wasn't good enough in that last map for me to really see it going for this one. Pistol round to go live. Julie's in for Jerry, and the Glock's out for everyone on the T side of things. Very spread out on their defaults here.
Even Nori with a HG, so the idea here is to take the contact towards the half wall, try and bait enough time with both Jerry and Shalfie to get that nade to rain in for quite a lot of mass damage. But it's only a single lurk, and Jerry's going to get aggressive onto Mangus.
Start pushing slowly but surely, get the opening duel, win out the first frag of the map. Mangus caught off with nades sent down by the CT side to drive them even further away and gain all sorts of control. Now wrap the stack towards the A site.
Even Kenzie just so dominant with those USPs, and we saw this on the CT side pistol from forZe come the last map.
And watching and waiting for their chance to strike here. Blitz starts moving in with the Glock. As Kenzie backed up out towards this pit position, the smokes be sent down. Zorti and Norway watching and waiting for them to make their moves. Nades sent in towards Kenzie's general position, but he moves out of the way, evades all that damage. Now two of his teammates swing onto Han on short, and they get yet another kill against Enterprise, making it another one onto Blitz, and a 1 versus 5 for Eli now. Held out towards Boiler, about to get checked by Norway, who lands an easy kill.
I actually reckon we are watching Nuke, Jay, but they've just changed all of the complexion of what we're actually looking at. Because that is a mirror image. That is just deja vu of what happened on the CT side pistol. It's dominating. It's everybody staying alive. It's a prod for information. And just some of these shots coming through from Kenzie and Zorti, of course. Remember, it was Zorti and Kenzie that were playing out towards that ramp defense that shut it all down.
A bit more spread out across the other players, but definitely leading the charge in that sense. 2 kills for Jerry in that round. SMG out for him to farm the cash alongside Norway. Rifles on the other 3. And harsh pistol eco for Enterprise. There is a deagle brought down by Han and a P250 on Stinks. That shouldn't lead to a definitive round here. It didn't in the last time.
Gotta imagine here for forZe, this MP9 for both Jerry and for Nori might be able to get a fair amount of damage. They have heard both of the SMGs towards that B site though, so you'd imagine for Enterprise they need to push themselves a little bit more towards A now.
I think the flash was coming, expected them to try and force forward here, might try and punish for that. Jerry will make some noise and reveal that he is up here. Now the teams will be ready for it. Decent dink onto the first face. The Incendiaries come back and force him away, so Jerry can hide for the time being, and smokes get set up to allow him to escape effectively and safely. Shalfie swings, sees nothing in mid.
Even Shalfie, know that he could be a beast on Nuke. We know that he could also be a beast on Inferno. Don't think we've quite seen him in all action so far. Han, decent start with the deagle, trying to see if he can make it a couple.
And will the beast be unleashed? Took him a map and a half to get going in yesterday's proceedings. Lands that first frag in this one, but Jerry and Nori lock down all the rest of them here with the MP9s. Frags found easy. Rifle might get lost here on the CT side, so that's a little something for Enterprise to gain. But definitely not a economical deficit amount of damage, so guns should come through for the T side now.
Got to imagine for Enterprise, just knowing the fact that they were so strong on pistols yesterday, they're not quite finding that same level of contention here against the forZe side. It puts a little bit more emphasis on success in rifle rounds, because you'd have to say, especially on Inferno against Finest, their rifle rounds weren't as strong as their opening leads were.
The opening lead being snatched back by forZe here. And that pistol stat that we mentioned for Enterprise over the last couple of days, how many pistols they won, now being set back, and the rifles already picked up on the opening frag for forZe's part. Kill found on Blitz thanks to the nade stack in Banana. Stack up towards Brackus and try play towards A.
When I think about what I saw against Finest, anytime Enterprise went aggressive towards Banana J, they just got pummeled by Util, and it's the same here again.
Oh, Stinks wrap the corner. Eventually, Zulti gets out of the way, tanks the damage. Now leaves it onto the site defenders themselves. Jerry and Shelfie inserting themselves into the line of engagement, finding kills alongside Kenzie's one, reducing it all to Eli in a 1 versus 5. And this has been so far so perfect for forZe.
They are getting pretty much rolled in these opening couple of rounds. It is still early on in the half, but it is not a positive sign moving forward for Enterprise. Very good crossfires being set, good teamwork coming through from forZe. Enough, I remember as well, Jay, thinking back to the Stinks interview, he was sort of saying, oh, we're still working towards that complete structure. We're about 20-30% there with the teamwork. And especially when you get this sort of teamwork and this sort of coordination on the city side from forZe, it's going to be difficult to break.
So Enterprise called an immediate tactical to figure out how they are going to break it. Not much adjustment can be done in this next round, of course, decimated with no bomb plant so far. Deagle in for Eli and for Stinks might provide a little bit of damaging weaponry. Maybe take those AKs out of forZe's hands. They've got 3 of them in the CT side. So a lot of firepower to play with here, and I don't know if Enterprise are going to have a good time.
I'm dying for some pace, Jay. Give me some pace in a round like this for Enterprise. You've got some upgraded pistols, you've got some util to work with, an apps pop, a bracket explosion, just something high tempo. Because I think they're getting into the whole fold on T side, especially of just slowing it down to a pace that isn't really working against this forZe team.
It's very early doors here for Inferno, but you talk about the pace that we saw over on that nuke. Enterprise might have to rush things down. And you would think that with a pistol round like this, that this would be the perfect chance to do so, but they just are going to opt against it.
They do have the bomb in the apartments, which does indicate a late apps pop. Han's got a smoke that can go down towards that moto position. They're going to get a flash high to go over the top of the apartments and out to that balcony angle. It seems as if it is going to be a play to A.
Smokes are ready for Mangus. Tech-9's back over towards Boiler as they flash their way forward, and the AK won't be utilised here by Shelfie. Incendiary trying to stall them, siphon off the 1 man on the site from his teammates. Now will be successful for the decent kill. Shelfie backs up towards long as the teams back up towards mid and go back into the B site.
And they've just wasted all of their util, haven't they? They've taken so much damage because they've been running into incendiaries, and now they're cancelling and trying to work their way into B onto Nori.
Smokes down, Han leaning in. Nori swings, sprays through, gets his kill, Stinks with the Deagle, responds all the same. Can grab that AK. There's a CT also very close towards them in Jerry. The bomb plant yet to be secured, and it won't get secured in the end. Jerry doubles up. Shelfie will close the last man. Bring in the 4-0 now for forZe. Still no bomb plants for Enterprise. And once again, Jerry's leading the charge on the kill counts, 10-0 on his numbers.
And this is where I've got to question the in-game leadership and calling style right now for the E-Live. Because, yeah, Mangus went in very aggressive towards that site and was caught off, but they just cancel. They don't even back up, they don't continue charging, and they go out towards a B site. I'm not really sure what they're expecting from that point onwards because they don't have any util. It comes down to as soon as Nori is able to take a contact peek, rotates it so quickly, and they don't even get a plant.
As has been the case for round after round. Enterprise nowhere near the bomb sites, let alone getting the bomb plants here. The economy game will continue to struggle for it. But they have AKs out here for round 5, and once again they're playing the slow default. Still no speed on Enterprise's part.
Just trying to see if they can force off any of that brackets angle if it's being held. Jerry's getting so aggressive. It might come down to him just time wasting and getting more of an info play towards A before he actually charges down that bottom of banana position.
Smoke and flash in to allow the apps to pop and to block off the Moto position. Spray blind from Shalfie still gets the kill, and Kenzie unaffected by that flash, it seems. Doubles up. Eli and Han, last two players left, and forZe are just ripping them apart here in this map, in this round, in whatever angle you can look at. There's just nothing available to them.
Not at all. Even Han and Eli, you're working with 40 seconds on the clock. You don't have much between you. At least you found that trade frag down to the bottom of banana position, and you're trying to make it more uncomfortable onto Zordi. But it has to be a regroup. It has to be a lean towards A.
I hope it would be. Two players that are out here in this position. They've got one of them tagged up so heavily on the apartment's control. That's Kenzie. For his gun out as well. The T's start walking out towards long, but 12 seconds. They have to make a move. Do they realize how little time that they've got here? They're still walking slow, just about setting up utility. Norby gets one kill when the round's done. They're not even going to get a bomb plant in time. Just too slow for Enterprise here. Kenzie might even hunt for the after-time kills. Won't opt to do so. Yes, he will when Eli drops, and that was just awful for Enterprise.
And this is where I've got to come back to the conversation of T-side, Jay. Now, there's 16 teams that played in Group A and Group B here in REPUBLEAGUE. Enterprise are ranked 14th out of all 16 teams for rounds win percentage on T-side in the event. Doesn't matter what the map is, doesn't matter how many series they've played, they are ranked third from last at 37% T-side rounds gained. And we've seen one in the last map and now none in the second map.
We're hoping that that's a none in the second map yet to add towards the end of that sentence. Enterprise, however, I don't know if that's necessarily true. They're just getting ripped apart every single time, mopped up by the CT forces. Economy is continuously in ruins. It's even worse now with the after-time kill against Eli. $200 without anything to work with, and the only rifle of Han has fallen. The upgrade pistol's trying to fight to get it back, and Blitz will just give up the bomb for it, so it's an even worse situation as the AK continues to get swung upon. Shalfie and Norway lock it down, all five alive. They have gained 4 kills in this map so far for Enterprise.
It's been very disappointing. And this is where the conversation of the tilt factor has to come through. Because look at what happened in the MOUZ NXT game, Jay. They had a competitive first map of Inferno, went all the way to overtime, went 19-15. They had a poor start on Nuke, they had a poor T-side, and then we go to Mirage, and it just looked like the team was gone. Mentally, the team was gone. And now I'm thinking back to that Nuke in the first map and thinking, okay, well, the T-side was pretty rubbish. Are they mentally done? Have they come here to Inferno? Because it doesn't look very positive from the outlook at all.
I know it's early to call it, but I reckon they might just be mentally done, honestly, Dwayne. Like, you can just sort of feel it in their gameplay. Like, the way that they tried to challenge for that AK in the previous one, just one by one, players peeking in and out, trying to get against the rifles. Not a lot of util support outside of the flashbangs. Didn't have a lot of it to their credit. It was an eco round. But even so, at that point, you're just getting desperate to grab a hold of any firepower, and just offering up the bomb for that firepower, that's a sloppy mistake to make. Enterprise. They've got time to turn it around, right? The game's not over yet, but if they don't think like that, then they're not going to have a very good time.
Even to Banana, it's been a struggle. Early trade coming through from that boiler position. Mangus trying to see if he can charge forward into that short position, and he's actually creating a lot of space towards A right now.
He's being flanked in apartments. I don't know if he's aware that Shalfie's out there. AWP watching, AK to swing towards default. Mangus has a HP advantage above the man. Oh, turns away at the wrong moment. Perfect time to strike. Oh, you just can't catch a break.
I feel for Mangus there. He really didn't do a lot wrong. Even Nori off angle towards the top of Banana. That's the first. The second trade does come through, and the B side is open. This has to be a round win for Enterprise. This is surely the best opportunity in ages.
They're still down by a player, and look at Jerry with the confidence to swing ahead of the flashbang. See them both almost win the fight on Han. 8 HP, he'll be a goner soon. Blitz is no better at 39. York peeks up, does get dealt with, and Blitz gets Jerry. Okay, now they have the sight, now they have an advantage.
Shafi's gonna go in for this, give himself the confidence of the 1v2. Has a HE. If he puts it down towards a new box position or from Coffins, both could be kills.
Slow walking his way up, the defuse kit on his pouch. It's his AK walking as Shalfie continues to press a nade on Harm. That should be good enough. Kill found. Last man standing out towards Dark. Blitz has not been seen just yet. Shalfie, no further util swung upon the AK, wins the fight, and Blitz brings in the double. Finally brings in another round, a round in the first place for Enterprise. But that took a lot of effort and a lot of time.
Even forZe, they probably lost it themselves. They had a 3v2 advantage and Jerry just gets pop flashed in towards CT. If they would have played the retake there, Jay, and played it sensible, I think it's 7-0. I think the streak continues, but it's the fact that there's just over-peaking, that Jerry eventually gets forced out to the open. It's a very good sequence in for the two players of Enterprise to force those mistakes, obviously. And now it's down to whether they can follow up, and knowing that they didn't have that many players staying alive, we're still going to feature the MAC-10 and a Galil.
Broken by for Enterprise, and forZe might have made mistakes in that last round, but the 6 prior were just completely flawless. So they've got plenty of cash to buy in this one. Possibly even scrape together a buy in the next one as well. Flashes in, AWP sees Jerry, but Jerry gets the jump on him.
Difficult. Very difficult towards this banana take. And now you've got to move away. You've got to think about showing presence, but leaning towards that brackets take. And just knowing for forZe, Jerry has not backed off entirely. Taking banana and regaining it is going to be a tough affair.
Jump face from Noi with the smoke in his hand. As soon as he sees contact, put the smoke down. He goes for it out towards this main entrance rather than the half wall. Still works regardless. Enterprise is stalled.
Just knowing the fact that you're working with not much. Gain top banana, you're showing presence. There hasn't been much exploitation in the apartments and Blitz either. And the double orb setups. Trying to see what Jerry can muster with the AWP. Don't see that very often.
Nades in, Elive gets caught tagged up, as is Mangus. A little bit of damage being done. The bigger concern of the numbers game becomes the numbers in the timer. 22 seconds, similar story to that last day execution. Zorti finding Elive, Kenzie turning away from the apartments. Blitz allowed a bit of map control. The AWP flick's not there, but Kenzie has its backup. Burst fire doesn't quite catch Stinks. Mangus can get a double. Shalfie's also overwhelmed by Mangus' triple, but the bomb's been left. Oh no, you're joking. Not again, guys. It's up on quad. How's it got up there? What? What? How? What? What? I'm so confused. What happened there?
I think a player jumped up on the flower pots towards that right-hand side and actually jumped forward onto the porch trying to take a fight. I think that's how it happened.
Can I request a replay of that somewhere?
Oh no, I think it jumped actually.
No way! You're joking.
The orb shot. It had to be. It had to be.
You're joking. Oh my god.
Well, the fact that he was jumping and looking that direction, that had to be how the bomb flew over.
That's tragic. That is so tragic for Enterprise. Just when you thought they had a way in, just cruel fates. Cruel fate in this one. Everything's working against this team. And forZe are happy for it. This is getting their 7th and broke Enterprise's economy again.
For the last 20 rounds that we've seen, 18 have been won by forZe and 2 have been won by Enterprise. That's if we're taking into account the second half of the last map, Jay. And now, right here, going into round 9.
Nade set towards brackets. The M4 of Kenzie is watching. Flashes over the T's. Just suppressed for the time being as Jerry takes point of the barrel.
Enterprise just know that they're desperate for an overfight. Even the NWP being posted towards the long corner is hoping for a reposition from Shalfie. Now trying to put some pressure back down towards this banana control.
Smokes on Norway getting up top. M4 and AWP crossfire locked and falling back away from that mid control. Zorti's just going to stand here and wait as Mangus strikes first.
It's an opening advantage over towards the A side. AWP's seen the information and heard so many footsteps.
Oh, Stinks missing the shot. Just evading the likes of Zorti. Second one doesn't connect either. The 8 and 4 is up here for Norway's part. He is overwhelmed by Stinks. And finally, Enterprise seemingly have gained their rhythm here.
And Zorti just kept refacing. As soon as he was missing those shots, he went back into the angle. And Hart eventually just posts himself. Just knows this is going to be a sitter for me. You keep the pressure down. You have the flash assist further forward. You could even feel as if the player up towards that first oranges wasn't going to have much of a time on that one. Second round from Enterprise, much better there. Good exploitation of the B side.
Came down to the wire though, last few seconds of that round. So again, a decent effort in the CT side. Could have shut that down. Had any one of these sequences gone well for ZorTzy or Norway, I think the round could still have been won by the CTs. It's out down to the wire, and just the margins difference is being made here between these two squads. Second round for Enterprise for the time being though. There are also weapons to work with on the forZe side, money to rebuy into.
Not consistently though. They'll find themselves in a position with 1900 loss bonus that the funds are being dried up. They won't be on double eco status if they lose this round, but they're also in a position where they know it is vital for their confidence to continue to put the pressure down onto a round like this. Last thing they want to do is give breathing room and a way back in for Enterprise, because as soon as Enterprise starts stringing rounds together in a row, I think we can entertain the idea of a competitive first map of Inferno.
There's Hanzor pick first and foremost. The M4 of Shalfie can't engage down mid. Now they're taking directive fights for forZe and losing them by default. ZorTzy's AWP, last player left on the site. Long is completely exposed, and now he's got a war on two fronts to deal with. Putting smokes down to try and cover himself up a little bit. The flashbang's perfect, keeps him blind, so now Han can swing. And the M4 of Jerry's got to make a move forward to support his teammate. It's ZorTzy finally with a decent pick back. Jerry will be responded towards as ZorTzy falls, and the round falls for forZe the same.
Lovely pace there from Enterprise. Very quick in towards the A side, taking that long control, waiting for the over-rotate to come through from Arch. And for ZorTzy, he's kind of by himself. He's down in A, all alone, lost his teammates, and he's got to try and fight in and around mini pit, big pit. It's a very difficult position to be in when you're overexposed. And for Enterprise, just cut the rotates too. Mangus and Han getting a few kills between them. And Nori just to hold on to that for MOUZ. So, Enterprise up to 3 and now looking for 4.
Finally starting to find some control. Just when we're entertaining the idea that they might have been checked out of this match already. Instead, it's the economy state for forZe that's broken and the mentality for Enterprise built into a decent position. T-side getting going. As you mentioned, their third round found. Still not the work over, though. Again, forZe found some very close affairs in this. There shouldn't be anything close to the next one.
Even mentioning the result against Outsiders a few days ago of that 16-13, it was 7 rounds on the City side from forZe in the first half. It was their T side where they brought it back into the fold and where they were able to be their strongest. So just knowing anything more than the position of where they find themselves in now is going to be looked at as a positive and looked at in a position to close this out at 2-0 for Enterprise. They want to try and prove us wrong again.
We've got 2 on the trot. Momentum building, moneyline building, lost bonus building for the forZe side. You can build up your chances in our giveaway, of course. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat, or click the banner underneath the stream. You can enter to win a couple of skins and a gaming chair from Electro World. Today's the last day you can enter. It will be drawn, I believe, after the broadcast, so get involved in that if you so desire. Last chance for you all. Diego Kenzie will face in his last chance to get anything in this round. Does find Magus, that's a good start.
Even the HE placement is down off the skybox to put into mass damage towards the top of Banana players. Boost up towards the flower pots, unorthodox, but it does get red.
Dealt with all the same, nades back doing some damage. Blitz will follow suit on Jerry and Shalfie. Needed that rifle to get some sort of impact, because that USP will not be good enough. Kenzie will save the M4. Maybe ZorTzy might look for exits. This round is a loss to forZe.
Keep that M4 in play, absolutely. That's got to be the main goal now in the 2v4. And for Enterprise, they held off against that B stack fairly well. They start charging in, they use their util down on right. You see the FAMAS taking the slightly wider approach on the boost rather than up to the flower pots. Even that gets washed. And while HP damage has been done, it's only 1 player to drop so far.
Flashes in the try go for the exit positions, and the Deagle will get caught, so ZorTzy out of action. Kenzie's going to stick around for more exits. I guess they can buy in the next round. Oh, forced away by the flashbang, though. More swung upon with the likes of E-Life. He'll escape with his life. Enterprise will mount up their offensive.
And this is what we're hoping for in a series like this, that Enterprise can claw their way back from some uncomfortable positions. But they do know that forZe are a strong Inferno team. 6 wins, 2 losses in the last 3 months. Those losses going down to Na'Vi and Outsiders. Other than that, a lot of victories have come off the board. A lot of Tier 2 teams as well that forZe have played.
Great success. Success currently found in this particular map up against the Enterprise side, but only 3 rounds make the difference between the CTs and the Laggards. Enterprise trying to build their way back into this matchup, taking the early damage. The incendiaries come through. Great util placement again for forZe, driving Enterprise away here.
Nori's just consistently trying to put that pressure on, and Blitz is going to fall. He's just trying to reposition, and Nori's got so much banana control now.
And now the T's will charge forward. Util pulled out against Kenzie. He's got 2 players to find, but somehow Stinks walks away with a kill towards his name. Zorti with 2 on the turn, and they hold control of long.
Oh, this is just getting wild. So much back and forth, trading out to the long position, and Shafi's just missed the timing. Zorti's caught Mangus, so they know what's going on, and they can hear the bomb going down.
Out towards the shutter doorway. Again, advantage for forZe in this one. Enterprise have an easy trade to find on Zorti's part, so it's resting on Shalfi and Jerry to do the heavy lifting. Zorti will get forced back out along there, waiting for that apartments lurk to come through.
Matter of timing to slow it in. Even Mangus isn't getting forced out to the open. Han too, playing passively on the side.
Watching desperately for Zorti. Han will hear the footsteps of Molotovs, trying to force Mangus out into the open. He gets that kill anyway. Zorti quick trades. Han now on site. Gonna have to make a big play to get his 10th frag on the board. Swung upon by Jerry. Gets that kill. Kit should have enough time for this defuse here, and it will be forZe winning the CT half.
Some very good effort from the 2 T-side players. You can see for Mangus and Han, they're not over-peaking. They want to try and waste the time, but just the incendiary placement is too good. Mangus gets forced out to the open, tries to get a 1-for-1, is successful in doing so, but Han just can't waste enough in that round. Zorti, his couple of kills towards long were honestly the difference.
Big swings in the triple. Despite being such low HP on his own part as well. The difference maker regardless here. Enterprise buy back in, try and re-establish their presence. The AWP back on Han once again. He lands a leg shot to Jerry the Molotov. That should force him back out of dodge.
forZe trying the aggressive approach elsewhere on the map too. Not only Banana, but also Kenzie trying to get further forward. The wall bangs, hearing those dinks come off. Mangus down to 29.
With Han down on 24, it means the HP advantage sits with forZe here. It was only Jerry they were able to get the tag off on thanks to a bullet from Han. Enterprise lacking in control, easy trades, and now they're conceding Banana, they're conceding map control towards the CT forces. Act towards A quick, so they're about to realize what's going on, or they might walk into this stack.
Okay, this has actually changed the complexion entirely. It seems as if forZe had a pretty good read, nothing towards Banana, over-rotate towards A. They've still got the aggressive Banana hold though. Smoke's about to clear, and the AWP is going to be watching for it. Pull distraction, Norway about to get forced away. The flashbanging against the AWP leaves Norway for dead. Zorti has now got a land against him, gets that headshot through the wall against Stinks. A 4-on-4 now, but they've divided their forces. That bomb might not commit here. It's going to be a cancel. It's going to go back in towards the A play, and there has not been an over-rotation. Shalfi is still there on long, and they've also got Kenzie in the side directly. Banana into brackets, back to Banana, and back into brackets again. 2 players on either side to hold off against him, so deep on the bomb sites as well. Shalfi watching long. Kenzie will hear the footsteps out towards Shaw. Is going to wait with them. Smokes down at Moto will indicate where they're going to attack from. The bottleneck has got to be locked out here by Shalfi. Gets that first frag. Kenzie going to wait top of the boxes as Shalfi repositioned for the double. The AWP misses. Eli sprays through a pond. Somehow secures the bomb plant anyway, but there's such low HP on the T side. And now Eli's alone to fall to Zorti and get 9 on the forZe side. And if you're maybe not so much aware of how long forZe have been playing together, I think that round, Jay, probably gives you an example just by looking at their play style. So they don't over-rotate, they split the sides directly at 2v2, and what they end up doing is Shalfi is the bait. He is the one taking that first initial contact. They are trying to give the idea that there's 3 on B, that there's only 1 A-side defender, and the fact that Shalfi is moving so much, trying to reposition, continue fighting, means that that indication of Kenzie on the site is not there at all. That is very well done from forZe.
3 AKs picked up by them in that previous round as well. A lot of firepower to play with. Into round 14, can they shut Enterprise down? If they can deny the bomb plant on this T side, that might cause some serious damage for the 15th round buy. Another 11-4 potential half for them, that could be beautiful.
10-5 they'd hope for, but you'd also think to yourself, do we want the same scoreline or better? And for forZe, of course it's more. Of course it's making a couple of rounds happen in a row. Very defensive this time. Massive comparison to the last round where forZe took so much aggression. This time around it's more deep.
Incendiaries in hand. Force forward, Jerry backs off, nades in, M4 fights hard and Stinks will get picked up for it. Damage will be done towards Blitz and Eli swing forward as Norby will get caught and Eli transfers the spray back towards Jerry. Just like that, the CTs are now on the side, but a boost up will try the nice bomb plant anyway. Mangus turns it around though, gets the refrag.
That's a massive kill. Watching out for the boost position. Very well achieved there from Enterprise, because if that gets overlooked, that's a round-winning play. That's a multi-frag. That denies the bomb from going down. And forZe lose that initial couple of frags to Eli, who was entering down on the side.
Big turnaround against the boost player as well, stealing the deal on Mangus's part. Eli's double, though, doing wonders for Enterprise, bringing in 5 rounds. And Kenzie and Zorsi, with the money being where it is for the CT forces, especially on Kenzie's part, they have to save these weapons to scrape together to buy.
For Enterprise, it's working with the scraps of not a massive amount of success in this first half. Not really stringing rounds in a row. Just got to pick your moments and knowing, like you mentioned with the buy status, Zorti can drop one, try and get as much out of it as possible. Decent start in there from the pillar player. What a transfer. Just seeing a slight shadow on the edge of the smoke.
Info enough. The guns will be out for the CT side. Again, the buy around with the drop weapons, the AWP, Bazorti safe from the previous. The AK for Kenzie obviously safe from the previous. Look at how far forward Shelby wants to get. Baiting and the shots on Han's part, the AWP falls away the same, so no luck in the early engagement.
They were thinking about it, and it might have come down to the B players cancelling that and realizing that there wasn't enough util being used towards Banana, so indicating there's more bottom mid presence. Jerry up against the Logs player. It's actually Mangus to be the first one to fall.
Yeah, Kenzie with a one-on-one fight in the apartments. Playing around the smoke. Oh, that's an awkward nade. Does force forZe well out of dodge there in Banana, so they'll boost back up towards the flower pots. Enterprise will be playing cautiously here, though.
They've still gained that top of Banana control, and what Han is hoping for is a retake towards the top of Banana. More presence to be shown, but it's not to be at all. Enterprise have read the boost up on the retake. Do they read the boost up on the initial defense?
Smoke set on, flashes over. Big gap for Jerry to work with, he falls away. The spray blind from Norway, though. Look at the damage he's done with the incendiary down as well. Hard chimes in with one of his own, and there is a counter flank against Jerry. He needs his backup to get here quick, and they are on the way. Jerry tagged up and removed by the P250. Now it's up to the retake, but Zorti might not even let them get that far. It's Eli now in the 1v3, flashed off blind into the backside, seen by Shalvi, who closes. It will be another 10-5 half for forZe, but this time on their CT side. Let's find out whether it's good enough after the break.
Okay, let's go. Oh shit. Or not. How long is this? I thought it's gonna be over. Nice.
Maybe forever hour.
I
It's not only first one, okay.
Guys, I legit died on the third trap, so spike.
no.
I don't know. Okay.
I think it is.
No!
hidden spikes on the left. Careful, not there. This is legit where I died. There were some spikes. Okay. So it resets.
He's running away.
Hey, you forgot about him.
Nah. Wait. Me neither.
But I died.
Maar Blitz, I died to the
And I
spikes.
died.
I died
What?
to the spikes, not it.
Yeah, wait. Where's my...
And then you know how to do it.
Okay. Eric, a number from 1 to 5.
Generic. It's always him. he's still baiting him as always. Hello. It doesn't work again. Where is the cooldown on it? I can see.
It's fine.
Oh,
Fuck.
hopefully there's a trap here, so I will die.
Yeah.
Nice.
In the last map, it was Blitzing Eli, the stars of the show for Enterprise. Now only Han on double digits will be the only star to get the 5 rounds that they found in the first half of the map. Meanwhile, it's contrary for forZe with Shelfie and Jerry doing double digits. And now it rests on the T half for forZe to try and bring it together. For Enterprise, are they looking at Han to do the damage here, Dweg?
They're looking at Han, and they're looking for anyone, mate. Anyone that can put numbers up, just step up to the plate right now, because they are struggling with opportunities. Individuals are not showing up at all in the series so far, and this is the turning point. 4 players down on a stack towards brackets. forZe are running into the trap.
Well, 6 rounds in a row to start off the map up for Enterprise, and they're only able to get 5 in that first half. Now's the time to turn everything around. It's the CT side of things. Mangus strikes first, as does Stinks and Han get involved with headshots of their own. Mangus doubles up, and that is far better from Enterprise already.
forZe not being able to break that setup apart, and Enterprise just working off one another incredibly well down there in that brackets take. Nori, the lurk out to the apartments, trying his best to make this round expensive, but for Enterprise, this is a great way to start their CT campaign.
Nori's going to try to give it a decent try. Headshots and damage done towards Blitz as well. Mangus already fallen, faced in along by Han, out towards the bridge position. Tagged to 2 HP, but ultimately getting away with the pick and ultimately getting away with the rounds.
It's a start for Enterprise, and knowing that there wasn't a bomb plant, knowing that there wasn't many trades going into that round at all from forZe, you can't expect a force up to take this as a light bonus, try and get the SMGs forward into quite a few of those farming cash rounds. Very nice picks indeed, out from Mangus in particular.
Han got his own moment in the sun.
Ooh, they are forcing.
If it was any team that wasn't from CIS, I would be shocked, but...
I'm kind of shocked, to be fair.
Well, forZe have done work with Deagles and Tech9s before. Get to see a truly good eco round in this series, though, so maybe... might be a mistake. We'll find out only as the picks go down. Kenzie already spotting out the first player of Stinks, who backs immediately out of apartments as soon as he recognises that Tech9 force buy. Yeah, don't want to deal with that.
forZe have done pretty well so far to gain decent map control towards both Banana and the end of the apartments without using a crazy amount of util. They want to try and keep that in their pouches for the late round, of course. Think about the aggressive setup. Shafi down with the long smoke. Just try and see if they can get into brackets.
Suppression against Han. A nade. Gonna try and come down against the T-side line. Stinks' SMG is going to sit pretty. And Jerry in tag to 54. Here they come, forcing forward. Manga sprays through, and Jerry gets catching the kill. Stinks and Han do get a couple of picks back on the turn, and that bomb will get dropped for it. So 4-on-3 situation. The Pistols trying to force around the corner, flash in against Han. They'll grab that bomb for it, or not. They don't extend far enough here. Spray goes awkward. Han does get overwhelmed, and finally Nori picks up the bomb, only to drop it deeper to Blitz and Eli, and Blitz will close out the round itself. So a little bit of expense being lost there, but ultimately Enterprise keep control.
Slightly surprised that the bomb actually went through brackets rather than with the apps pop. You can see there from forZe, while it was an initial take of A, they do very well with that first kill towards the top of quad. Because that bomb gets dropped, you don't have access to the bomb site. You have to continue to fight back. And Enterprise had a very good protocol of just keep fighting. Whatever it takes. Even if we lose bodies, it doesn't matter. Let's make sure we fight for that bomb control at all times once it's dropped.
More than 8 damage done to Nori already here in this round. Of course, Eco-Basis, Incendiaries missed there on the body block. That probably could have been a decent kill right there against Nori's part. Flashes in against him as he swings out, does get dealt with in the end. Of course, no Kevlar on this pistol. Eco, upgrade pistol Eco here. So shouldn't expect much from forZe.
Keep in mind, Jay, every single series so far in the closed qualifier and the group stage here for Enterprise has gone to 3 maps. They're down a map in the series. So does that mean we're going to 3 again?
That'd be a possibility. Last 2 best of 3s, they've lost their opening map as well. So, I mean, it would be pretty accurate to the point. forZe, however, fight back here as much as they can. Shalfie has caught that one frag onto Eli, trying to see if they can steal a round out here, and this would be a fantastic way back into the map up if they're able to do so. SMG of Zorti, unsupported by Util. There's none there to support it in the first place, so try and rush down this last rifle on the B side defensive. Who does deal with the second man. Kenzie will get that kill, and now focus on the bomb plant here to get some bonus cash.
Not bad at all. Get over towards that Coffin's position, try and see if you can work with a little bit more of that M4, and anything from this point onwards is some extra. Kenzie's already been seen. Han very quick on the reposition to get up towards that top of banana position. The retake for Enterprise doesn't even feel like much of a retake. They get up to their 8th, but they do allow a bomb plant in for the CIS squad.
Round number 8 for Enterprise. Pistol win conversions have been won. We talked about the pistol strength of this that core. A chance available for forZe's bomb plant to get back into this one and try and take some decent rifle rounds on their board. Let's see what the buy will look like specifically. Should be able to afford most of the main rifles. Again, that bomb plant bonus does wonders for you on the second stage loss bonus. And yeah, AKs with the AWP for Zorti.
Haven't seen much from Zorti come this map of Inferno. Didn't catch much of a glimpse of him in that first half when it comes to impactful frags. 4 to banana early round here for Enterprise.
Expecting there to be banana aggression from forZe. If they rush down A right now here on the T side, then they just find themselves one single player to deal with. Eventually they do dismantle the 4-man stack for EP. Smokes being set down, and the incendiaries out towards banana. Zord C might get caught by it, but counter smokes are right there for forZe the same.
Jerry's in a position to cancel any hyper-aggression of retaking that top of banana control. A couple of players playing anti-flash. They want to go with this.
Eli's backed away. Jerry waiting in position with the AK. Smokes down. Suppression against the CT cross. 1 mile back towards main. Mangus caught damaged up. Blitz, however, gets the kill on Norway. One player working out towards the apartments, meanwhile, trying to see if we can make some decent work happen, but Kenzie's going to get overwhelmed. So a 5-on-3 found by Enterprise. forZe's 2-man prod, or 2-site prod, has not really worked for them. Shalfie might flank on Stinks, though. Back turn the wrong way. And yeah, this round's being picked apart by Enterprise.
Just a bad timing there from forZe. They try and work the A lurks, try and over-rotate the CTs from B. Doesn't quite happen at all. Even Blitz with a boost up towards Nubox from his teammate allows himself to find a fairly easy pick. And for Zorti, the best that he can hope for is to save this AWP, not keep it into the hands of Enterprise to go double AWPs, or at least have Han make him invest into it. They might not even do so. Considering all players are alive, they might hold on to it for a bit further, and Han's even aggressing.
Knife out against Zorti. It does miss the mark. Holds back at Kitchen and will just make himself a nice little bit of lunch. Zorti now knows they're coming in for him. He'll hear all these footsteps, but they're not going to hunt him down. I will not check this position, I don't think. Yeah, right call for him to go here and save the AWP. forZe losing 4 on the trot and may be about to lose their lead and equalizing round against the Enterprise side. No bomb plant bonus either, so the buyback's going to be awkward. I wonder when they take a tactical pause. We've seen a number of them out for Enterprise. I don't think we've seen one from forZe yet.
You've got to imagine it'll come at some stage. There's not really too much surprise that it's a slow start. We haven't seen that many rifle rounds from forZe. Got to get themselves settled on the T side before they can start really focusing on putting rounds up. for Enterprise, bringing another 3 players towards Banana early round, something similar to what they did in the last.
Forward initially with Incendiaries down, Shalfi. Molotov set, the flash is over from Mangus, the nade. About to come in, doesn't quite land on point. Felt like forZe were going to force forward at the right time, but that didn't quite happen. Hans AK set out towards Arch and lands the perfect headshot on Jerry. Reaction timing quicker. And now Mangus can follow suit on towards Norway. Shalfi with a decent trade back. Kenzie follows suit, so they do clear out the site. Now they need to get the bomb plant and set up for the retake.
CTs are coming quick. How fast? Blitz gets out towards a short position, and they don't know about it.
AWP watching over towards Pit, nades coming in, backs a turn towards short, Blitz sees Kenzie, does his thing, damage and get the kill, back to turn. AWP looking desperately for a frag of his own, because Shalfi can't do this on his lonesome. He's low HP in the center of the site, and then looking towards Pit, Eli's turned away from, Shalfi gets picked up, and now it's all left to Han. Last man left towards Graveyard, both players now low HP, AK on AK, but Shalfi has the sight, and Han can't see anything past these smokes. Shalfi boosting up, that's a dangerous move. The spray is manic and completely blind, giving away Han's position, giving Shalfi the frag, and just defending the lead for forZe.
Oh, that's hard to watch. Han may have had the jump if he doesn't fire there. As soon as he starts spamming in that smoke, that's the info already given away. What a starter to the round that was. That's a 5-on-3 situation, Jay, right there from Enterprise. And for Blitz, he'll be disappointed that he only got one. The fact that no one's watching short, that the bomb just got planted, he kind of needed more there.
Brought back to a single man difference on that site. Tactical pause for Enterprise, their third use, and I was right about forZe, yet to see one so far. But they made the adjustment to break the streak. Not to break the economy for Enterprise, though. Buy-up will be coming in with the rifles as standard. The AWP should also come through from Han here. Meanwhile, a Galil and a MAC-10 to limit the buyback from the T side.
I'm just keeping an eye on where the head Kevlar comes through from Han, and it does. So it's only him and Stinks that have that head Kevlar. This MAC-10 could still be pretty good against the rest. And for forZe, just maintaining that lead, keeping as much control possible in the second half. Bit more of an aggressive stance towards Banana again here for Enterprise.
Swing out for Eli, barely registers Jerry, gets that kill, unawares of how close Norway is. Norway's gone completely unawares himself, turns around 180, but Eli still deals with him and sets up Mangus to get Shalfi the same. Drop that bomb, at least Kenzie strikes on the A side, but they're reduced to 2 men, and he continues prodding only into the hands of Blitz, who gets that trade. And now Zorti, all that remains in a 1v3, seen by Mangus, missing his shot, and Enterprise bounce right back, it seems.
Very scrappy towards that Banana taken. So far in the second half, it has been quite scrappy. Enterprise have kind of forced it that way with just how aggressive they've been on the CT defense. Because you saw there towards Banana, Eli's obviously running himself forward, trying to get that M4 into a good position. And that MAC-10, it takes a while for Nori to even register what's going on.
Chaos in the midst for the smoke. I guess he assumed he was going to back off, and when he realized that wasn't the case, turn around way too late. And now it comes down to small mistakes here for forZe. Nade damage done to Jerry and Shalfi onto Blitz, the same at 37 points of health. Flash forward. That's 2 kills on the pistols, though. This half-buy is still working with something. A 5-on-3 is found.
That Deagle pick just outside of the underpass position up towards Boiler. Lovely tapping it around the brackets position. And for Enterprise, surely they don't fall to a buy like this. It's so limited.
After all the efforts they put in to deal with the rifle rounds on forZe as well. You mentioned how some of these rifle players from Enterprise are not quite as good as their conversions and pistols. But it's so hard to try and get control back. Another work the way back towards bracket. Stinks can hear these footsteps. Mangus with the AWP pick, and Stinks and Mangus crossfire to deal with them all. A 3-on-2 found by Enterprise. Zorti still fragging. Deagle back, but got a face against the AWP for the bomb's sake. Jump facing, trying to see if he can bait out a shot, a missed shot for Mangus. Grab that bomb, push it back towards the B side, because now Shalfi's on a backstab, and he's an unknown entity here.
The bomb might still end up on A. It's whether Shalfi can get into a good position and backstab further forward. Eli's watching the backstab, but not from Library and Arch.
Perfect chance for a swing, and he's going in towards Library. Zorti working in, Shalfi, better be ready to peek. Elive almost left up the headshot, but the lineup wasn't there. At least it's info for ZORTY now. 20 seconds to act, and he's got to act as well. Better to go down for the money bonus. 15 seconds, and Elive suspects where he might be, and he'll lock it down the same. 2 kills to his name. It was Mangus and Stinks that brought that back from the brink, though. That got real dicey for Enterprise.
And knowing that Mangus had bomb control and he was positioned towards long, the ZORTY is able to walk in towards that short position. It would have been nice if they slowed it down even further in the 2v2, Jay, and actually peeked together, rather than allowing Xiaofi to peek towards Library and then ZORTY about a few seconds later. If they would have actually established that crossfire, I reckon they win that round, because you've only got one player looking at the backstab.
forZe got so close. They've done damage to the economy state at least. They can work off the gun buy with the knowledge that they could find their way back into the lead and back into full control if they win round 23.
Very similar signs here from Nuke of what we're seeing on Inferno. Lack of T-sides in the second half. Han being forced off angle. Blitz getting aggressive.
Flashed in as well, but he just gets just as blind by Elive there. Sherry can capitalize upon it with the kill. Damage done to 3 players of the T-side forces, but that's nowhere better than the kill back. Stinks will return damage though. Xiaofi again lurking out towards the A site. He's found all the same.
Enterprise have done a very good job of capitalizing on those lurks, and now even the stacks going down to the B side with a gap in the smoke.
Oh, that's perfect for Han. Ready to receive. Smokes for Coffins, lesser so the gap flash forward. Jerry's going to be stalled for time. A lurk out towards long might cancel the execution, especially if Han hits the shot, but he just crossed back instead of the second player. Elive there with the crossfire. ZORTY is going to get traded, and Kenzie's lurk, his wraparound coming in far too late. forZe need to form up here. There will be a trade back on the one man, but Elive knows to stay alive back at New Box. No need to swing because the bomb's out towards that banana control. Now Mangs is covering it off the same. Elive just baiting with the shoulder, and Kenzie will try to go for the hunt here. Needs to land a headshot soon. Time is ticking, and Elive says no.
Even Han just working with that smoke down there from the city spawn position, established the crossfire. Deals with that first player. Stinks is able to bait, and then Elive at the back of the bomb site is there with the M4 to really clean up the pieces. Opening advantage being gained out towards that top of banana control. Slight gap, the sminnest of real angles to work with. Enterprise are showing up in the second half, Jay. They're looking solid on their city side.
Keeping it as close as possible. And finally, forZe will take a tactical timeout. Much needed at this stage, because you take a look at what they were able to do at the start of that round, right? They get that first pick, and then they allow a trade to come through on the other side of the map. Mistakes made in the util crosses, allowing Han to get his AWP frags, and they weren't quite aware and accounting for the entire crossfire that Enterprise had set up. They need to iron out those issues, because now the buy is broken. A hero AK alongside a half invest. 12-11, Enterprise, for the first time in this map, have a lead.
Fight towards Banana again. It's quite pacey. Pistols around the half wall. Know how many CTs are here, but the nade stack comes through. Nori to drop. They don't know about ZORTY, though.
Got all the work they did there to get Han a 5 HP, and still they walk away with a man disadvantage. Dinks down against Elive will be heard. ZORTY, edge of the smoke, he's going to catch Blitz. Okay, 4-on-4. Re-smokes on the CT side with a Rail rifle to go to his hands.
Very promising right now from forZe. They've gained top banana control. They've got an AK to work with. And now with the hands of ZORTY too, you think about what the chances are. The boost up has been seen, so they know that the back-off presence is still there.
Smoke to the cross. Han hoping for an angle here over at Coffins, the M4 watching the crack. There's no responsive from forZe just yet. 50 seconds. They are formed up to the BXE.
There's just no util for the B-side players either. So as soon as this exit comes in, there's no way that they can slow it down. And with Han being low on HP, he has to play proper defensive.
Smokes down towards Coffins and crosses standard. Elive trying to work inside of the smokes. The blind fire from Han doing damage to 2. Elive gets a kill for it. Kenzie, quick response on the AK. 3 points of health for him though. Bomb on his back and everything. Risky plant. The warbang comes through from Kenzie, however. Continues to spray as he picks up another AK. He can't quite find the next players, but a 3-on-2 advantage now for forZe.
Even that HE doesn't land properly, Jay. Doesn't deny the bomb carrier from going down at all. And Enterprise have to go for this. They can't save.
It's a half buy with a hero rifle, and they're going to save anyway. Money's a cripple. Enterprise have no loss bonus. forZe finally forced the issue, and again, it's on one of those non-rounds, essentially. Like, it should have just been some damage and potential, maybe a bomb plant. The hero AK doing work for Kenzie, though. What a round from him, and what a round for forZe.
That HE got so close to denying the bomb for going down, but just didn't land. Zorti goes up to the bomb as well, so it's another player dropping. But that's another one of those rounds in which I look back against the finals game and think, where's the risk? The risk is so minimal on retakes on CT side for Enterprise. And I guess they know they've been so successful right now that maybe that risk factor is too high for them. But it's also that that's a steal from forZe, and that sets them up to have more economy in the bank.
So little invested. So much gained. Buyback from Enterprise will come through, but double eco status means that they'll be on a harsh one for round 26, so they have to win this round. If forZe get it, we're looking at 14-12 before the next buy. If that comes in, it's GG.
You might be right about that one. Double play out towards Boiler. Hasn't been much apartments lurks these last couple of rounds. It's banana take again. And is this the one of the only rounds that we've seen in such a long time, Jay, where it's one defender on B? It's been two, sometimes even three on B for Enterprise.
Four-man stack on A instead. One player will break away, go back to the rotate. Blitz stands alone for now. Hoping and holding and waiting as Shalfie extends out of bracket, stinks in a quad. The smokes, however, coming down for the XE. Might draw attention back. The lurk out to A is only a lurk.
That's an excellent bait of Util. One smoke drives an incendiary. This is going to make the double pump so much easier.
Here they come. SMG swings, sees at least two. Flashbang catches them off guard, but Jerry still gets the kill on Eli. He's swinging in with support. Blitz is forced to fall back.
They've still got the long lurk to try cut off the rotate. Khan hasn't seen it.
M4 burst through for Norway. Perfect time to backstab against the CT forces. The man on the A side, Stinks, is still sat back and waiting. Han is going to get caught as Blitz finds that one trade. He's such low HP, and still the 4-on-3 for forZe. They're rotating back. They're running into Stinks. He can still win this whole round. Hiding behind bench, hearing the footsteps, getting Jerry, but Zorti trades it anyway.
They've got time. They can get that bomb down, and now for Enterprise, they can't save again, Jay. They have to back themselves. They've got to have the confidence to go for it.
But still down on a 3-on-2, reduced to a 2-on-1 as the 1-for-1 comes out between Kenzie and Mangus. The AK of the CT side, no util, backed up towards the apartments. Going in for a very long wrap, if this is a wrap, but slowing things down without the time in his favor.
This is going to be a save. You're not going in for this one. Oh my goodness, what a mid-round call. And because Shalfie gets so much space, because he's able to get all the way down to spawn and get a kill, they think, right, let's bring it back. Let's rotate back into A. And for Stinks, he's got to find two there. He's got to drop the bomb. He's got to have more of a hold than what he was able to find. And unfortunately, the struggles continue for Stinks, because that might be a round they look back at, Jay, and say if we had a different outcome, we might go to a third. We might win the series. But now I'm looking at that and thinking full charge ahead now for forZe.
Build up for the long road, and now they're edging closer to the final stretch. Look at the buy for Enterprise. The AK Sade will provide a hero setup, but it's upgrade pistols. No Kevlar, no util, a true eco at that. And just without that loss bonus on Enterprise's part, with forZe looking for 14. Round 26 should be a formality as the nade damage just tanks away at the HP bars. Mangus does get that first kill though.
It's a very good start. It's a good, decent glimpse of the information of where the AK has been playing out from. It seemed as if Jerry wanted to go for a walk forward, try and catch them off guard, but as soon as it gets re-smoked to the top of Banana, he cancels. And for Enterprise, they probably need a stack play involved, and at least they've got 3 on A.
Slow push up with Jerry, providing support for his teammates in their brackets. Flashbangs over to get them into the short control. They back off in the end.
Just trying to toy with them. They're trying to get Enterprise to make a mistake, to force it out in the open. And if they go back to B, you'd have to imagine it's going to be a rollover, Jay. Both of those CTs are so low on HP.
Unless Mangus gets the most perfect headshot set of sprays. Eli shouldn't have much to do with the USP pulled out. Smokes down at him and Mangus. The cross and Coffins are locked. And they might as well rotate. They go for the exits at the very least here for Enterprise. Mangus, top of the flower pots, unchecked by the T side. Norway will look towards it now. Lose HP, but not lose out the fight.
Now, that may be one of the most important checks of the entire second half. Because if that doesn't get cleared, Jay, Mangus could have been on for more.
Re-smokes onto the cross as well. Eli's going to try to look for that AK and escape. 14 HP, surely can't do much with it. I would have liked to see the other pistols send themselves at the site and try and take something away from forZe. They need that reset potential because they're going to be the only way they bring it back from the 14-12. Because that will be locked in by forZe, 2 away from the 2-0 victory.
And knowing that Stinks is double eco, knowing that Blitz is double eco, Han is kind of double eco, it is such a limitation with the money. Stinks doing his best to make the round more expensive, recover a weapon, it's not going to happen. It's going to be very tough and a rough position for them to get a buyout in this round. At least they've got a saved in AK. At least that gets saved in.
A small stunning to force around the final tactical for Enterprise. Pressure setting in against them. Their last stand in this matchup, been playing from the back foot for a fair while now, just when they thought they were going to resurge off the back of that 10-5 deficit. The CT side has done well, but forZe again on the T half, just doing a little bit better.
Just knowing that there's a lack of incendiaries right now, there's only 2 for Eli and for Stinks. And that the nade damage towards Banana has not quite been able to equate more rounds for them, especially in this second half. Even Han, where do you go? Over to an M4, don't want the scout. There's only 1 kit in play, so keep an eye where Stinks is. We know that he's been the A player. If it's a B plant, Jay, and that kit gets dropped at all, we need to keep our eyes on it.
Oh, damage done to Norway and Zorti, starting things off already. 30 HP for Norway especially. Tagged down so effectively. Shalfie now swinging in, looking for Stinks, sees his shoulder. Stinks gets the damage in, but Shalfie gets the kill back. A 5-on-4 is game, but there's so much trade potential for Enterprise here.
That's all a distraction. That's just a lurk kill coming down towards the A site, and that's going to draw so much over. Blitz got to defend B alone again, Jay.
And if he falls, Enterprise, they'll save. With their attitude towards the surrounds themselves, I mean, you mentioned that they have to back themselves, but they just haven't been looking to do so. Save the weapons to try and grind to overtime. Will rotate a second man in the end. The counter smoke does come through from Blitz, a gap generated for it, but no T-side giving up the ghost here. Nades onto him again, and Norway finally gives it up to a 4-on-4.
This is a gamble stack. They're not over-rotating at all. Blitz is going to have to hold this site defensively. 4v4 might have to peek again.
Flash in. Oh, they're all going to line up for him. Blitz may have just saved them still. Shalfie on 7 HP. Lost the bomb. Backup has arrived in Eli. And the hero shows up, riding in on a chariot of fire for Enterprise, bringing in 13 and keeping them alive.
What a play. What a sequence coming through from Blitz, knowing that it was a gamble stack. That even with that kill being presented, to bring it back into a 4v4, Han wasn't going to rotate. They were going to keep 3 down on the A side, and we knew a hero play had to come in, and he backs himself. Re-smoke down towards that top of Banana, flash through the CT smoke, and he just swings. No one is playing anti-flash whatsoever by forZe. There's a TK into the mix. That is all Blitz in that round.
3 kills, should have been 4. Lined up like dominoes, knocked over in a blitz. 14-13, Enterprise. When they were on the ropes, when they were ready to give it again, somehow they find a way. Somehow Blitz finds a way. Up to top frag for the CT side and deserving of it so.
But it's back to reality, Jay. The job is not done yet, and forZe still have a goodbye. They'll be hyped, they'll be celebrating, but they still need more. They've still got to claw themselves back to an even playing field and even further. And knowing how forZe have started to really tiptoe the tides in these last few rounds, Enterprise know it's still going to be a struggle.
Incendiaries on. Norway and Shalfie. Behind the Molotovs here at the brackets entrance with the rest of their teammates. forZe still hunting for match point. Early execution towards the A side. Smoke's being sent down towards long. They'll go hard. Lines up damage. Not a kill against Norway. Apartments and Short are also under siege. Mangus fully blind. Somehow escapes with a kill towards Norway's part. Now it's on Stinks to stand up for his side, but he just can't get it done. Overwhelmed by the crossfire in that 4v1. And now it's 2 left for the retake of Enterprise. And they'll save this time.
This time you have to. Even I'm saying it, Jay. While I want to see more of the retakes, you have to back off. There's no way you're going to win a 2v4 like that. You've got to pick your moments. What a perfect start of Util on that set play towards A. Those flashes couldn't be any more perfect. There were so many of the anchor defenders completely blinded. Mangus couldn't see a thing. He gets away with one. Stinks is overrolled completely. And Han too. He was that initial stance on the long take. And forZe just brute force their way even into the heavier stack towards A and roll it completely. And that's what I'm talking about, Jay. You've got to get back to reality. Yes, it was a sick play from Blitz, and it's one that we'll probably look at as being one of the highlights of the day. But what about the follow-up? Where is it? It's not here at all.
Map match and playoff point now for forZe. It's funny too, because something we didn't mention in the pre-game was the number of hero players we've seen over the course of the last 2 days, and Enterprise especially, bringing out the heroes when they need them to most. Who's the hero now? Who's going to be the man that steps up on round 29 to keep them in this game? We've got a respectable buy. Rifles across the board, but 3 FAMASes, 1 M4 and 1 AK.
It's going to be a risk. They're going to have to fight for map control, and even towards the top of Banana, it's been difficult with the HE placement. Nori, flash over, Blitz on the other side. They need to peek together, and the E-Live is not there for the trade.
4 HP on Norway. He was so close. E-Live escapes it. Now Kenzie will look to strike out towards Apps, not being watched by anyone now.
They want to slow it down. They want to simmer Enterprise in the pressure, and even Stinks has spotted that bomb control. That's good information, at least.
Also potentially backstab positions, might force the rotate back from the forZe side. And yeah, they're reading this pretty well for Enterprise. Noise being made by Kenzie, trying to play misdirection, but 3 men standing to hold the A site execution. forZe inbound now with the Incendiary, the rest of Util to follow suit.
2 players down on that short side. Stinks has got to get involved into the action, and at least he does.
That's a big kill. Jerry down. Shalfie faced upon by Mangus. The advantage tips the way of Enterprise. Kenzie also spotted above the smoke as Han strikes center of sight. Nori and Zorti, last 2 players. And Enterprise hang in there once again.
What a lockdown. What a read towards that A site to be able to bring 3 players over. Even Mangus getting aggressive, dropping that bomb. Nori's the last one left. Enterprise up to 14. This could go the distance. This could go the whole way.
All the way to round 30 at least. Norway holding on to the AK will provide a decent buyback here for the T-side line. Should be pretty good with the high rollers of Zorti and Shalfie able to buy. Oh, they're going hunting. Norway can't fall. And they won't get the chance to do so. Mangus will not extend that far. 15-14, match point still for forZe, but Enterprise 1 away from overtime.
It's actually been the other way around in a couple of accounts. You think back to that MOUZ NXT game, a lot of map points to work with from the forZe side, not quite coming through. We think back to where they were against Imperial. They had to fight back 3 times on Dust 2 against map point to take it over. Now it's them, Jay. Them and the opportunity to close, and for Enterprise, just to give themselves more survival.
Smoke set, Incendiaries down, nades from Jerry. Dishing out some damage to the Enterprise boys, but not a massive amount. Both teams limited in some capacity. The Galil for Kenzie, but Hans from Mars is at least backed up by the AKs on the CT side. And forZe, they're going in quick. Mangus forced to back away. Han now in at Library. 2 to line up on Shalfie and Jerry. He prematurely fires though. Jerry can swing with the Util thrown out. Man advantage gained by forZe when Stinks caught looking the wrong way. Mangus in pit, now got to do it all on his own as the forZe force is overwhelming on the A sites.
Oh, just when Han fires too quickly, they swing him, they aggress him towards Library. and it breaks the setup completely. Players out in the open, Stink's getting overwhelmed, and now it is just a shutdown. Shalfie aggressive towards that Mono position. Elive about to fall. 16-14. It is another 2-0 coming through from forZe in this group stage. 2-0 Imperial, 2-0 Sinners, now 2-0 Enterprise.
What a result for the forZe side, especially given how down to the wire that got towards the end. The favourites in this series, Enterprise, gave their all on their own map pick, but ultimately it was just not enough today, Dweg. And it really could have been a little bit like more one-sided for the forZe side. It came down to the heroes again stepping up towards the end of that map up, but that was just too little too late, Dweg.
And for Enterprise, they'll be disappointed because they know we could have taken this to a third. We could have actually put it into Mirage, and who knows where we would have gone if we get into that map, knowing what we've seen previously. But it wasn't enough. And for Enterprise, we have to talk about those first halves, both on Nuke and here on Inferno, not giving themselves enough breathing room to recover.
No, absolutely not. And again, it comes down to the T sides for me personally. I mean, you could argue the idea that it wouldn't go all that well for the likes of Nuke, them being not a great Nuke team, but it's the T sides that were the big sticking point, the big negative, I think, towards this series overall for that Enterprise camp. Only getting 5 rounds in that first map up, getting the 10 on the CT side and getting the 1 on the first map. It's just, it wasn't good enough for me today. And that kind of sucks as well because Enterprise, they've been heroes of this tournament. They've done things that we didn't expect them to do, but forZe was a bridge too far for them.
You've got to remember, though, this is a side that has gone from speaking their own local language to moving to international comms in the space of the last couple of months. They've changed a new AWPer. They've got another player in Stinks who's local to the scene, but also communicating in English. They don't have a coach. They're not in the best situation, and they're consistently putting up fights. All of their series so far have been impressive. We've had maps that have been very close, and I think it really shines the potential for this Enterprise side. Maybe come out of the player break, more time gelling together.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with you on that front. Obviously, we're talking about a lot of the teams from this region in a bit of a shuffle mode. Enterprise probably not in that particular position. We talk about the idea of a lack of a coach. I think that's the one thing that they could add to the table because a lot of those tactical pauses that we saw from them coming out, they didn't really have any major impact. And usually that's where you bring in that sixth voice, that coach, that man that sees oversight onto everything and can remove all ego from the server and just say, this is what needs to be done. I don't think Enterprise had the benefit of that, and I feel like that put them on the back foot in a lot of the cases. So that's all I can really see for them to improve going into the player break and coming out of the player break itself. But for forZe, there's no need to improve on anything. Right now, 2-0 in this matchup and running their way through the lower bracket, beating Imperial, beating Sinners, and of course beating Enterprise. Here and now, they will be in the playoffs of Republic. And now we are going to chat to a man from this forZe side. Zorti is standing by in the commentary box to have a chat with us about this team and about this victory. Welcome to you, my friend. Congratulations on the win. It was a hard-fought battle towards the end there, but it felt really easy over on Nuke. I kind of wanted to ask what your preparations and what your thoughts were coming into this match. Did you think it was going to be a 2-0?
Yeah, I think I can win it easily, but we didn't prepare it because we had a good win streak in a row, I guess 6 in a row. Yeah, we just feel confident right now. We didn't prepare it.
I've got to ask about your map pool right now, Zorti, because it felt as if Mirage used to get picked quite a lot. Now there's a bit of a shift. We've seen the last few officials, Dust 2's coming in. You picked it against Sinners of Nuke, and now obviously Nuke here again. Is Mirage still wanting to be a strong map, or is it just Dust 2 and Nuke now?
Hard to say, actually, but we feel like Mirage is shaky recently, and we prefer to play Nuke, Dust 2, Inferno. Mirage is like, if enemies picked against us, it's good, but we're not picking it.
Well, you guys got the luck of the draw in that case, getting 2 of those main maps in Nuke and Inferno as the opening 2 in this best of 3 and looking real hot to do so. You guys had a bit of a struggle earlier on in the bracket, though. You did lose out to MOUZ NXT in what was a ridiculous number of overtimes, I think 5 overtimes in that best of 3 series. And losing a match like that being as close as it was, for me personally, I'd be set back mentally. I would have like the worst morale in the world. I kind of wanted to ask whether that upset fired you up for the lower bracket.
Hard to say, but we didn't upset when we lost to MOUZ NXT. Just like we don't have a lot of HLTV maps before this tournament. It's like it was second official game, and we just go into a flow official maps. We need to feel the confidence before we play, and we can beat any team. We actually can win this tournament
So-
easily.
Yeah, I want to ask about that because you're playing in quite a lot of tournaments right now. You've got advanced playoffs, you've got this, you've got Rubet. How does it find for you guys knowing that you weren't playing many events to now playing every event in just the space of a week? Is that difficult to work with, just grinding officials, playing 2 best-of-3s back-to-back?
It's interesting to play official maps because when you just grinding and pracs, it's kind of boring, you know. You just playing pracs, you don't know what shape, what team shape, and what's your individual shape. But official maps, you like, if you win, you feel, I don't know, you feel good yourself, and your team is like we good moral right now in our team. Just in case that like shape mood in our team is like after some winning, it's very good right now. It just feels that we're strong.
Well, strength going into the playoffs. You will be up against the Bad News Eagles in the round of 6. So I wanted to ask you about some thoughts about that match, about that team. You say you think you can win it, so how are you going to take this first step to doing so?
It's our brothers from Albania. They actually good team, but just they like crazy in the game. But we need like to make our frags, just play calm and just use our nades, and we can win this. Yeah.
Awesome. Keeping it calm, keeping it cool, and keeping it collected. Certainly doing so in this best-of-3. Zorti, congratulations on the victory. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck going into the playoffs.
Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Awesome. Well, there you go, Dweg. Fantastic stuff from forZe. Again, locking it down in 2-0 fashion, down to the wire towards the end of things, but they make it work at the end of the day, and that's the bottom line. Do you believe that they can do well against the Bad News Eagles as well, Dweg?
I honestly thought they were going to be a favorite to win this event from the outset. They're a very strong team. We saw them at the major. You got to think about, even for FNATIC, while a lot of teams are going to look at them and say, well, they're probably one of the strongest here. They've made recent roster changes. So when you look at the complexion of the teams, this is a forZe side that haven't made roster changes in about 8 months. They're on good form right now. There is a very good likelihood that they can go all the distance here in Republic.
Yeah, that's a good chance, I want to say. I have a lot of faith in this roster. Certainly looking like they are the squad to beat right now outside of this lower bracket. I mean, I feel like they probably could have gone forward in the upper bracket itself. Really came down to the wire for them and sort of getting warmed up, as you mentioned before, to play those officials and to get yourselves into the mindset. And, well, they've got ahead of the mindset, I think, going into those playoffs. Again, 3 back-to-back wins from round 1 of the lower bracket right through to beating out the Enterprise side just a moment ago. They will be in the playoffs. Enterprise will be out. And 2 more teams that will be in the playoffs will be FNATIC and MOUZ NXT, who are taking each other on in the upper portion of our Group B brackets. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll go towards that matchup, see who's going to be in the semi-finals after this.
I know this already. I think we faced them.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B. Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C because I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think forZe has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So D, final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on Forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, maybe?
I think Get Right was number 1 and forZe was number 2. Oh, forZe wasn't even number 2, I think. Get Right was first, 100%.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played with FNATIC, right? Back then?
Yeah.
JW? So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Get Right was first. Yeah, let's go with that one because Get Right was first. That is all I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Passion next.
So, Passion Snacks?
Yeah.
Is good choice, yeah,
Oof,
that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
Get
okay.
right first, Flash a second.
What a list.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
As well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1G?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way.
Fucking Valve or memers.
It has to be. I think it's fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think fire as well.
It has to be fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T one, so
Yeah.
I think let's say fire.
So final answer A
Yeah.
is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really. Oh,
Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
Great question.
True.
Is it named like those two different things with the letter? Like,
I mean, there's different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different
Symbols.
Yeah, I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
Ah.
But there
Actually,
is something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe.
That was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So it's,
No idea.
So it's, maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this skin that much.
It was a little face
Oh,
that is on the handle. There's just
Oh.
simple difference.
I think that's the Arma that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
Gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the FNATIC logo.
Yeah. You
I think
didn't have anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then there's
No,
only
the
one.
gold was introduced then, right? As the
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it was
it was
this
that
one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Souvenir weapons.
Not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say.
Oh, wait. Didn't we play that one?
You might
No,
have.
not. I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No,
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No,
Okay.
maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So final answer D?
Yeah,
Yes, it was
Yeah, but-
Eternal Fire, and you won.
yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield.
That's the
If I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can. Oh, the night vision goggles, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yes. Tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Krimps. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is.
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
No.
What did it was only smoke.
Maybe it was smoke, flash,
HE, right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No,
primary
that's
and
true.
secondary.
That's true.
Good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like those two on Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two then, right?
It looks like those two.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
I think
two.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Doesn't it look
Where-
like it's. Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars,
Ah, okay.
yeah.
and it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Dentist
Good job.
there.
I will change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove Vertigo
No!
and put back the old Cobble or the old Cash.
Okay, and I would remove Dust 2, and I would bring in the old couple, 100%.
So
Both on
old
Cobble
couple.
though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy, come on.
Okay. Sorry.
Here at last, into the final match of the group stage for Republic Season 3. We've decided who all 6 of our squads are going to be in the playoffs. We just have to decide where the last 2 are going to fit in to the playoff bracket. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg here for the final day of the group stage here for this week. And it has been a blast so far, mate. We've had some real epic moments, some real epic matches. That last one between forZe and Enterprise delivered of its own right. And of course, if you missed it, forZe did make their way forward into the playoff stage already in 2-0 fashion. An epic 16-14 second map as well. And now it's FNATIC versus MOUZ NXT, a match that you've seen half of already today, Dweg, but a match that surely should be a bit of a challenge for this MOUZ side.
You've got to think so. This is a very new look FNATIC side from the previous iteration, and even the lineup that we saw back in Season 2 winning the whole thing, Jay, they're on good state to at least drive themselves into the playoffs and into a good position.
Yeah, a complete difference in terms of not only the roster itself, but the roles being played. We've seen some veteran players and support players moving around towards entry frag and IGL roles. MOUZ obviously being the main man of the moment, talking about his whole leadership amongst this sort of roster was a little bit disappointing for me over the course of the last couple of days. And against the Sinner side, they got brought very close towards, and I'm concerned about some of the tactics that FNATIC are going to bring to the table in this one, because there are some conversations to be had about whether or not that's going to end up being a thing that MOUZ NXT can sort of exploit. Now, we did see MOUZ play half of the match already earlier today, because they took on the FNATIC Rising side, the Academy side of that FNATIC team, and they were able to beat them 2-0. Is the FNATIC main squad going to be a bridge too far for this team?
Possibly not. We've actually seen MOUZ NXT beat some very good teams to even get into this position. The fact that they beat Sprout in the closed qualifier, they took on Sinners, they then took on forZe, and of course we know how strong forZe were in that lower bracket run, and then a 2-1 series against Enterprise, which map 2 and map 3 were very one-sided. So far in the run for MOUZ NXT, they have beaten some high-quality squads and teams that could prove themselves to be towards a higher end of Tier 2.
Well, nothing quite like the quality that FNATIC should be throwing up, in my personal opinion. The question is this roster going to live up to the hype of one of the most legendary teams in Counter-Strike? That's yet to be decided. And definitely early doors for this roster, still trying to hit the ground running. They think they're going to win it. Probably the best team that you give a chance to win in the whole tournament itself. So this will just be a formality on paper for them to get out of this group stage and into the semi-final matches. But like you said, MOUZ NXT, best Academy squad in the world, might be able to pull off a decent affair here on this best of 3 series. Vita's coming on screen, Dweg. What are we expecting?
MOUZ NXT don't play Overpass, so we can expect that to be banned straight away. For FNATIC, I don't think we can draw from prior knowledge, because their map pool seems to be changing with the new roster. For MOUZ NXT, they play a lot of Mirage, they play a lot of Vertigo, they play a lot of Nuke, and they go into Mirage, one of their strongest map in the pool.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just pretty standard right there and then. I do have some concerns about picking into Mirage against FNATIC, who have been playing it a little bit recently. They will go towards that Inferno as well. So once again, some more standardized maps in this veto. Vertigo and Ancient being removed last and leaving Nuke as the last map in the series itself. Do you feel like MOUZ have won a veto here?
The Nuke was okay against ITB, but that's a difficult sample size to look at. We saw Nuke being played for MOUZ NXT against Enterprise, and that was quite a good showing, and the overtime third map decider against forZe on Nuke. So towards the back end of a veto, this actually looks fairly promising for an Academy team, knowing that they've played quite a lot of Nuke in Republic so far.
Yeah, I mean, FNATIC did try going down the route impartial, trying to punish pick against this MOUZ side, because Inferno is a map that they haven't had a whole lot of success on in the recent few months. They've got 2 victories and I think a total of 6 or so maps played. So that map does feel like it's going to be the most awkward one for the MOUZ Academy side for me. I do feel like the FNATIC definitely are the higher firepower squad in this one, and they're walking into this as favourites. I don't know whether or not I value MOUZ as being able to take a map in this series, though, Dwayne. I'm still a little bit undecided, because like we've been talking about with FNATIC so far over the course of this entire tournament, it's so unpredictable. We don't really know where to place them here.
So because of that, we have to look at who they're facing. And for MOUZ NXT, I think they have what it takes to take a map. I think they have what it takes to even keep this series fairly competitive. I am going to lean the way of FNATIC for a 2-1 victory, but when we haven't seen that many officials under the FNATIC banner, to even pin them as the strongest team in the competition, I think is already a stretch too far.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Again, in theory, it should be, because it's FNATIC, but whether that ends up being reality is yet to be decided. So, and I don't even know if we can decide it during Republic itself. So we'll see how things fare in this matchup. Again, best of 3 rules. Mirage will be the first map as picked by the MOUZ side. And I do feel like if there was a map that they could sort of go towards and pick into as one of their stronger ones, it would be this one. I think it's their highest win rate map in the entire pool at the moment. So having that to their favor definitely is going to aid things. FNATIC Two one-sided results, however, in Republic so far. Let's see whether this will end up being the curveball of curveballs, whether they can start things off in this map. Pistol round going live for our final match of Group B.
And even Mirage is strong in the last 3 months. What about the winning streak? 8 maps of Mirage in a row for MOUZ NXT. They're looking for 9.
Could well get it as well if FNATIC aren't prepared. Has had some shaky moments, however, against the likes of forZe, especially that 25-21 was here on Mirage. Now play forward in towards that mid control initially. Roy left alone towards this short position, tagging up Shui and taking him down in the end. Good start out to draw first blood.
Nico's even gathering a lot of information, but pace from Zershin trying to get it around jungle to open up the space and to start putting some more leniency down towards A.
Oh, Roy continues facing, getting his triple to deflect to the headshot of Jimfat. Zershin continues to backstab out towards CT spawn as the bomb's been dropped at the stairs. Shane's got to extend so far forward to grab it, and there's no util to block vision. Only a flashbang for Shane. That's only a temporary measure.
This is going to be very difficult to brute force because FNATIC, they could just waste the time as much as possible, keep eyes into that bomb directly. They might be able to get on top of Tetris and get towards the stairs position that way and just recover the bomb. Mizzy's actually not that exposed from ladder, so he's not seeing this.
He's playing a passive. I'm not sure they're aware that that bomb was dropped, although they will be aware of the fact that they are on the site. There's a backstab inbound, I believe, from Roy there. Look at him on that mini-map, see him on the X-ray, just creeping his way out towards Palace. That bomb yet to commit to the site, though. If Zershin hides, Roy could be thrown for misdirection, but now they're going to commit, so the timing is perfect for the CT player.
Slow it down completely. Start hearing those footsteps, but Zershin's looking out towards Palace. Roy's going to get caught off guard, and now they force it back to an even playing field.
That's such a smart read. I don't know how they had the inkling he was there, but they do, and Zershin ends up with a triple in this round on potentially the Quadra and the Ace. He's the tagged up individual in this exchange. All of the players at 100 HP in this 2-on-2. Naze towards Shane will dish out some damage down at 30 points of health for him, so Zershin might have to do the heavy lifting, but a double dink comes back for Shane, and it's all left to Crims. One player to go for the clutch. The kit is on him. There is no Kevlar, and Zershin will play distraction as Shane swings out for his double. What a recovery in the pistol for MOUZ.
Unbelievable pace setter right here for the Academy squad with the recovery coming in when you have Roy just dominating in and around that short position, finding so much impact, denying the play up towards the top of Con. Zershin finally opens up that play towards jungle, dives down towards CT, but it's this skill, the draw the lurk, to allow Roy to get caught off guard and then just slow it down in the post plant. What a round by MOUZ NXT.
What a start they'll gain against FNATIC. Double scouts being brought immediately into the force by AKs and Khalil's out. One Mac 10 available for Shui. Playing the forward position and the smoke towards top. Con will try to drive Crims away. Bit of a deeper smoke though. Crims still has angle. Doesn't quite have the shot, however. No vision for him.
Just knowing that MOUZ NXT have gained this full mid control, they can start getting a smoke up towards the top of Connector, start prodding their way over towards B. Even Shui down to 27 does evade the majority of that HE though.
Sees the one individual, gets caught off by Heaps Deagle. Tapping on to the 5-on-4. FNATIC will get the start up. Roy and Mezzy trying to play distraction against each other. Nico almost has a headshot towards MHL. And just like that, this whole situation might turn around. Jimfat's got his back turn and Roy's 5-7 can land a kill, pick up the rifle. As the scout and Nico is still working against him, Zershin's going to get caught off. Shane exposed and Roy doubles up for the triple overall. That's FNATIC instantly chiming back in, and that sets the whole pace for how this game's going to go.
Roy is currently the 3rd highest rated player in this entire event. We saw him having a classing performance up against the Sinners in their last game in the upper bracket semi-final. 59 frags, 47 deaths, a 1.23 rating. And right now, we saw what he was able to find on the pistol, and now on the anti-force spy. MOUZ NXT, they lose the first fight out to jungle, they go in towards a B split, and what happens, Jake? They run into a gamble stack.
FNATIC were ready for that one. MOUZ lesser so, no bomb plant for them obviously, so they've just got the pistols being brought back in their own right. Deagles, which will do damage initially, but Nico Odos has already found that first kill.
This could swing the momentum completely. Zershin down. And he was a guy that we always look at on this MOUZ NXT roster as being the strongest rifler possible. Didn't have the best of times against Enterprise though.
Oh, missed smoke there towards Palace, I believe. Doesn't seem like that'll make any sense given the setup that the CTs have. So Shane can work with that, trying to prod forward and get some sort of app control, maybe even a pick.
Try and get it down that second time. Oh, Nico Odos just gets ripped. What a response coming through from Shane. And now there's only one more A-side defender of Heap.
With 4 Deagles to contest against, they're about to hit him. Spray through an MHL will now calling for backup on Crimson. Shui is found here. Nades back towards Ramp, will do damage towards one individual. The bomb gets dropped by that kill though, so now Crimson can call in for the rest of the CT side. Double up towards Shane, bring back the advantage for FNATIC and swing for even more.
Crimson's got that assistance. Roy coming through from the top of con, and now things get a little bit more awkward. And that dynamic duo, I would say, between Crims and Roy have been the 2 standout players of the FNATIC side. And Crims is standing at a very tasty top fragging position when it came to previous best of 3s. Right now it is Roy, but those 2 are going to be the guys to keep an eye out for.
The AK sets on those 2 guys. AUG also for Nikorodis. Can't afford the AWP, that's fine. I have a scope weapon right here for you. Automatic in nature. Does mean they can't really afford it going forward though. At least for the initial set of rounds. Not like it matters for this one though. Decimation on the part of the CT side. Another TK in for Shui there. Caught up by the bunch face of MOUZ NXT. Shane at least with 1 block kill will take that AUG right back out, and Heap and Mezzy will combine. Mezzy should be able to grab that weapon once again. Yeah, keep that in as opposed to the Galil. Now the gun's gonna come through from MOUZ.
Haven't seen much of Mirage coming in before the addition of Heap. We have the idea that they played it against ITB. They had a 16-7 result. We saw it against Sinners, and that was a 16-3. They had a very dominant T side in that matchup. That's the only 2 times that we've seen Heap playing Mirage. For MOUZ NXT, they'll know that, yeah, it's strong for them, but if you're going into a map that's been played twice, and now the 3rd time out of 3 best of 3s, FNATIC are going to be well prepped.
Set with the AWP out on Nikorodis. Up towards that short position, smokes down for him, trying to suppress the bottom con. Further smokes are thrown up towards top con by the T side line, trying to suppress that AWP's position. Shots ringing out, doing some damage towards Shui. I'm not sure if that was the AWP or the nade. Either way, it's a start for FNATIC.
Just peering their way around, and you can actually see a slight over-rotation coming right now from FNATIC. Heap is aggressed forward in towards ramp. Mezzy's holding from default, looking in towards connector. They're going to play 3 on B.
Oh, Zershin ready for Roy's peek in, out towards the ladder room. Fire back and a headshot gained, a 5-on-4 for MOUZ. Siphoning off the CTs from each other. There's no rotation possible.
That bomb's going to go back in towards that B side by the looks of it. Crim's quite aggressive, and knowing that Heap can make an even further info play, this could actually work out quite well for FNATIC.
Swing out, sees 2 players. Crims and Mezzy combined. Nikorodis' AWP strikes as well towards the site, and in a matter of moments, MOUZ completely capitulate. Zershin left alone, running into Heap to close it out all the same. Wow, that turned at the drop of a dime.
Comes down to a matter of timing and the crossfire being established. MOUZ NXT fight their way forward up towards connector. They find a fair amount of success there. It seems as if FNATIC might have a slight misread by over-rotating towards B, and that it is going to be the COD split into A. But just when they get the kill into window, they don't quite follow up with it at all. The backup is there. Even Heat catches Zershin, trying to be that lurk and wraparound player. MOUZ NXT slight slow start from them on T side.
Or a fast start from FNATIC, pick one of the 2. Personally, I lean towards the latter, honestly. Stellar hold right there from them, dealing with the rifles as appropriate. MOUZ trying to again do some damage with those pistols, getting close towards the kill on Roy, but won't be able to do so there in mid. Smoke's being set by the CT side. The flashes in to try and get them back in with a quick rush down, try to get the bomb plant if possible, but Roy's unaccounted for here at short, getting 1 pick. Shane just trade it back and double up towards Mezzy. Okay, now we have ourselves a round.
Shane's Deagle has been on fire right now on Mirage, and he's even peering around the smoke. This is so ballsy.
Well, if he's aware of Crimson's position, he'll back off eventually. Hardwall corner to suppress them. Incendiary sent to MHL, but Nikorodis won't see him. He'll get back to the site, sprays in against Heap. Shane will dish out some damage. Now Crimson's going to make his move forward. Knows that he's out there in the corner. Time's ticking against FNATIC. Zershin forcing forward, doing more damage. Heap will get caught tagged up. He gets that kill as Crims falls in turn. Time's way too far gone though. 2v1 situation for MHL, swung upon by Heap. Nikorodis going to get on the bomb with the defuse kit. I think he's just got enough time for this. Yeah, looks like they'll hold the rounds. Just about, it was about to go. But it's 5 for FNATIC though.
And I'm getting a very good vibe here, Jay, that MOUZ NXT are narrowly close to being able to put themselves on a resurgence. The fact that they're keeping a lot of bodies down low for Fnatic, not a lot of players surviving. These rounds have been incredibly competitive. It's just that break. When do they get that breather of that instant economy reset? Very late on the retake there from Heap, and probably one of his biggest rounds that we've seen in a while. Again, haven't seen too many glimpses of high moments from Heap when it comes to the previous couple of games in Republic.
Crims forcing forward once again. Aggression from the CT side, looking to try to put the hurt on early. He will be detected by Xerxin though, and MHL's Nay. AWP will catch Roy. The Nay back from Nico Odos with the USP to combine and compound the damage. Getting one trade back for it though. It's a 3-for-1 response.
It's a double AWP setup, and Fnatic just fight mid entirely. They bring 4 players in towards that mid control, and it just does not work out. A-side's being crunched forward. This has to be a save.
Bomb just get picked up and committed soon. Nico Odos backed up in the murder hole. Scope would have been hurt, I believe. He'll fall away anyway. Back into market, back into the B site. Hold on to the double AWP setup there for Fnatic. It's like you mentioned, the reset potential for MOUZ is pretty high. Like, there's not a lot of cash available. I imagine that Messi and Nico Odos will end up dropping the weapons if they keep hold of these AWPs. Should see some sort of investment, but it might look a little bit limited in certain capacities.
I'll be all right, mate. Messi could drop an M4, Nico Odos could drop 2. There'll be plenty between them. They just need to make sure that obviously both these rifles stay in play and that they don't get hunted. And for MOUZ NXT, it's great that you get around and you establish yourself to put at least the front foot on the T side, but that's not really the one you're looking for when it comes to the economical reset. They need one of those where the floor gets swept completely. Everyone drops. So it might be the next round, or it could be a follow-up.
It'll be prime real estate here. For now, they found their second round. AWPs in the AK as a standard. As many AWPs in the server right now as there are the rifles. Money's looking okay for Fnatic. You mentioned there should be a drop up and they should be able to get most of the guns together. Tactical used early by them though before they enter this next rifle round. Probably recognizing the same importance that we just highlighted.
It could be that, but it also could be to lean on what happened in mid. Because that was the first time that Fnatic sent it and went aggressive with 4 mid players and they just got rolled. So it could be the idea of setting themselves up, but it also could be to relay what just happened in that last round, how can we fight against it, and what can we change on the protocols to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Not a lot of loss bonus to wipe him for Fnatic, so they need to make sure it doesn't happen again, because this is MOUZ's chance to reset. Completely destroy the economy state that Fnatic have just brought down into. M4s across the board. Double AWP set up for Messi and Nico Odos. They're sent out towards the mid-control initiative, and they're not going to be able to get a chance. It's backed up quickly in from Messi out towards that Palace position. Finding the first shot on MHL. Kicking things off in the round.
That's exactly what they're hoping for. A little bit of breathing room. Even that re-smoke down towards windows going to deny vision from Crims. 2 players down there towards that city sport position. It's going to be another split in towards A for MOUZ.
Oh, he looks up towards Xerxin as he peeks out, but the AK's got the jump on him. Spray through as he wasn't ready. The AWP and Messi desperately looking for a gap in that smoke. Looks up towards Jimfat instead. Took a quick pop shot back. Nade's being sent over with the smokes down as well. Backup has arrived on the CT stairs here. Peek up for Messi, still looking for more above the smoke itself. Can't spot them though. He's thinking about getting even higher, but that leaves him very exposed.
Of course it does. Nico Odos to drop, and now they're wondering when is the opportunity to strike the most. The bomb's going down. Messi is not struck.
Finally he does. Shane a drop. Quick scope back through the boxes as Crims will force Surgeon out into the open, get that kill. Jimfat trades on 2, but Crims responds, sees where Shui is in a 1 versus 1. The bomb is open for the T-side player as well, and Crims on the defuse, taps it once, keeps himself held away, jumping on top of the triple box. Shui not going for the swing, the head's been seen. Crims needs the right shot at the right timing, doing his damage, chasing down and winning the fight for the triple, for the 6th for Fnatic.
That's an absolute masterclass in the 1v1. And this is why we look at someone like Crims just having so much experience on this team. Even in the next iteration of Fnatic, he's been here for coming up to 6 years now. Remember, he was on Fnatic, left to Godsent, came back, and even that second stint, he's been here for almost 6 years. What a play. Tap the bomb, put the smoke down, draw the fight, and just give himself the height elevation to really work the information play out to Shui at stairs. MOUZ NXT, it all started off the basis of Xerxon getting a walk timing, catching that first player of Heat down to the default position, and it felt as if Jimfat had done enough in the post plant.
Overwhelmed by the HP damage, though, eventually fell to the demise of the MOUZ side. And look at them on the response. A double orb setup for the T side as well for the CT forces. A set piece XE incoming towards the A site as well.
This might be a bit more retake heavy, just knowing the basis that the CTs have got deep connector control and Heap's passive towards spawn itself.
The jump phases, Nico Odos getting flashed off, blinded, but sticking around here towards this connected jungle angle. The smokes will suppress him and Crims. The boost up will be attempted. Look towards Palace and catch one player as Shane. Jimfat is also in trouble. The flashes will keep the CTs away from spawn. Xerxon will give chase to catch off Heap, so 4-on-4.
Shui's down low though. They're going to force him out to the open just with the nades.
The smokes all clear. They see that boost. Jimfat's AWP can respond, but Mezzy did find a pick on Xerxon in the meanwhile. Nades coming in close. Shui's forced to escape here. Seeing where Roy is and a quick swing. Pop out for the SMG. HP advantage above that, and now getting to the site. No one's actually defending the bomb plant position. They can go for the full defuse here, and then MHL can't do anything about it. Swinging desperately, getting Mezzy on the defuse. They tap it once with 10 seconds remaining. Crims on the kit himself. Tech9 wrapping the corner. Roy swings. Jimfat gets responsive, and Crims just holds down the whole damn thing, keeping the round together for FNATIC.
Oh, MOUZ NXT are getting so close once again. They set themselves up in a position, Jay, where they want to waste the clock. The bomb is not planted for the two ramp players at all. Jimfat, again, has been very crucial in these post plants. Mezzy with the wraparound play onto Xerxon. The flick coming through from Jimfat, but just not enough. What a tap and burst. That was from Roy with the MP9. MHL does his best. The bomb gets tapped the first time because Roy doesn't have a kit, and Mezzy gets straight back on it. 7-2 for FNATIC. MOUZ NXT, I think they could be happy with what they've done so far, Jay. They've just got to make sure they find the rounds itself.
Getting closer and closer, but not quite able to finish off the job against this FNATIC side. Shane forced in by Crims, and now Crims is fighting back with a vengeance.
Having that bait and switch allows Heap to go aggressive. We've seen that before, where we just take so much map control away. Last time around, though, Jay, he hanged back. He waited. This time, he's moving. He's going into T-spawn.
Extending so far forward, a FAMAS out. Perfect information weapon. If he goes towards mid, he finds them all. They are all held out here.
Even Roy's trying to stall for time. Crim's going to peek through from the top of connector, just on the top of the smoke. And even Shui's been seen, but the AWP of MHL strikes back.
Roy jumps out of the way, but with that kill against Crims, they have basically conceded the A-bomb site. He went out towards apartments. He didn't realize what was really going on. He picked the wrong place to backstab, so now it's a retake on for FNATIC. They do have the man advantage here. The hat bomb's not yet to commit, and now Shui might find a more effective backstab. 3 players to swing upon. Just capitalize on that 1 kill. Swing back from Mezzy gets the trade.
Oh, look at the backstab, though. Heap's coming through for connector, and they're going to plant open for him.
Taps on from MHL, lands the flick onto Nico Odos, 2 versus 2. Might not be an open plant, down towards default. Jimfat's marking Mezzy, and he's been seen by Heap, I believe.
Now it's a matter of timing. Can they force Jimfat into the open, peeking back towards that triple position? It's going to be Heap to fall.
Oh, a couple of made mistakes for FNATIC. Might have cost them this round. Now Mezzy cover against the AWP. No util support, will just peek in dry, do some damage, but the second face against MHL will not miss the AWP shot. 2K to his name, and a 3rd round for MOUZ.
They've got a force buy. Double eco status for 2 players. Even some of the others are very limited too. And this is what MOUZ are hoping for, that economical reset. And when it started off with an opening man advantage towards ramp, make it 2, they've got a 5-on-3 and that backstab towards T-spawn. Normally speaking, Jay, that round would be finished. We'd say, yeah, that's done. You've just got too much information. You've got the men to work with. And instead, MOUZ NXT work that connector play and find a very open A side.
It's all down in the mid presence, overwhelming the CT players on defense. The wrong backstab coming into the wrong position. Again, a bunch of mistakes coming in for FNATIC that all compounded to losing the round itself. Shu will lead the charge up into the short position to attack the split to the B site.
As of right now, there's only 2 on B. And for FNATIC, not really too much of an information spot at all. Heap is trying to get aggressive in towards A main again. MOUZ NXT really shaping themselves up for a regroup. A lot of time to work with and a lot of nades to follow.
It's now Deagle facing in. Not seeing anything right now. MOUZ fast rotates coming in. Trying to get towards that A side setup. And again, it's only pistols to hold it. Deagle's admittedly got to hold back and passive.
Got Crims holding the top of Con, and Roy is actually going to move away from outside a window back towards City Spawn. Decent setup on the cross to have 3 on A, and for MOUZ NXT, less than 40 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be the Palace dive.
The Con smoke coming in will at least remove one angle of attack for Crim's position. Don't have to worry about that entirely. He can also turn very quickly into the site defensive itself. 25 seconds, and Jim Fat charge out. Heap ready for the shots. Crims will get damaged up. Heap connects on that one kill. Shane with a trade, and Crims being forced in upon by Xerxin. Roy gets the 157 frag. 13 seconds, the bomb's got to go down right here. MHL struggling to get his kill. Shane's also been seen, but the kills of the rifles will keep him protected.
Very good support out for MHL, and he's found some impactful kills. Felt as if there for Roy there was a slight pixel in which you could have spammed with that 5-7 to deny the bomb, not to be. Shane even seeing Nico Odos, so it doesn't feel as if anything is going to get saved into this round. MOUZ NXT now up against an Eco, and now starting to find some success, Jay, in a row on the T side for that matter.
And piece by piece, building back. Covering as many rounds as possible, of course, from the back foot early on. FNATIC. Damage done to allow the resets and to allow this harsh Eco to come through for them. MOUZ will look towards 5 rounds. What was looking like a pretty dire half at the start of things has now come back. You mentioned they were doing well, and they've proven it right here. One good round has converted to this scoreline. FNATIC, gamble stack towards A.
And that's always what you know when you're on T side, is that when you keep the rounds close, when you're not giving that much money to be farmed up for your opposition, it takes that one swing round, and that can change the complexion of the first half entirely. Not running into the stack at all means that the round is going to be found even easier for that matter.
They'll walk into the B site. Head that plant down as Crims is connected and fragged, or not fragged, but tagged down at 18 points of HP. MHL struggles against him in the follow-ups as well, but Xerxin's there with the AK to ensure that the pistols don't overwhelm any players on the T side line. You also got the hunt going in for MOUZ. Don't really have to do that because they aren't going to gain anything about the FNATIC side outside of padding stats, and they will be able to pad those stats pretty effectively. Heap, last man, 1 versus 5. Dead to right, easy pickings, FNATIC back on the guns.
And you've got to remember that when you're going into a Mirage side against a MOUZ NXT on an 8-map winning streak, whether the competition is strong or not, you know that it's not going to be a steamroll. And the fact that FNATIC got off to a very good start, there was always going to be some contention. And now we're finally seeing it from the Academy squad. Found themselves in a very big and large comeback only just a few hours ago against FNATIC Rising, Jay. They were 0-12 down on the T side of Dust 2, ended up the half 2-13, and somehow took it to overtime and won.
I've got to do the same thing right here against the main FNATIC squad, perhaps. Maybe not quite the same scoreline, but still playing from the back foot at 7-2, and then put it back to 5. Usurp them for the turn of the half. The damage being done again starts things off. Crims to 40 HP.
Even Roy is being taken away from his post, a little bit more aggressive, thinking about coming back out to the apartments because it's going to be the play forward.
Mezzi with a frag. Shane turned away from Roy, continuing to watch for him. AWP shot for Nico Odos lands perfectly at that very tight angle. Shui down. And Shane extending against Mezzi. Is Mezzi ready for this? No, he's not. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Up the dumpster barrels. Roy also overwhelmed back to a 3-on-3. Nico Odos has no idea how close Shane really is. He swings and a hit, and a 3-on-2 ensues.
What a recovery, just when Mezzi and Nico Odos are able to find a pick. It's another one to be established out towards market, and even Crims has been seen. Now they don't need to overpeak. What a B take from MOUZ NXT.
What a B take from Shane, honestly. 3 kills for him, extending so far forward to recover the situation. Xerxin got 2 as the backup dancer to close things out. It's 6 to the board of MOUZ, a tactical call by FNATIC, and I think that's the right call here. Like, they have been pummeled in these last 4 rounds in a row.
They had opening advantages too. You think about the idea that Mezzi gets overswung, that Roy struggles down there in the arch position, and then Nico Odos just gets swung in from market. When you've got a 5-on-3 advantage like that, normally speaking, you're going to hold on to it. FNATIC will be very disappointed in themselves that the crossfires kind of fell apart, that there's misinformation. Even Mezzi's kind of thinking to himself, well, how has Roy not seen the player crossing into the site and I'm the one to drop, and then Roy not in a position where he can back up Nico Odos. 1 round the difference. This is looking very promising from the Academy squad.
7-6. FNATIC, their lead has been closed. 1 more round for MOUZ to equalize it here, and they've got the Eagles to resist them. They took a tactical earlier, so maybe there might be some shenanigans up their sleeve. But you can't count on that, I don't think. Roy's already down.
Just working the mid control where MOUZ NXT have been at their best, where they've been flourishing. MHL looking down towards the bottom of Connector. That's where Crims is trying to poke his gun barrel out, try and put some pressure on.
Molotov set for MHL. AK Jim Fat swinging out towards Mezzi. Shane, he gets the kill on towards Heat. Crims responds towards him. Cannonays at the T-side line, trying their best to try and hold off against them. We'll get driven back in the end, MOUZ.
Slow it down. Plenty of time to work with. And even Mezzi might get caught, or it might go the other way, in fact. Jim Fat just gets railed.
Even standing all of a sudden here. Potential that this could fall apart. Zerger's going to leave the AK as well down there towards the apartments. He wants to keep hold of the M4. As the walk forward comes in from Crims. One man's already made his way out here. These footsteps as well. Call in for backup. No, it must be the A play. What can he do to deny it, though? He continues to backstab, but MHL doesn't see him. Yes, he does! Forcing him back. Crims couldn't capitalize.
No, not at all. And the rotates are too slow. This is going to be a bomb plant. The best that Crims can hope for is to be that backup dancer, but he needs more assistance from Mezzi.
Deagle standing. When will he swing? Bomb got to go down to the AWP's part of things. Goes to the plant out towards that connector control. And the smokes were set there to try and deny vision for FNATIC. And wait for the rifles to get to the retake.
Both of the AKs coming through from the connector side. They want to try and get Mezzi in a good position. Flash him off.
MHL not affected by that flash though, gets the shot together. Sprays blind from Crims of the wallbang, attempting to find something. Driving in towards the sniper's nest, dealt with by Shui. It's MHL found Mezzi in the interim. And MOUZ holds solid.
Even Crims there, you expect that to be a round breaker. You're thinking multi-frag, drop the bomb. Yeah, that's going to be it. And instead it's a struggle. It's a position that he gets compromised in and realizes he can't keep fighting, has to fall back. Opening kills from Zershan has been very much the importance of the T side opening up the rounds, putting himself in very aggressive entry positions.
Double ops back in for FNATIC here with the buyback though. They used this quite a lot over the course of their 7-round streak. Incendiary sent out towards the mid-control, the smoke's being sent down. Jim Fat sees where Mezzi is and still gets that first AWP with the drop. Molotov's back in towards Roy, who will capitalize upon the damage set up by the AWP leg shot. Hearing a player keeping in closer as well, going to get behind the pillars. I think he was spotted though. So Ushing going to get checking it and will be able to combine with MHL to get the frag together and get the B site under their control.
CTs are trying to come quickly in from this short position, but this is looking like another successful round. This is actually going to be MOUZ NXT taking the lead, Jay.
8 shot against MHL. Let's try to close out the half. FNATIC will have to go for the retake. Obviously, no saving in this one as MHL lands his second kill. Nico Odos finally with a trade. Zershan in the corner. You don't see this often. Heap will get caught for it. Spray through Nico now alone. Overwhelmed by Shane, and MOUZ indeed will beat them to the post. 8-7 for them at the turn of the half.
Keep going left. You're close to monster. Keep going left.
Go, go. Right. Turn right. Turn right.
Right. Right side. Right side monster.
Right,
yes, to the right, to the right.
Yes, there.
What?
Shoot, left.
Yes,
left,
yes.
down
A bit
left,
more to the
down
right.
left a bit.
Bit more. We're
Down
close.
left. Right. You shoot him. Yes, left now.
Okay. More right. Left now. He's sneaking to the left. Left. Okay, he went short. Just sneak.
No, forward, left, behind you, turn, left. Yeah, go.
180 degrees.
Go.
Close left. He's knifing you.
You need to buy something. Okay, wait. You're looking down. Wait, can you move your mouse? Yes. Left. Yes, go.
You're close to pillar. You're going default. Shoot. To the right. Yes. Take your weapon out. Left. To the right a little bit. More. Down.
Left. Turn left.
Down on left. Yes, and go to the right. Move to the right. Left. Shoot. To the right.
No. Right. Turn right.
It's on side or... Okay. You're in good position. Just select this.
Shoot. Right.
Go back. Yes. Okay. Yeah, to the right.
It's knife.
Right. Mouse to the right. Yes.
Yeah, go forward now. A bit right. Yeah. Not that much.
You're walking water. He's to your left short. Down. Mouse. Little bit up. Left. He's okay. Just plant the bomb. Take the bomb out and go
left. Oh no, Hubert is shooting. Left. Take your MP9. Take MP9.
Number 5 for bomb. Okay, go behind you. You are short. Yes, keep going. Now plant.
Move forward. Left a bit. Yeah, shoot right.
No. Left. So close to you. Down.
Shoot right. Yeah, nice. Go defuse. Yeah, you kill him.
Did I kill him?
Oh my god. Yes, bomb forward.
From 7-2 down, MOUZ NXT managed to resurge to an 8-7 advantage at the turn of the half of their T side, and the CT half of Mirage is coming up, led by the unlikely hand of Shane. 16 kills deep, Dwayne. He's the top fragger at the moment.
He's having an unbelievable day in the office. And we saw it yesterday on Nuke when it came through in the Enterprise game. He averages a 1.03 rating on Mirage, one of the lowest in the entire team for MOUZ NXT. But sometimes, Jay, you just have to have a good day. And for MOUZ NXT, these last few rounds have been led by him.
FNATIC playing from the back foot for now for the first time since the pistol win on MOUZ. Jimfat and Zershin standing by the crossfire, ready to receive this B-site execution. Jimfat sees Crims running right past him, still deals with a headshot, and doubles up to the third and a second as well. The headshot so perfect on Roy especially. Brings in the man advantage for MOUZ here.
Lovely stuff coming through from Jimfat, and that's now giving them a way in for the retake. Heap has got to get aggressive. He's got to cut the rotates off in market.
Swings upon Shane, but Shane domes him in. It's Messi alone without Kevlar. And a hell of a task to try and deal with. The bomb plant has at least been secured. That money bonus is right there, and Shane is there for the double. What a retake for MOUZ, but what a defensive help for Jimfat.
The 15-year-old steps up massively out to the balcony position, and it's always so tough because you might get the first run out, struggle on the second, and that's normally where you get instantly traded. In that scenario, there is players everywhere. Deals with that first to Crims, looks back out to the left-hand side of Nico Odos. The flick onto Roy is a specialty, and then even Shane's shot coming down onto Heap and the follow-up onto Mezzi. I reckon he's going to have another catapulter in this second half.
Unreal stuff. Hell of a way to start the pistol, I'll give you that. 9-7, MOUZ did concede the bomb plant to FNATICs. There'll be Galil's out across the board for the reinvestment. Mezzi will take the fight, but the M4 will win it.
It's a dry fight, not really much coming through from that top of mid position at all. And even MHL has spotted so much in the bomb coming out of ramp.
Shane's still in a dark heap, hasn't checked it, and he'll go undetected for the time being. Crims responds to him, a 3-on-3 situation. Nades back towards Palace, gets tanked down by Nico Odos to 77. Swing continues, Shui pops up, sees one. Zarshin gets two, and they struggle to get that third, but Jimfat's SMG is good enough to finish the job.
Can we just say that this round streak is getting completely out of hand, Jay? How was FNATIC up 7-2 and now it's 7-10? Yeah, you got the momentum in the swing rounds, and obviously the second half you've lost Pistol and you've lost the force buy. But just to think that you've had such an absolute blinder of a start, and now it's slowed down completely.
And you say slow down, I say come to a grinding halt. You lose 8 on the trot, that's certainly what it seems like it should be. MOUZ. Full control for this one. Roy's the Eagle will find MHL. Xerxin able to try and back at least these upgrade pistols. Shouldn't be allowed to do much more damage, I don't think.
Just more HEs, more confidence, fighting up towards the top mid portion. It is slightly hungry on the anti-ecos, and they're going to pay the punishment for it.
Oh, Heap also finds Xerxin a 3-on-2 situation. Gemfat continues swinging to play off the confidence. That nade should at least get Heap hit. Nico Odo's tagged up so heavily for it the same. So back to evens will go, but a very expensive round for MOUZ here.
Absolutely, and that is not really what they want after they've dealt with the force buy in the last round fairly easily. This has actually been a bit more damaging. Knowing that Crims has only got a Glock, you can't imagine much. You really want to try and see what Nico Odos can do, and it just sucks that he's low HP.
Crims will try fight back out of Palace. Nico Odos has a deagle, so accurate shots can still bail him out, but he's got to be perfect on those particular shots. Missing one or not getting it off quick enough is going to lead to his demise. And Shane indeed sends that demise towards him. Double up towards Crims. Not quite on just yet, but eventually gets his chance and gets his kill. So 11-7 for MOUZ. A buyback for FNATIC can be afforded. Start for the CT side has worked wonders.
Even MHL, don't think we've seen a massive amount of him when it comes to the fragging department. Averages a 1.17 rating on Mirage from MOUZ NXT in the last 3 months, one of the higher ones up there with Xerxin. We saw him with quite a few impact frags and trading potentials when it came to that first half. But come here on the second, especially on City side, I'm getting a feeling that we'll get more out of him.
Decent nade up to start off for MOUZ. Xerxin second top of the board, 2 behind Shane. So shocking to see him be there again. Those 2 guys leading the charge. MOUZ dictating the round for now. We'll concede a bit of map control in mid, especially to the T's. The defensive is locked on strong.
Nice info play in Palace. Liking this to come through from Shui. We saw Crims doing quite a bit of that in the first half, or at least attempting to do so. Might have a wrap play a little bit later on into the rounds. As of right now, they're going to play 3 on B. And just leave Shane to spot from the back of triple to look into connector.
Smoke set in, Molotov sent down. Bomb dropped. And it was top mid to be recovered by whoever exits out of TV. FNATIC. Sitting pretty for now. 45 seconds to go.
You've got to imagine for Shane, he has to be quite defensive, doesn't really want to get forced too much in the open to take a fight. Needs to waste time, and that Palace play might be able to deal with the lurk.
Times are running short. Smoke sent down, trying to isolate a kill onto Shane, and Roy almost gets it, but the damage return from Xerxin and co is still going to be pretty fantastic. Xerxin is going to get forced back. MHL with the AWP pick on Crims. Nico Odos can't get anything. Neither can Heap, it seems. He does find that one frag, but that's it.
This is a mowdown. This isn't even close. This just is not competitive. Even though the scoreline says it's 12-7, it was the fact that MOUZ NXT, I mean, even those first 8-9 rounds, Jay, what were we saying? They're so close. They're so competitive. There was a clutch here for Mezzy. There was a clutch here to come through from Crims at moments. It wasn't as if it was a blowout, but the last 10 rounds definitely have been. And just knowing that you're trying to commit in towards Con to make an A play with, what, 20 seconds on the clock? Just running the timer way too far low.
FNATIC playing so silently and carefully, hoping for an opening. Frag has never presented itself. Despite how many chances they tried to force out against the CT forces, never happened. And that might be a bit of a theme going forward here. It's been a bit of a theme so far. Again, since the MOUZ comeback started, it hasn't stopped.
Knowing that it's a few more rounds to putting up a dominant performance against FNATIC, this is something that they haven't really seen that much, Jay. Maybe you look back at that Vertigo game against Sinners and think, okay, they got to double digits, they got 11 rounds. They might not even be able to get 11 here on Mirage.
Nades on, doing damage again. FNATIC trying to get their 8 to start things off. Burst through, spray back from Xerxin, not quite finding Crims. Does find Roy though. Crims can also find a secondary pit back on Jimfat. MHL with one orb to respond. Incendiary is back towards Crims' position. Driving him away as it keeps the CTs at bay. Gonna go back for that bomb to get it planted soon.
Getting uncomfortable. Mezzy trying to get up onto the van when MHL keeps firing from that marker position, and now the orb's just hitting everything. Multi-frag continuing. Crim stuck out into the open. FNATIC got a double entry towards the site, Jay, but when that bomb gets dropped, the site's kind of useless.
Yeah, had to rely on that getting in there and getting planted immediately. It didn't happen though. I don't know if that was a player dropping or whether it was them just dropping the bomb. Either way, defensive hell by MOUZ once again. Not even any cash flow going the way of the FNATIC side. Secured one bomb plant so far in this half. That was on the pistol round where they were able to force back and still haven't found success with it. AWP's in for Nico, let's try and challenge MHL, who finds Crims first and foremost. Zersh follows suit towards Mezzy, drops that bomb and brings in the 5v3 already.
I'm just wondering, Jay, is this another rifle round or is this an eco? What's going on here?
Is that a serious question or a rhetorical one? Like,
well, it's the idea that how quickly did those two fights fall? It's just you're trying to gain top mid control and you're losing two players instantly within the first 15 seconds of the round without even a response back.
Does feel like it was Glocks that just faced them. That much was done to Zersh at least, but they're just not getting the kills here, FNATIC. Dire straits for them. And at least things have gone quiet to allow them to recompose themselves, but how do you fight back from this deficit?
It's incredibly difficult. Even Shane missing that timing up against Heap, putting a resmoke down towards that Palace position, so Heap's got to make a decision whether he walks forward or not, or just cancels, because that bomb is tailing behind on the short commitment.
A smart call for Shane on that one. Nico will leave that bomb in mid for someone else to pick up as he tries to play forward into that B site. 40 seconds to the clock. Trying to spot anyone on this B side. They've got the boost up to the box though, so they'll account for this.
Notice the way that MOUZ NXT just aren't overpeaking at all. Even Jimfat jiggling spots out the AWP, but this is all the information that's being gained.
And with that spot, they'll think about the hit towards the site itself. The A-site play, got one man in at Palace to try and provide support. He's actually downstairs in dark, and Shane spots him the same. Gets his kill in the end, sees Roy as well. Side turned away, Nico Odos, one pick back to return. But no more than that, it seems. Follows suit on Shane as well. Zershin provides the crossfire with Shui. And it is 14-7 for MOUZ. That is 12 in a row since the T side comeback had begun. Where have FNATIC gone?
Well, I wonder, Jay, have we been overestimating FNATIC? Let's think about the run that they've had to get here. They took on an ITV squad that were abysmal, that even in that lower bracket round one game didn't show up any sort of fight. And then they took on Sinners that don't even have their best player in server and yet they're fifth as a coach. That's the only games that they played here in Republic.
You do have a decent shout towards that, but then again, are an academy squad even all that better than that? We talked about MOUZ and how they're always in the Academy League circuit and they're always competing in that as their main set of tournaments. They never really dip out outside of a couple of extensions like the Republic tournaments. Already they found the man advantage. They lost that first pick on the Shui, but then a combination of a nade and a rifle find Mezzy and Nico Odos to return. And despite their lack of experience in the tier 2 space, they are still decimating FNATIC right here.
Even Jimfat's got the aggressive maneuver. Try and backstab, get in towards T-spawn. Off angle for Shane too. The best that he can do is get a 1-for-1 stall for time.
The ice set on ramp. Noise being made. As Crim's headshot angle seen. Heap can punish it as Shane panics. Brings it into a 3-on-3, but the backstab from Jimfat though can return the man advantage to MOUZ.
Even flash forward, try and get MHL at a good position. The bomb is going to get dropped, and Heap is now the last one left. MHL knows exactly where it is. Now it's time stalling. The fight's coming through from the top of stairs, and FNATIC's losing streak just continues onwards. 13 rounds in a row now for MOUZ NXT. One more to get it over the line in one of the most one-sided victories. And to answer that question, Jay, of, it's just an academy team, look at who they're faced. Sprout in the first round, a top 30 team in the world. Okay, they did take on the Sinners. Kind of similar story there for FNATIC. Who do they play in the opening round of the actual group stage itself? forZe, the team that's always gone that lower bracket run and got into the playoffs itself.
FNATIC's teething period certainly isn't mounting up to the potential of the tier 2 squads. And at least for this first map, it seems like a loss. 8 map points for MOUZ to work with. The economy has been stable for the entire half. Not once FNATIC had a money advantage. Not once have they had any advantage here.
No, not until the beginning of the game. And even that was quite a close affair. MOUZ NXT, no one could have really seen this coming, to be honest. This has been an absolute slammer from them. And just knowing one more round is going to be the ticket, it could come now.
Made damage already done to Nico Otis and Mezzy. There's Shui down at underpass, finding Roy, picking up the star, looking for Mezzy as well. Mezzy can return fire at least. Bring it into the 4-on-4, the AWP. Now watching in from Connect to Nico Otis. Backed up, does do some damage, return by the leg shot, but it's going to be a kill for the T-side line. Finally, something back for FNATIC.
Shane keeping eyes down towards that lower underpass position. Going back over towards T-spawn to recover the bomb. And now for MOUZ NXT, you wonder what the info play is. JimFat still being that B-side anchor is not over-rotated just yet. And now they're prodding around mid and not seeing anything.
One man towards this B side. JimFat was wonderful in the start with the pistol defensive. Seeing the headshot on Nico Otis, continues to spray on the flashbang. It does get overwhelmed by Crims. Xerxes on site though. Undetected. Oh, he's stuck around perfectly. Sees Mezzy. He's going to wait to find the other player. Has no idea where he is. Did he see him at the boxes? Not quite. He sees him now. No, he doesn't. Looks for Heap, avoids the headshot, gets the one on Mezzy, and does find Heap in the end. Last player of Crims has been seen. He's standing to fight alone, and that's what he'll do. 3K to his name, keeping FNATIC alive.
Another massive clutch coming through there from Crims, and while it looked like the gun barrel was going to get seen there from the wraparound towards that truck position, obviously not being comped over in time. And it comes down to another 1vx for Crims to win out, just to try and keep the survival to end the streak of those 13 rounds in a row. Kind of unreal.
Good clutch from Crims, at least keeps it all together. Keeps us playing on for just a little bit. Guns, of course, forced back from MOUZ, as you would expect. The Deagle and Shane, the limiting factor. Hold passive and hold contest for the time being.
MHL is hearing some of the footsteps from those underpass players and thinking that when that smoke starts to clear, it might be his opportunity to go in for a fight. Not seeing Roy towards that bottom right-hand corner. Spotted him now.
Jump phase attempted, but they do back off in the end. Incendiary sent down Desertion. Roy will burn a little bit. Damage will be done, and they won't be able to finish off the job, and he actually gets the opening kill.
Space to work with now towards that short angle. MHL is expecting a wrap player or a boost up to come into window. Now they might even go for a B stack. JimFat is getting very aggressive. I like this.
Molotov from Crims are going to try driving back. Plays the body blocks, they won't know how close he really is. They might walk right past him, though they check the corner. MHL does get that kill. JimFat found one of the interim, and MHL's AWP can strike back. A 3-on-2. Roy will catch Shane off guard, but that bomb's basically committed towards the B site, so they have to attack from two fronts and set this backstab up. 30 seconds.
MOUZ NXT aren't rotating at all. They are not getting baited by this, but they do lose a teammate in the process.
Seeing the bombs, MHL just needs to get this one good frag. Back up from Roy is on the way in from mid as well. MHL to stand and get the kill. 1-on-1, sees the last man. 12 seconds, Roy's got a charge right forward. The flashbang keeping him blind. He's desperate. MHL firing. Roy crosses and the flick misses. And FNATIC continue to hang in there.
Just, and I mean just, Jay. We've seen 9 rounds being won by FNATIC, 4 of which have come down to clutches, have come down to 1vx situations, and this is now 2 rounds in a row where someone has to step up big time.
Hero-like moments, hero-like plays. Heroic individuals on the FNATIC side. Doing all they can to stay alive, and so far, so good. Big deficit reduced to 6 rounds, and most likely 5 here with the pistol eco coming in. The early prod from Nico Otis has forced out the stack though. The CTs are rotating en masse, and Roy will get caught, as will Nico Otis get tagged down. Shane getting dinked down. The USP of Sui will be able to get that one frag towards Heap, and Crims will overwhelm him to the 2-for-1 trade. So FNATIC seem to hold the line for the time being.
Seems to be that case. Xerxes just trying to see if he can work in and around the smoke. A lot of mollies going down towards that bench position.
What?
Finds a couple, and now things are getting very awkward. MHL, the last one left, out towards the stairs, is now forced into a 1v1. Crim's the last one left to try and clutch again. And it's another clutch coming down for FNATIC on the anti-eco.
How did they get that far? MOUZ doing utter work with the perfect timing against the utility bases. It was this double from Xerxes that was like, how has he done that? And MHL, even doing damage to Crim's, got him down close to half HP. That was way too dicey. I genuinely thought they were about to lose to that 1v1 there. And what a horrible way that would have been for FNATIC to lose the map.
Now they've got to stabilize. They've got to start building up money, getting a round streak going, try and drive it back to OT. But MOUZ NXT, no, they're one away. And they've been one away for these last couple, which felt like that was going to be the closer. Jimfat jump spotting. It's going to be another B-side XE.
They've got 3 in a row so far on FNATIC. Smoke sent in for Jimfat. Xerxes boosting him back into the apartments.
They're pushing T-Sport, mate.
Getting the information out, we'll start the rotates back. They could still go to underpass though. Maybe they can buy the rotation position.
Jimfat's just got to hold, try and waste the time. And now they might even go back towards TV, or this could get very awkward. It's being watched.
Shane picked up. Bomb not yet seen, but they'll hear the rotations. Xerxes past Shui will try bolster up the site. Crim's ready for Jimfat's swing, and they might counter-cancel the same. The backstabbing towards mid, though. MHL has seen them all. Xerxes with 1 frag. Messi's picked up. Nikorodo strikes back, though. 3 on 2. Oh, the spree from Shui. Gets the headshot on Nikorodo's down at bottom con. And it's on Crim's again, the veteran of this squad, to bring back the 1v2 clutch. Knows that MHL's in mid. The spray's awkward, but it comes together. A 1-on-1 now against the M4. And he's going to commit to the A side. No idea of where Shui is. Back turned away from the jungle position and into the site. Shui lurks. 16-10 at long last. MOUZ NXT will close out their map pick. And I have to say, off the back of the streak we saw from the MOUZ side, that was a major disappointment for FNATIC.
Honestly, FNATIC got pumped. I know that scoreline says 16-11, but you're telling me, Jay, that if FNATIC needed to come back to OT, they had to win 4 1v1 clutches in a row. You can't be asking for a clutch on every round, on every single circumstance. That was MOUZ NXT outclassing by a country mile in that map.
And just to emphasize for those of you who joined us mid-map, right? FNATIC had a 7-2 lead. MOUZ gained the map point at 15-7. We're talking a 13-round win streak for MOUZ that FNATIC had already a significant advantage over, and they still brought it back to find themselves up in this one. Had to rely on so many clutches, so many awkward plays. An eco round almost got the map under wraps. FNATIC are in dire straits, and if it was any other map other than Mirage, I might give them the benefit of the doubt. But seeing it's such a one that everyone knows how to play in CS, I'm really concerned for FNATIC right now. It is not their map pick at the very least. Inferno is their home territory, so as we head towards the break, they're going to have to take this time to knuckle down and figure out how they bring this back.
FaZe?
Oh. It's not me.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it's right.
2002.
It's 2002.
Yeah, because its 20 years anniversary was on HT. Yes, I remember that. I was gonna say. Yeah, it was 2002.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I think it was in Minosity. It was in Minosity. Because they, after this, Astralis went to win 4 in a row. I believe.
It was, I remember the stage where it was like really,
yeah,
they were like separated.
Yes, it was versus each other with booths. Yeah, it was like a booth.
Yes, everyone had their own booth.
It's Luminosity then.
Luminosity.
I'm pretty sure.
Answer.
Yes.
Okay. You're right.
I remember that.
Actually, yeah, after this, Astralis dominated the scene.
first two majors. Okay, so Train 100% is in there, right? Or
Okay, Nuke Mirage does 2 Train, right? Can you repeat the question? I
Nuke
don't know.
Overpass does 2 Train.
Nuke Overpass does 2 Train.
Okay, I think
I think Overpass was there, Train was there, Dust 2.
Was Dust 2 there? Dust 2 though, not Dust. Dust 2. That's a trick, I think, because.
No.
Or was always Dust 2 in CS:GO?
It's Dust 2.
Okay,
I don't think Nuke was there.
No, Nuke, bro, no way, right?
I don't think Nuke was there, no.
Bro, Train.
It's
was
like
Train?
in first.
Was Train really there though? Train at 2013? Train? No way.
Wait.
No way, Train, Camille, I think. I think that's 100% not there. If it's there, then I'm
Wait.
terrible.
Train Nuke. It's between Train and Nuke.
But there's
trying
two,
to think.
like... okay, which of... Okay, Train and Nuke, okay. I will say Train, but you can say whatever you want. You will decide, but in my opinion, it's Train.
But it's your fault if we lose.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
Let's go Train.
Final answer D.
Yes.
It was Overpass.
Okay, you did not got it.
We just spent like 5 minutes to eat.
Was it 8?
He was 11th. He was 11th.
Okay, I think
like
it was outside of 10
8%.
because
he was 11th,
it was
he
like
was 11th.
it was like the first time he was outside of like top 10 in a long
yeah,
time.
but he made it for sure. He made top 20, so he's 11th.
It's 8th or 11th. I think 11th.
I think 11th too. Let's go see then.
Let's go see. You're right.
Yes!
Millionaires!
Is this in the game?
Yeah, definitely.
I've never seen it in my life, man. What? Okay,
have
I
no
would
idea.
say, in my opinion, it's not B. I don't
I
think
have a feeling
this would be
it's
a name of
D.
a skin. Yeah, I think it's... Actually, I don't think it's C, I don't think it's B. I think it's between A and D. I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
just
think it's
taking a
A.
guess. Then let's do D. Let's go D. Let's go D. Anyway, we want... It's a guess.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's B.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm-
What is that name? Who thought of that?
Bro, I'm gonna buy the skin out just to be just to be safe for next time.
Has to be D, right?
No. It went up in price insanely, Kamel, like a lot.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's D or B. It's not A and it's not C, I think. Wait, Factory New though, Kamel. I think.
Do you really think it's more than 1,200 euros?
No, I think it's B.
What is the next? I think it's A. I don't know.
Okay, what do you want to do?
It's
then?
Factory
Because- What do you want to do? Because I was wrong twice.
Rock, paper, scissors?
But will they really do 600 to 800 like the thing? How does that make any
Yes,
sense?
because it varies. I don't know.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors then. Rock, paper, scissors for A or B.
Wait.
Shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah. Okay.
Okay, B.
So
B?
final answer B.
Oh my god, it's a troll answer, Dory. 420, do you not see it? I just realized now. Oh my god.
Is it B, Kamil? What do you think?
No.
I mean, it's a jungle, okay? It's a jungle. Then...
Okay, Siberia, no.
No, yeah. Wait.
Mongolia, no.
Okay.
South Africa or Central America? Central America?
Central, but that's really specific. It makes me want to press it. What do you think?
Wait.
I think it's between C and B, right?
Yeah. And I'm not.
Which one? You choose now. I'm not gonna say anything anymore. You should decide.
Yeah, okay, listen. But the question is, most likely. So they don't even know themselves. Okay, let's go B, South Africa.
Yeah, let's go B. Nothing to lose.
It's Central America.
It was twice we were 50-50 and we messed up.
Yeah, it's after the whole map. It's did after Aztec archaeology, and they were located in America.
Okay.
The bike, the ramp, and C. All three.
Yes.
Done.
Bike rampancy.
Yeah, you're right. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, just give me maps, man. I personally would say Cash, but not a new one now. With how it is. It's the same with Cobble for me, but I like Cash more than Cobble, so I would pick Cash.
I think for me it's between 3 maps. It's Train, Cobble, and Cash. Like you said, the old one, not the new one. But I think I would have to go with... I mean, Train has been here for quite some time and it's been gone for not really that long. Cash was one of my favorite maps. I'm gonna go with Cash.
Okay, thank you. And which would you remove to replace it?
Dust 2 already go. Oh. I would remove Dust 2 already go. Actually, I would remove Vertigo, man.
Man, Overpass.
Not
it's
a
a
good map.
10-man team or a 10-man map.
Yeah.
True. Like it's too big. Toda shootouts.
Thank you very much everyone for the support. We love you. We hope that you keep watching us, and thank you very much for being here for us.
Yeah, thank you. Dory, say dziękujemy.
Dziękuję. Dobrze.
Dziękuję. Do widzenia.
Dobrze, dobrze.
Kurczak na butli.
Kurczak na butli, kochancze.
A map to forget for FNATIC as they do concede Mirage from a 7-2 advantage to a 7-15 map point for MOUZ NXT and eventually closing it out 16-10. Honestly, Dwayne, I don't think that's acceptable to let it go from that kind of a lead and go flawlessly all the way towards the end, let it come down to the wire as many times as it did in their clutch scenarios to keep themselves alive. I'm seriously concerned, and even though Inferno is a map that FNATIC have done okay on in the past, obviously they got a 16-14 victory against Heroic on LAN, I don't know if this is the team that we should expect to see today.
I'm going to join you on that one as well and say that that's unacceptable for any team to lose 13 rounds in a row like that, let alone a team that's wanting to be a favorite in this sort of event. And keep in mind, the last result was that LAN in which Heap didn't play with them. They had forZe as a stand-in. So Heap on the lineup, we have not seen on Inferno. And of course, we're working with a small sample size, but even the MOUZ NXT boys, they've played a fair amount here in Republic.
It's so weird, right? Because we came into this whole tournament saying it's so unpredictable to rate FNATIC in the way that they have. You mentioned the results leading up to this point have been subpar when you consider the context surrounding the teams and the matches involved there. And you take a look at what they've got right now against this MOUZ side, and you can sort of see where that argument would really crop up to lose in that sort of fashion. Yes, it's the MOUZ map pick, and Inferno is the one where FNATIC wanted to go towards, and I can sympathize why. I just don't know if they're playing to form today, and that unpredictable nature is whether they're playing to form or not might just impact things even further here. I'm lost to sort of figure out like what the win conditions are for FNATIC, because there are a lot of things wrong over there on Mirage.
I'm more on the other side, to be honest. Like, obviously, there were mistakes, and it wasn't the FNATIC that we've seen in previous series. But I think MOUZ NXT were just the stronger team by such a distance more than what we could have imagined. So it more goes with the idea of MOUZ NXT outclassing on the first map. And now come here on Inferno, they played it only a few hours ago against FNATIC Rising and got a 16-13. I think the chance of a 2-0J is really here for MOUZ NXT.
We said at the start of the show that it would be a bridge too far for MOUZ to beat the main FNATIC squad. Maybe not anymore. Pistol round, FNATIC on the T side start charging their way into the apartments and up towards the A side. Shane has backup with him in pit, seeing several players. Heat will overwhelm them. MHL will get Goosh down to the back of the site, and Zershin can strike in. The backup dancer getting that one frag and looking onto the site for even more. He will be forced into the corner, and Roy might challenge him the same. Backup has arrived from the rest of the CT forces though, and finally Zershin will be removed.
Opening up the A side completely, having the aggressive approach, and even Jimfad to fall. Roy really coming alive when it comes to the round itself, and even Krim's coming into the action too. And for MOUZ NXT, they tried the bait and switch setup. That was very pacey for FNATIC, wanted to get the apps pop, and while one player only showed his life out in pit, they can't really set up the crossfire.
Great start for FNATIC. Far better in this one already. Need to keep that confidence going, because even though they do get the start, remember they got the start on Mirage the same.
It's all about mentally resetting after that last map, and I'm sure Keita would have had a bit of a chat with them and said, boys, what is going on here? This is definitely not what we stand for. Try and come through with a fresh mindset into map number 2, into your map pick. Damage being done towards the bottom of Banana early on. This is looking promising.
Tags up on Heap and Roy. Zershin down to 29 HP. The Eagles a 5-7. Half investment. Well, kind of forced investment, but looks like a half investment for MOUZ. Come through and dish out the damage, and so far so good for them.
Mezzy just working the apartment's control, and all it's going to take is a good mid-round call here from FNATIC, because as we can see on the radar, Jay, there's a lot of players over towards B, and now with Shane driving the attention away from the apartments, they might just force them into the trap.
Zershin swing, doesn't quite land the hit onto Roy. 4-on-4 situation, Nico Odos walking up to try and catch Jim Fat off. And face together alongside the 5-7 and the Eagle, and they get the kill against Nico Odos for it. So aggression punished once again. Shane missing the mark onto Prims and hearing the footsteps of Heap. Back turn, kill found. Shui's fallen down to the hands of Roy. Jim Fat turns onto him. And it might be another MOUZ still with pistols again.
Crims to clutch. We've seen how many situations he's been in like this before, but a triple coming through from Shane. And just keep in mind, Shane is the only A player. He's the only guy on the defense team. They've got 4 on B, and he finds 3 kills. He drops the bomb, he makes it uncomfortable there for Heap, and it comes down to a lot of aggression on both sides of the map. You see the banana picks, the flash over the top, they put pressure down onto Nico Odos, and then even with Roy finding a way back in, it's Shane to hold the whole round down.
Triple for him. Taking the kill lead position for the MOUZ side, and causing the server in general. FNATIC pretty spread across the entire board on their own force invest. No bomb plant, of course, so exact same buy as what MOUZ brought.
Great to see Shane having another good best-of-3 series. He was the highest-rated player against Enterprise, but normally speaking, Jay, not the highest-rated player that we look at. And having that idea that he had a good series in the last round, he's now having a good map. Come the first one on Mirage, now on Inferno. This could be another good one for him.
He had 24 frags over on Mirage as well, so he held his own at the second top of the board. Was ahead of Zershin for quite a number of rounds on that map. It's Nico Odos that strikes first on Jim Fat, though. Mezzy gets Zershin as well on the quick face out towards the B side. Missed smoke with a massive gap at the cross. Not like it'll matter, though. MOUZ are looking to save.
This has to be a safe call. Not really much you could do in that 3v5. FNATIC, very good B-pop. You saw the opening man advantage come on the top banana half wall very quickly, and then it's just a rain down of pace. Make it very uncomfortable for the rest. Now, for MOUZ NXT, it's not exactly as if they're in double eco status. They will force buy it, obviously, but normally we'd say, oh, they're going to be on 5-7s and Deagles, not a lot. At least they've got 3 rifles to work with.
Yeah, a little something to play with. You can imagine the pistols will go hunting for them here. The AK of Mezzy might stay in. Maybe Heat might go send himself towards the hunt position. FNATIC trying right back, disallow the streak to come forward from MOUZ. Crims gives a little bit too much head. Shane blasts him all over. 2-1 on the board of FNATIC. Small tech pause before we go any further for this one. MOUZ, of course, keeping those rifles in play. Probably forced buy around these here, right?
Yeah, of course. Want to try and buy it up, keep that pressure on. You're looking for a couple of rounds in a row to break that economy basis. And now for MOUZ NXT, you wonder, do we get something hyper-aggressive? Maybe a play down second mid, flash over the top of the bedroom, something down mid, gaining banana control, because they will be limited with the weaponry that they'll bring forward. Won't be everything that they want. And a battle for the start, very close between the two. And it's all going to come down to who continues to put a couple of rounds up.
Small moments of respite before we press any further onwards. Moment to let the situation simmer, I guess. FNATIC especially, just knowing how inconsistent they've been so far. Not to be ideal here in this situation. Definitely got a lot of work to be done to try and bring this series back. But hey, at least they got their start back. Those upgrade pistols turning into the rifles now. 3 AKs will be coming in. Crim should also buy down.
And even for FNATIC's results in the last few months, when we think back to Inferno, there's only one against a tier 1 team of Heroic. Everybody else is a tier 2 contender. And some of those results, especially before the RMR, are just so far long ago. And we did know that for FNATIC, they haven't played many events in recent history, especially with the newer lineup of the core. Now getting back into Inferno. And the aggressive approach is coming to the apartments, and it's actually going to be Shane with the start.
Tanking the early damage into the initial contact phase. He's hoping for the Seize tags to pop out. Indeed, Crims will give him what he wants. A simple spray, a simple kill. Shui tagged up extremely heavily there by Nico Odos, and the attempted wallbangs will not be successful for the T side.
So what do I think MOUZ NXT tried to do there, Jay, was have the M4 strike in Boiler to then have almost a sleeper hit of the AK getting aggressive. That was very clever of what they achieved.
Make it work to the man advantage. MOUZ doing well. Smokes go down to the main cross. The team's about to flash their way forward. They'll go in towards that B site. 3-man crossfire to hold off. 5-7 the likes of Jim Fat. Shui's Deagle will get dealt with, and Jim Fat can barely connect the shot against the bomb carrier. Will get picked back up and planted to the 2v2.
Fast rotations coming through from Spawn and from this banana position. Now for FNATIC, they've got to stabilize.
Swing upon Shane with a frag towards Roy. Now we saw Nikomoto to the clutch in a 1 versus 2 situation. Backed up. Hoping for a decent frag or two. The likes of Shane, the bomb about halfway ticked by Nico Odos waiting. His back still turned, looking for MHL. Swing upon the shot, connects for the CT side, and it will be a second round for MOUZ.
I wonder if FNATIC buy here, because they're not double eco status because they got the bomb down. So they could maybe go hero rifle on Nico Odos, go quite lie with P250, Deagle upgrade and get a buy forward. Depends on how much guts they have in which they think that they can force it back. Very good hold for Jim Fat. He needed one. And it was a bit of a struggle. There's no other way of denying it. That 5-7 didn't have the easiest time, but at least the kill gets presented. And then they wait for the frags to present itself. You think about the way that Roy gets aggressive in construction. MHL was just holding from that orange position. And yes, it will be a force up from FNATIC.
Deagles to back up the rifles, the AK and the Galil, of course. Mezzi's Deagle will strike first onto Shui, and Nico Odos have made a lot of progress up here towards the apartments. MHL was known and distracted in the bedroom. Shane is also known for the Deagles part. Nico Odos thinks it's a headshot, but MHL has absolutely no idea. Shane forced to respond, but Nico Odos gets his double insertion and Jim Fat in the 2v4.
Just when you think he gets baited there in that boiler position that was going to be it, no, he's still multi-frag, still makes it a couple of kills. And this should be Xerxon and Jim Fat just saving onto their weapons. No way they can recover a 2v4. Very back and forth between the two.
A save call for MOUZ, of course. FNATIC regain the lead. And you're right about the back and forth nature of this one. It's a nice change of pace considering what we saw towards the mid portion of that last map. MOUZ giving FNATIC a good fight. Opposed to just dominating on one side and dominating right back to the other. The guns will stay. FNATIC will gain 3.
This has got to be the first time, this entire group, that we've had a situation like this. We've obviously had back and forth affairs with rifle rounds and maps itself, but when we actually take the context into winning pistol, losing force buy, winning force buy, losing force buy, that sort of back and forth nature of individual rounds going the way, we haven't seen it at all.
Wild stuff. Controlled chaos here between both sides. Blanks involved. Nico Odos with the play that ultimately won that round out. Towards him again, with him and Roy being the two standout elements for this FNATIC side. And we've seen some star performances from those two players as part of this team. Need to see a little bit more out of that one from this, not just for this map, but also for the rest of this series, because they are down by a map. Remember that much here. Already he's caught the kill in towards Shui, so that's a decent start through the smoke. Lays down towards Banana, will tag Mezzi to 47, and the attempted trade from Xerxon only goes so well. More damage returned by FNATIC here.
He's still holding aggressively, and now he's got a window to work with. No one is watching for this.
Oh, Lord. Player in at underpass might be detected, and Nico Odos will check it in the end. Crims wasn't even watching for it either, so that could have been a bit of a disastrous moment for the T side. Doesn't work out. 5-on-3, the SMG of Shane. Backed up by Jim Fat here. Flashbang to Ram to peek forward. So goes very dry. Might even line up the kills against him. Jim Fat with a double. They are recovered with the 2 quick trades from Roy and Mezzi, so order is restored.
And they wanted to catch them off guard rather than trying to flash forward and make noise on it. Play it silently. And for MHL, this is such a difficult 1v3 to win. Not easy at all. This should be FNATIC up to 4.
The nade close to Mezzi. Bomb plant could be denied for his own part. Do the damage at least. The smoke will clear though. And he actually gets towards the backside. So smarter call for him. Swing out and MHL will fall back. See the likes of Roy and tag him down. Mezzi still undetected back over the fountain. The flashbang will get him out of dodge. And he also sees where Crims is. Nade towards the backside. Just about evaded by the IGL. FNATIC string 2 together.
And there's always 2 ways of looking at it when you have this back and forth affair. FNATIC come out on top, then this is an opportunity for them to come back into the series, to have a confident first half. For MOUZ NXT, that's sort of more building blocks to get a closer 2-0 sort of scoreline and put themselves in a winning position. Unfortunately, goes the way of FNATIC for their side. And now you've got to imagine Antoiko, not much is going to get presented. This should be a 5-2 scoreline for FNATIC.
Hey, USPs and Deagles, seeing what they can do. Hand cannon in the hands of Jim Fat, and the basic USP is pulled out. Shane to press the issue forward at the half forward. AK on Mezzi will fall back on the back of the flashbang. They charge forward, and they get dealt with. 1 kill for Jim Fat is decent enough. Decent damage done by Xertion's USP all the same. Should we see if we can do anything more out of this one, but should start to burn, should start to fall. 3 kills for Nico, and the 2 casualties for FNATIC shouldn't make a massive difference to the T-side line. MOUZ back on the bye.
Even for Nico Erdos, coming into this best of 3s, the 2nd highest rated player of the entire event. We think back to his 28 AWP kills against Sinners, 12 opening man advantage rounds too. Didn't get to see much of him on Mirage. He ended up with 15 kills and 22 deaths. Definitely not one of the higher markers, even though there wasn't too many more. This could be the opportunity to get more of a glimpse of him on a comfortability map.
FNATIC working in a comfortable defaults. Again, the AWP battle goes the way of their side. MHL picked up. They extend out towards the mid control for it. We're waiting for that mistake to be made and for it to be punished the same.
Xertion is hanging about towards this top of banana position. Will he get checked? That's the next question.
Swing upon, Xertion will get the kill towards Roy, so no, he won't. Nays to suppress where the smoke's going down. He's going to extend, in fact. Try and get some blind fire against the T side, but backs off smartly in the end.
I like that from Xertion. Try and fight back for a pick, hang around with the util, make it uncomfortable for FNATIC to hold this top of banana control. Eventually will get boosted up for Jim Fat's perspective. And now just jiggle peeking down on the CT angle.
Smoke set in, ready to try and put up on the main entrance as soon as he sees contact. The flashbang's good enough. The blind spray against Mezzi, who's caught jumping. Heat also seen there, gets the trade, but Xertion is known and Heat will catch him all the same. Like a gap in that smoke to utilize there for the FNATIC side. Either way, it's a 3-on-2. The bomb down and no retake for MOUZ.
There definitely was a gap on that right-hand side, and it actually aided FNATIC in spotting where those couple of players were. Make it easier to spam down towards the beneath the smoke player rather than the boost up. And Shui and Shane have to hold off. And it just shows that you go back and forth, you don't quite make a couple in a row, you're forced down on a hard eco, you go into the opening rifle round and it doesn't quite work out the way you would have liked. And we're starting to see a very similar scoreline to what we did in map 1.
The question is, will we see a similar comeback and return for MOUZ like we did on map 1? FNATIC would want to evade that nightmare once again. Shane will at least get the exit frag to make it an expensive round for them. I am seeing some concerning tendencies from the FNATIC side, though, particularly with that crosswag. I think it's the second time in this map that we've seen it miss and have a gap there.
Just saw this AWP duel. That was the open up. Even Xertion tries his best towards that top of banana position, and Jim Fat kind of needed a couple. And then, yeah, just on the edge of it, Heat spamming through, allowing himself to get a multi-frag. FNATIC, as of right now, are working with a quite healthy scoreline.
Quite healthy money line at that. Damage was done in the previous round, but it won't affect the buyback in round 10. Even round 11 for that matter. Nade set down towards that banana position. Will do some damage to Nico Otis and Roy, Shane is in the apartments, and so is Crim's pushed up. Expecting him to aggress towards the bedroom, though. The T's probably have the advantage in that exchange. MOUZ is going to wrap the stack towards the B side, so Shane's got to focus on staying alive here, and that's the opposite of what he actually does.
A little bit more aggressive on A, so that might break the setup ever so slightly apart. You can see both Xertion and Shui start making their way back over. If he maybe found a pick, if he made that information sort, because they are obviously making that gamble towards B, and if he gets out towards bedroom and doesn't see anything towards second mid and big mid, then they know, okay, let's keep 4 on B and let's continue to hold the stack.
That one man was that B side, seeing what he can do. Seen heroics already once today here on this B side of the map over on Inferno. The Enterprise side didn't quite turn those heroics into a map and series victory, being eliminated from this tournament earlier today. MOUZ aren't quite facing the same as sort of reality, but we'll see what the AWP of MHL can do. Flashed off, blinded, smoked off from the coffins. Will fall back and try playing the blind positions. Shots ringing out from the AWP of Nico, and Roy is crossed. Footsteps heard with the re-smoke down. Might try and blind the bomb plant. 2 taps missing Mezzy. No scope doesn't connect either. And now he's got to run away and save.
Just get out of there, Spawn. Hope that you don't get spammed down at all. Even a re-smoke going in for Heap, so that definitely disallows any opportunity of fighting that AWP head-on. And for MOUZ NXT, they'll probably just throw the last couple of players down towards that T-spawn area just to look for exits, see if they can take some further weapons out of play. Just cripple the economy if you can, at least put a dent to it.
Going around for Jim. In fact, they try to do just that. Hearing the footsteps. Swing upon. Headshot not gained. Roy with the kill. Shui not extending further than this. And FNATIC won't extend out either. Keep all 5 of those guns alive. That looked a little bit awkward there. And almost got Nico Odos, but crosshair placement way too low. Only the tag, not the frag. 7-2 for FNATIC. And I remind the ladies and gentlemen at home for what happened in this scoreline in the last map. I hope FNATIC don't repeat the same thing.
Well, we saw that for MOUZ NXT when they took on FNATIC Rising a couple of hours ago, they got 6 rounds on their CT side in the first half, Jay. Brought it back on the T side, so we know that they can be proficient there.
Opposite end for MHL to try and be proficient here in the banana position. Oh, back the perfect shot towards Roy. Connecting it, well, he's even while blind. And it forces FNATIC to go passive.
Yeah, that's a blinder. That's a very good opener. And just knowing how much success he was finding in that second half of Mirage too, we know that he could be a very strong entity for this MOUZ NXT side. And 4 and A as of right now. Nico Odos is still keeping an eye in case there's any further aggression from the bottom of Banana, but FNATIC are running into the heavy stack as of now.
It's so quiet in these mid-rounds for FNATIC's defaults. Might be explosive starts and opening kills, maybe towards one side or the other. A lot of utility to be thrown down, but in these, like, you know, minute 30 to 45 second, like, regions, it's so slow and carefully considerate from FNATIC. Majority of forces into the A site, and the bomb's going to go there as well.
Xertion did spot Nico Odos down at the bottom of Banana, so he's actually asked for a slight over-rotation from Jimfat. They're still going to keep 3 on A, and even Crim's trying to lurk out from the apartments. It will be an end up on A.
It's coming inbound towards the graveyard position, doesn't do any damage. 3-man crossfire locked. Crim's going to get caught, tagged up, dealt with by Shane with a cleaning blow. Nico Odos behind the smokes will be able to dish out some damage with his own leg shot. Heap dives in towards Pit, is desperate to get the kill against the man, but MOUZ are just hiding behind the smokes. Eventually the kills do start pouring in for Messi and Heap. MHL on backside, needs to land a shot, but he misses, and Heap can swing. Now the bomb to go down, the retake to come through from MOUZ.
Beautiful stuff coming through from Heap. A triple in the round, and now for Jimfat, he's got to back out. Get out of here.
Sticking around for a bit, though. Seeing the util thrown by Heap here. But he does think smarter of it. M4 to stay in. Save call for him. 1v3 retake, so difficult on any site, let alone a site of Inferno. So 8 to the board of FNATIC. They do not repeat the disaster of Mirage.
Comes down now to FNATIC really striking in the late round. Obviously, that's running the clock quite low on that exit towards A. And while the pit player, Shane, has a pretty good hold, MHL is able to find one. Just that overwhelming Heap swinging wide. allowing so much site coverage to get gained. And the panic from the CTs.
FNATIC so effective on this execution, and MOUZ might have stalled for a fair amount of time. Once those smokes started to fade, though, their cover was blown. AWP and 2 M4s in for the MOUZ rebuy. Of course, they will force the issue around that save weapon. Get from Arsenal and an SMG. Nade set towards top mid again. Will land pretty nicely on the FNATIC side.
Nikodos is expecting a slight jiggle. Any overpeak to come through from that brackets control. MOUZ NXT are being tested in these first few rounds of the half. And now even following up into the rifles means that things are going to get even more awkward on the city side. Zersh very aggressive, spotting a lot though.
That's 2 players on that boost. Smoke and Nade back to do the damage towards Roy and suppress them. There's a slight gap to that bottom right. I don't think anything that can be exploited by FNATIC there. Similar story for MOUZ though, and the jump face again spots where Heap's at.
Continuous spam and pressure being applied towards the top of the half wall, but MOUZ NXT still gained the site and still gained the coverage to force FNATIC back. Minute on the clock, even MHL has not really taken too much resistance out to long.
Perfect smoke from MHL to suppress it as well. Stop them from bursting forward in from brackets. FNATIC still go for the library and arch smokes and try set up the hit towards long. Working with split towards the short position as well. The AWP is caught looking the wrong way. The SMG can strike back for Shane. Jimfat found the kill on towards Mezzi. Meanwhile, Nikodos is forced to respond. A 3-on-3. Zersh so close, and the AWP still adjusts towards it. Jimfat behind the smoke will be waiting, and Nikodos pops out for the triple. Now to mark the SMG on the rotate, because B's completely opened up.
MOUZ NXT just giving 1v1s fights in that situation. Nikodos, oh, lovely. What a round by him. But you've got to look at the positional advantage, Jay, and say if you're going to fight Arch and you're going to fight Library, you've got to fight together.
And that was the ultimate cost there for MOUZ. Decent start as well for Jimfat and everything, but this sequence for Nikodos, the adjustment against Zersh, it wasn't even like a no-scope, like a lucky shot. He actually adjusted, flicked left, and then right again. Converted 2 more frags off the back of that. And FNATIC, this is far better. Already, it's far better than it was over on Mirage. This lead looks unlikely to be brought back against, especially not with the half buy-in for MOUZ now. 10-2 might be a guarantee.
Flash over at the half walls.
Never mind.
Getting away with a couple of kills. This is looking very promising.
No.
The shoe is now striking out from the boiler position.
I'm sorry, FNATIC, I just cast as cursed you. I apologize in whole. The Deagles have done their damage, and Nikodos and Mezzi fight back. Will be removing 1 man from the CT side. But so much more to do. Mezzi in particular, with the AK in his hands. Nikodos won't think about moving forward. Not like he can swap the AK anyway, because they're on the CT hands.
This is a very difficult round to muster up for FNATIC. It's got to come down to a lot of time stalling, forcing fights out into the open. Even Shui's playing Graveyard, looking into that apartment's position, waiting for the walkout from balcony. And Nikodos has been seen from the bottom of Banana too.
He's up there, Nikodos is watching, hoping for a mistake to be made. Mezzi sees nothing over towards the A site. We'll try to line up the smokes. Press them on, sees Shui out there, spray, does no damage. It returns damage to FNATIC. And now Nikodos forms up towards the short control. Mezzi making all the noise. Flash turned away from Shui, reading it so well. Nico now watching the man of the site. Mezzi's caught by MHL though, leaving it all to the AWPer. Shui just out of his vision. And that is a half-buy steal for MOUZ to get their 3rd on the board.
That's an incredible round. Even saving one of those AWPs from Nikodos, so MHL doesn't even need to invest forward off that. And just simplicity, I'd say, in that round. You've got Zershin playing the top of the half wall, gets a flash forward, peeks out, gets a couple of domes, working off one another. Both of those players blind, and just some good connections. Even towards this boiler play, you've got a long crossfire being set up there for MOUZ NXT. And for FNATIC, this round gets stolen away from them.
Shouldn't have been, and they'll be hurting for it. Of course, the buyback will be secure. The nades, however, dishing out early damage to Nikodos and Roy, and quite significant damage at that. 9 HP on the AWPer.
Very good util going down towards that B side. But is it a misread? Jimfat is the only player to B right now.
Incendiary directly on center, and Master forced to use the smoke and swing upon Jimfat, remove him, and get the B site.
Now, this should be round over. I can't really see a way in which MOUZ NXT go for the retake and all. If a frag presents itself quickly, then they might go in, but it's probably to look for exits.
Well, Zacian does find Crims to a back to a 4 versus 4 situation. Nico's so low HP as well. He charges forward. Zacian denies the bomb plant. Low HP in the backside and everything. Nico Odos is forced to get a kill. Messi up close at the Shire, and Shui's going to back off for it. No, they've dropped that bomb for the time being.
Shui repositioning, establishing that crossfire with the AWP. He's going to fight again.
Move forward with the York support. Burst fire against Mezzi. He's the high HP man in this exchange. The flash forward should allow the peek in from Shui, but it's not well timed. He's caught in the reload. Mezzi stalling for as much time as possible. He's going to wait until the very last second to get that bomb down.
He doesn't know when to do it, because the issue is he gets it planted, he could just get spammed. Nico Odos is so low on HP that it's going to be difficult for him to be able to be the backup dancer.
Similar story for Roy as well. Orc watching, noise being made, spray through, doing sun damage, and Mezzi finally secures that bomb plant here.
They've got a smoke and they've got a flash. You'd imagine MHL is going to get that down towards a spawn position, try and help them come out to Banana.
Swing in, Mezzi, AK watching. Gets dealt with, the transfer back towards Roy, and Shui knows where Nico Odos must be. Smoke goes down. Yorp in this round, firing away. The flashbangs against him. 2 seconds to defuse. Got to swing right now. He misses, and that's it. MOUZ find the retake.
It's an excellent round, and it only really gets set up because Zacian strikes. You can see the way that he answers back from that construction position, and as soon as they bring it into a 4v4, because they're already in the starts of the retake, you've got the confidence. You go, right, we're going for it now. We've got an advantage. Very over-aggressive there from Crims. An unnecessary duel to be taken. And then once that bomb gets denied the first time, they set themselves up. Shui has been in for quite a few spray transfers over the course of this series, Jay, and he always delivers.
It helps the fact his opponent on the second spray was like 17 HP or something. Easy enough pick back to find. FNATIC decimated by that HP disadvantage, and once again Roy's going to concede one back. MHL and Zersh going to get the kills on the high HP players, and Roy is also a goner.
This is a massive swing of momentum. Crims catches off Shane getting aggressive in the apartments, but there's still 2 to fight outside of brackets, and Mezzi's going to fall.
It's begun. It has begun, Dweg. The returning confidence for MOUZ. FNATIC ripped apart in this round once again. Crims back turn whichever way he faces, he's a dead man. MHL find the pick on the 5-7, in fact. There'll be 5 to the board of MOUZ. Can still make this a 9-6 half against their favor. Of course, the guns will come back from FNATIC to stop that.
Just knowing that FNATIC have built up such an economy that they've had tough last few rounds, they're still getting together a very good buy in round 15, which obviously helps them out massively. MHL to finish off that final kill. And now for FNATIC, can they get to double digits in the first half is the next question.
They obviously failed to do so in the last map rather. Here for this round. Still an opportunity to do something. Smoke sent down. Shui walking in alongside Shane, trying to boost up alongside him. Look above that smoke. Can't see much though. It's a pretty decent smoke for the T-side line. Covers off most of the main apartments area. A slight gap to reveal itself, but no one's there for FNATIC.
There's the start. Crims peeks out from that bedroom position, and that's the opening man advantage. Now there's also a boost up towards Nubox, which has come through from the 2B players. MHL over peaks though from the bracket side and gets caught.
A 4-on-4 situation. Shane watching with the M4 down to the apartment side, set towards Mezzi's angle, expecting him to face forward as Nico Odos set the smokes up towards the cross, but it's all a ruse here. Their main attack will be on the A site. So that's what you think. They're rotating players away. That bomb's still yet to rotate away. I thought it was going to go ahead and be a fake call.
Only if Mezzi creates enough space. If Mezzi gets out of the balcony position and realizes A is pretty open, they might send that bomb back over.
Second wave of util inbound here for FNATIC. Mezzi waiting for Shane, and Shane gets his kill. Will now rotate because the other player's fighting here for Roy. Galil out against Jimfat will get that trade. But meanwhile, his teammates have rotated on MOUZ towards the A side, and there's still a player out there. But they stall, they wait. They know that B's open, so they've got a little bit of time to rotate again.
Do they? Oh my goodness, this time is going to be so damn low, and Shui's here already.
Oh, he's dealt with by Royce. They've got the breathing room. The timing's just about on point, and I mean just about on point. For the first plant, Shane in the 1v3 is dealt with by Nico Odo, so they don't even need to plant it in the end. 10-5 for FNATIC, a far better performance so far here on Inferno. Can they carry it forward to the CT side? We find out after the break.
I'm through.
Can I actually get here? No, no way.
Oh, that one's already done? That one didn't respawn. Wait, how come this one's not respawning?
What was...
I don't know what happened.
What can I do? What can I do?
I know what happens.
Oh, good juke.
Now you kind of cracked yourself, Jimmy.
Alright. I know
You
what
can
this
actually
is.
keep-
Ooh!
You actually have to start from the beginning. Oh my god, this is actually super tough.
What? This is game.
No! No, Roy went for it and I didn't know he was going for it.
There's a mirror or some shit.
I'm through. Ah! I'm through. You're cheating, what the hell was that? Like, one of you should just do it for the team, honestly. Like, you guys can talk right now and just do... What? It's not fair! What? You
This mirror is insane.
Wait, what's this? What is this? I'm out of here. Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's aiming at me. Oh shit.
That was scary though. Will you
Please don't say I started. Oh my god.
No!
This is actually unreal.
landed on top of it?
I was smurfing. I died spawn.
Nico?
Shut up.
Is Nico muted or something?
Hello?
No!
At the turn of the half, it's all Denmark for FNATIC. Nico Odos leading the charge for his team in what has been a far better performance from him in this map and a far better performance for his squad in general. 10-5 is where we left off, and as they look to the CT side to egg, it looks like our 2-0 fears might not come true.
It does seem that way. Nico Odos has really stepped it up. Again, 15 frags and 22 deaths out on that first map. And now, come here on the second, he's already surpassed that, Jay, and could go for so much more into this second half. For MOUZ NXT, they've got to get off to a good start, and what it seems of gaining that banana control. One defender of Roy towards the top, and that is it over to B.
Just around, we'll see the P250 raid boss on Shane that will be hoping for an overextension from FNATIC, especially in that banana control. The 4-man crossfire inner brackets, though, is set and ready to receive. Utility on MHL and Shui with 2 smokes, Molly, and 2 flashes as well, 1 on the back of Shane. Get themselves into that site and see where they can go.
And we saw this sort of setup from the City perspective in the last best of 3. Enterprise being able to have that sort of gamble stacking and around the brackets position. This time around, it's going to be a different outcome, though, and Roy just has to play defensive and call the info over.
Oh, they put 2 smokes down towards Cross, none towards Coffin, so Roy's got free reign of the angle. We'll see them all inbound. The backup rotating in from the back stab. All 4 of the other CTs in for Banana now.
And they've got a flash to work with, and Shane was thinking about taking banana control back. He actually cancels.
And Jim Fat with a quick response towards Roy's frag on Xertion. 4 versus 4. A heap has seen MHL swings back, flicks desperate, sees Shui completely blinded by Messi's flashbang. Jim Fat with 1 responsive out towards Cross. Nico Odos deals with him. Shane needs to fight hard here with a P250. Picks up that 1 headshot back to an even man standing. Tags Crims out to 27 as Messi extends against MHL. Shane is dealt with, and MHL can't do much himself. The defuse will be held, and FNATIC will find a pistol.
Very difficult there for the guys on the post plant because FNATIC just storm in so quickly on the retake. They don't slow it down at all. They get towards that banana control and they just want to fight immediately. It obviously helped with the point of view that the mid players were starting to walk down before Roy had even taken the contact. And Heat just working his best. Jimfat getting away with a multi-frag, but no more than that. The time stalling not being enough. FNATIC 2 for 2.
Good stuff in this map. 11-5 for the CT side. The bomb plant did come down for MOUZ, so they will be investing into this one. Deagle, MAC-10 and AK Scout combination of the rifles. SMG against Zershun. Messi is going to pick up that first frag.
And we saw how back and forth it was come the first half. This time around though, Jay, that might not even be a possibility. Another HE going down and dunking towards that top of banana. Jimfat's just eating all of it.
A util damage on mass here for FNATIC. Incendiary helped Messi with the spray, of course, found that first frag thanks to that Molotov support. Tag's so low here. Can't really do much for the rest of his teammates. It's on the rifles to do the rest.
Get that boost up to the flower pots as well. Make sure that Messi gets the high ground. And for FNATIC, it seems as if they are going to be facing off against that double pump towards the B-side play. MOUZ NXT, they're going to struggle to break this crossfire, just knowing that the HP numbers are already limited.
I'll wait for their moment to strike. Smoke and HE to set for the execution. Shane's going to wait for that HE and utilize it elsewhere, I think. Messi up on the flower pot boost. MHL smoke finally goes down. Shane looks forward. Jimfat's caught by Roy. Blind sprays as Shui will get the train on Messi. It's still a 4-on-3 for FNATIC on the retake here.
Shui's got to try and make some space. Find a frag back onto Roy. Put some pressure down. The banana backstab is so quick again.
Right up and into it for Crims. Gets Shui. Flashbanging for his teammates as well to provide some support. Finding off nobody, but keeping them suppressed back to the backside. MHL picked up Shane's Deagle. Only good for one. The defuse will be held, and FNATIC, again, a great retake.
I think MOUZ NXT buy again, though, Jay. Another bomb plant, a couple of players to drop. You're down 5-12. You're limited with resources, but at the same time, you're back by such a margin of rounds that you do need to keep that pressure on. Just saw that initial starts towards that top of banana, how much dunking there was with the HE placement. And then just the swarm of the last few players onto Shane towards a new box. And MOUZ NXT actually decide to play it safe here.
And more of an upgrade eco round and a half by force. Heavy investment to get the rifles back in from the CT side line, so there won't be any SMGs for this one. There will be a lot of nades, and once again out towards banana. They're going to tank the damage on MOUZ. Shane's Deagle, however, finds the opening pick.
Knows that Heap is playing into the balcony position too of the apartments. Try and see if they can catch a lucky timing. Kind of stuck behind the smoke now. They've got to peek together.
Heap sees them both and backs away. Bomber pit will be waiting here. Oh, the broken wall per se. Shui's T250 is going to get dealt with by Roy. Low HP from him in the first place, so of course the frag is found. Zershun, however, finds another angle into this round. Heap unknown. See Shane, but the headshot goes the way of the T-side line, and MOUZ are about to do this again.
Of course they are. Even Jimfat walking around should catch off Roy if he goes back in for a save. I can't imagine FNATIC are even going to attempt the retake here.
No. Roy doesn't know he's dead anyway. Running into the hands of the rifle, saved on Jimfat's part, bursting through, 11 HP. Barely alive, trying to escape out in the open. He somehow wins that fight. I don't know how. It doesn't make a difference to the round itself. MOUZ will gain their first on T-side.
It does make a difference to the economy, though, because that frag being presented could have actually changed quite a lot to what FNATIC bring come the next, because Crims is double eco status, Roy is too. So if his M4 would have dropped, that makes the round so much more difficult to work with. What do they go with here? They've got two options. They can either hard save or force it back to put the pressure on. You've got to remember how many rounds they're playing with. They might have a lot of confidence behind them to buy it up.
The concern is, will they allow the comeback to happen? And for FNATIC, that's always going to be weighing in the back of their minds. It will force the issue. The M4's on 3, the SMG's on 2, so it's not a terrible investment. It's to be very valuable to them if they can hold it all together, especially with those guns if they place them upright. Firepower basis on the defensive line. Again, the nades will go down towards Banana. Again, there'll be 2 players tagged for it. They'll stack up the rest of their forces and try to go here even further. Another follow-up, HG, and Shui's now down less than 50.
And this is where MOUZ NXT have got to snatch control. This is the perfect opportunity to do so, because you can feel how much of a swing round this really could be. A lot of starts going up towards that top of Banana position, but it might just be a prod.
Swinging a hit for Zershin. Roy swung himself and just got taken out. Low HP on that one, and will be the first man in. Could line up a decent double hit for Mezzi. Indeed, he gets it. Shane and Jim back coming with a double of their own right, though. A 3-on-2 scenario in the end for that bomb to go down. Boost up for the M4. Looks for MHL, but the AWP lands it, and they know exactly where Crims would be.
Try and get that smoke down, but the problem is, how do you escape? You even know that Shane was that late lurk coming through from the long position, so Crims has to have the idea that he's down there in spawn somewhere.
Engagement against one player will get the kill. MHL, however, predicts it so well through the smoke. Fires blind, connects it all the same. And MOUZ will find 7. 5-2 the difference.
Okay, it's not out of this world that it's a possibility of a comeback. It's in that sort of distance where you can see it happening, especially if confidence starts building and Shane is consistently getting lurks like that. Great shot from MHL. Even the last one, straight spam. A little bit of luck, but might have had the traces of at least an idea of where it could have been. Not bad.
Well, if 12-7 isn't out of this world, remember 7-2 is a bit more one-sided for the MOUZ side. Still brought it back and did all that great work. Again, it's very likely, very possible that things should come together for them. The guns out against the eco pistols, USPs, and that harsh A stack. Shane swings, Mezzi's caught, sprays through towards Roy. About on point, but doesn't get any damage for it. Heap gets that 1 pick back. Seems to be the only fight that they'll find here on the CT side. Yeah, 4 alive for MOUZ NXT. And the buyback from FNATIC can be bought.
MOUZ NXT now know, got to knuckle in. Can't allow one of these rifle rounds to swing it about. And knowing that the economy isn't ideal, we won't see an AWP out for Nico. So it will have to be the M4s across the board. No kit as of right now. So it does tell me, Jay, with the setup, that it might be a little bit more pressy, a little bit more on the front foot, and that they don't want to force themselves deep in bomb sites.
Front of the default for Jim Fat and Co. again towards Banana, trying to evade those nades. But this is like the 4th round in a row where they've been tagged so heavily by that stacking from FNATIC. Down low on at least 1 player this time, not quite 2.
Double mollies up towards the Banana corner and back to the sandbag. Zershin with the lurk out and Boiler is not catching anyone on the short position. Not any noise being called either. Roy trying to see if he can jiggle out. Mezzi too. Want to keep as much pressure down onto MHL with the AWP at the sandbags as possible.
Grims has his eyes set on this apartments play. The smokes will come down from Shane, which will force them away for the time being. Molotovs from Zershin, the flashbang also over. Now the peek out of Boiler, but not to see anybody here on the CT side.
Lack of util now for FNATIC. They have been baited for quite a few of it. Even Shane thinking about a walk forward towards that long position. Crims is going to get forced out in the open.
Burning alive, the earlier HG dishing out the damage, and now Zershin ready to get flashed into position here against Heap. Might just swing completely blind of it, but Heap can punish him. So 4-on-4 situation as they mount up the B attack.
Slightly wide overextension, dry on the util, and now trying to catch the reposition. Roy does not get caught by the AWP.
No shot to connect at this particular moment in time. Flash is being sent over. M4 for Roy standing by. And Mezzi caught, tagged up to 21 points of health as Shane finds his frag. Roy ready for the swing back on Jim. Fat gets that 1 kill. Shane gives him another way, 1v1. And he does damage to Shui as well. 2v2 retake.
MHL still alive. He's starting to find some form in the second half. Nico Eros and Heap to go for it. Remember, Jay, no kids.
Looking forward. Being slow about this here. MHL's all seen and sprayed and tagged up in a minimal amount. The damage being done by Nico Oda, so as he peeks out the other side. And now it's Shui alone to the clutch. Needs the perfect headshot, taps. Sees where Nico Oda is, gets it. Isolates Heap, draws him deeper. 7 HP. Heap, he's stalled, he's sprayed. And Shui almost gets it, but doesn't quite do so. No, there's no kit, you're right, Dwayne. There's no time. He did enough. He didn't survive, but that's fine.
Mate, what a clutch! What a 1v2! Just when we saw how many clutches FNATIC were winning. When we thought about that first map and how many clutches were coming through, it now goes the other way, and it's a time staller. It's playing out in dark. It's making it so difficult to draw the fight in the open just as MHL gets forced forward from that new box position. What a hold. Shuey, that's a massive round.
Kept it together, held his composure. Tactical taken by FNATIC. They're first in this map, the first in this map. At this late stage, Dweg, kind of surprised that ended up happening the way that it did.
And for MOUZ NXT, it is just a climb. And just think about it psychologically. You're in the lower bracket of the Academy League. You're the best team there. You beat FNATIC Rising, go right, 2-0. It's a tight game, but we get it done. Now it's the big boys. Now it's the main squad. They put on a good show in the first map, and now they're climbing back in the second. This could be an exhilarating victory from them if they can keep driving forward.
Hero AK for Heap. Gonna have to be impactful here for the FNATIC side. Deagles and hand cannons to try and be back up. Xertion leans in, Shuey to 4 points of health. There's a good start here for the Pistols, charging up that banana control.
They've got a very good idea that FNATIC brought a lot of bodies over towards Banana, so it might be more of an intention of getting quicker starts on A.
Oh. There you go, start out against Shane. Deagle and Mezzi's gonna get overwhelmed at point blank by Xertion. Backup has quickly swarmed the site though, trying to find their entryways in. Xertion checking pit, making no noise towards it. Heap doesn't know he's being flanked here. Xertion swings and Heap will drop the only rifle for the CT side, taken out of play. It's the Deagles that remain in the 3v4.
They don't know about Nico Odos. No one is actually keeping an eye towards that short position. Now there's a reposition in pit. They might spot him.
Oh, MHL was swung upon there by Nico Odos. Xertion finds that responsive, so Roy's all that remains. Bit of a moment left. The knife out for Xertion. Are you joking me? To add the extra insult to injury and let FNATIC know that we're here to play.
All right, I like a bit of that. Give me more, Xertion. 10-12, 2 rounds the difference. Even Heat, decent stance. When you think that he's the only rifler in a round like that, starts it off with an opening man advantage. MHL getting that backup support, and Xertion, he's starting to play really well in this map.
AK's out on standard for the MOUZ side. FNATIC rebuying into this 23rd round here. Nikodos ready for the shot, connects it onto Xertion's head. Finds his pick and starts off with FNATIC once again.
No jiggle, no flash. That's always going to be an easy pick for Nico Odos, posted with the AWP. One of the first times we're going to see it here in the second half. Money's just never been there. And for MOUZ NXT, they've got to try and fight their way back. FNATIC, 3 on A. Lack of information as of right now. It seems like it's going to be the A approach.
Smoke on long, so likely to be a short take. Crims blind firing, perfectly timed against Shane, and even doing damage to MHL here. FNATIC holding control. Molotov sent back, Heap leaning forward, Jimfat can cross thanks to the flashbang, but doesn't quite get the kill. Heap and Crims combine, leaving it all on MHL on a 1 versus 5.
Trying his best to make it happen, make it expensive, doesn't quite come through. And FNATIC are ranked 2nd in the event, Jay, on their city side for the highest round win percentage in 4v5 situations. And I think that round was a prime example of doing so. The opening pick coming through from Nico Odos and the protocol. The crossfire being set on for that point onwards. MOUZ NXT really struggled to find a way into that round.
13-10, FNATIC. Back on the front foot, back in contention for this. Still 2 rounds to go to map point 3 to map victory. MOUZ trailing behind them still. The nades on Shuey. And again, the util damage returns.
Util is so perfect. Out towards that banana control on a consistent basis too. And now for FNATIC, there's even a little bit more of a press to take banana control.
Roy charging up, Shuey low, Jim Fat to the other side, he will get dinked down, taken back by Roy, and so I thought that was a adjustment there from Roy. It was the nade from Crims that got it, deals with Xertion, MHL swinging upon the AWP, and Nico Odos gets him the same. Confidence back on the board for FNATIC. Charging up the last stretch here on Inferno.
It just shows how important banana control has been for FNATIC on the City side to make it awkward. That charge down, the HE placement with the incendiary too. Now for Shane. 1v4, bomb control. Needs to deal with both of those A-side players. It feels like a miracle.
Upset. Nico ready for the shot. Eagle facing, trying to bait out the AWP, but not gonna happen. Picks his moment correctly, picks up the round and the frag for it. $1,900 on Shane now for MOUZ. It's a very broken buy situation. Do they go for it here?
I don't think so. I think they're gonna eco and play for OT. The money's not great at all. They know how important that last round was to win. And for FNATIC, this is the best chance to close. You're up 14-10, you're up against a lighter buy. If you're them, you're trying to close now. You want to make it 15-10 and 16-10.
Disallow any chance for MOUZ to get back into this matchup. Nice nade to start from Nico Odos. Fast rush of the pistols, even charging forward in the Molotovs. Crims will get a kill for it and doubles up towards Shane, dropping that bomb. Should have been stalled at that moment. Shui at least catches a kill towards Heap and trying to extend out towards the site itself. Nico Odos' AWP might get baited. No, shot connects perfectly. MHL with the AK now picked up and in his hands. Kevlar to him. Avoiding the flashes, knowing that he's pinned in a corner. He's got to fight his way back out of it. Does do damage to Nico Odos here.
So much consistency coming out of that AWPer. The Dane constantly putting up a threat in these rounds. First half and second. And now for MHL, 1v4, he's just hoping for damage. There's no way he's going to get the bomb and back to a site, so the best that he can hope for is pulling fights in the open.
Reload gives Roy the chance to swing forward, thinking he might be extending out towards short, and that's exactly what he is. MOUZ with the eco over and done with now towards the gun buy at map point for FNATIC. 5 map points to work with. It's not impossible for MOUZ. We've seen them bring back 13 in a row. It's going to start right here on a confident basis.
Very difficult position to be in, of course, but for FNATIC, they know they've got money in the bank, which obviously helps out for both Nico Odos and for Roy. And you've got to remember the basis, Jay. 2 AKs consistently being saved in these last couple of rounds can make a big difference in a round like this.
Oh, pick for Nico Odos. Immediate start for Xerxin. Swing out to the headshot at underpass. Mezzi tagged low, Incendiary sent against Shui, who's also tagged low himself. Jimfat want to be involved in the first casualty. It's Shui that goes down to the trade. Roy continuing to extend, knows that Jimfat's out there. The flashbang keeping him blind, and somehow comes up with a kill! A double for Jim, in fact! A 3 and 2. A smoke down to the cross. They have got Crim set and ready to try trade it back. It's a very deep smoke, but it might still work out unless he gets on top of the railing. Brings it back to evens until MHL swings.
What a shot coming through from MHL. What an opening couple of kills from Jimfat to open up B. And now for Heap. We know how strong he is in the clutches. Haven't seen it this in the FS3.
In the corners, wrapping over. 1-on-2 situation for this M4. Time is ticking. Heap has the defuse kit. No one's watching the coffin's position. MHL might get caught for this. They'll check site now. I think Shane hasn't seen him. There's no smoke for Heap either. Nay back towards one man. Shane will get the trade. No ninja for you today. If you had a smoke, maybe, but not to be. That's 1 out of 5 for MOUZ.
Incredible Jimfat play, once again. He's playing around the half wall, and you can just feel that both teams are trying everything to fight one another, to keep it chaotic. And he's able to almost continue the spray of a transfer, but while continuing to spray and walk around, deals with both Mezzi and from Roy. And even that deep smoke towards CT, MHL knew roughly where Crims was and just pre-fired the angle. Tactical timeout for FNATIC. Unreal that we have not seen a tactical from MOUZ NXT.
I'm still questioning how that's possible, given how this match has gone. Given how much they fought back and forth throughout the early game, the mid game, and here at the end game. Buyback for FNATIC. Coming through in this round, of course. Knowing that they will be on a reset. They will be destroyed. If they lose this one, this is their best chance to close it out for here. If they concede it, then it's overtime more than likely. MOUZ forcing forward ahead of the Molotov. In fact, with the kill, Roy with 2 to return. Shui looks for the trade back and does manage to get away with pretty decent odds, but the nade's back towards him completely misses somehow.
This is not what MOUZ NXT would have hoped for. Nico Erdos playing up towards the top of Banana, just making sure that he keeps his eyes on. The Danes holding down B. And for MOUZ NXT, just knowing that there's no map control anywhere else, this has to be a commitment. This has to be the XE.
Got the smokes on 3 players, one towards Cross, one towards Coppins. Insigne for Nico Erdos, smartly called in there. One more smoke that Shane could use to extinguish it, but they're not going to go ahead. Another re-smoke comes down from the CT side, and Roy extends real close towards position at the corner flash. Turned away from Shui, caught Shane. Also gets the trade back instead. Nade from Nico Erdos at the ready. Will try to put that down to the bomb plant position, but MHL is extending to backside instead. The smoke will clear, and the York will hunt for him, but won't get the angle just yet.
Oh, they're coming quickly from the Banana control, and MHL's going to fall. Shane now in the 1v3, so low on HP.
Impossible clutch for him, surely. Bomb in the open, looks for Nico Erdos from the York lands. 16 to 11, FNATIC. A very disaster for a second map in a row. Still a close affair, but a much better effort and much better task there from FNATIC. It's a complete role reversal to what we saw over on Mirage, mate.
It just comes down to consistency. First half and second half, it was clean. Yeah, there was a little bit of shakiness in the first few rounds of that map, knowing that it was back and forth. But for MOUZ NXT, they were on the majority of the back foot for pretty much all of that map.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, right? Like, obviously, we saw the big comeback for them, and then FNATIC were on the back foot for the majority over on that Mirage basis, especially in the second half. And taking a look at seeing how well they did on this one and getting the 10-5, securing themselves and not choking a basic lead of a 7-2 is a far better showing from FNATIC here, and it does give me more confidence. At least it reinstalls my confidence in this team to still hold this series. But 2-1 is going to have to be the series scoreline, as we have gone 1-for-1 in the maps. It will be Nuke as our final one in this best-of-3 to see who's going to the semi-finals at REPUBLEAGUE. Join us after the break.
I know this already. I think we faced them.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B, Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C, because I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think forZe has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So D, final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, maybe?
I think Get Right was number 1 and forZe was number 2. Oh, forZe wasn't even number 2, I think. Get Right was first, 100%.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played with FNATIC, right? Back then?
Yeah.
JW? So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Get Right was first. Yeah, let's go with that one, because Get Right was first. That is all I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Passion Snacks.
So, Passion Snacks?
Yeah.
Is good choice, yeah, that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
That's right first, Flash a second.
What a list.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
As well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1G?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way.
Maybe
it has to be. I think it's fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think fire as well.
It has to be fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T1, so.
Yeah.
I think let's say fire.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really? Oh,
Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
great question.
True. Developers, you know.
Actually, I have no clue that. Is it named like those two different things with a letter?
I mean, there's different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different
Symbols.
Yeah. I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
Ah.
But there is
Actually,
something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe.
That was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So
No idea.
Maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this game that much.
It was a little face
Oh,
that is on the handle. There's just simple difference.
I think that's the Arma that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
Gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the FNATIC logo.
Yeah. You don't have anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then
No, the gold was introduced then, right? As the.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it was this
that
one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Souvenir weapons.
Not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say.
Wait. Didn't we play that one?
You might have.
Not. I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No.
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No.
Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So final CD?
Yeah.
Yes, it was Eternal Fire, and you won.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield. If I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can. The night vision goggles, right?
Yes,
that's true.
Yes, tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Crimps. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is.
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
No.
What did it was only smoke.
Maybe it was smoke, flash,
right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No,
primary
that's
and
true.
secondary.
That's true.
Good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like dust 2 or Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 then, right?
It looks like dust 2.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
I
dust
think
2.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Does it look like it's? Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars.
Okay.
And it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist, yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
I will change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove Vertigo.
No.
And put back the old Cobble or the old Cash.
Okay, and I would remove dust 2, and I would bring in the old Cobble, 100%.
So
Both want
old
Cobble though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy. Come on.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, we lost our faith in FNATIC coming into Inferno. Maybe some of it has been restored, Dwayne, as we go to our third and final map of the series, our final map of the day here in Republic Season 3. Our final map of the group stage, actually, for that matter. So all finals on today's proceedings. And for Nuke, where do we start talking about this one, mate? Because it's been a bit of a wild series so far, so I'm not sure how much historical map basis is going to really apply now as we head towards this final one.
And we saw FNATIC coming right back into the series, which obviously gives more confidence going into close the series to take it to a third map. We've only seen them play Nuke against ITB. We didn't see it at all in that Sinners matchup. And even with that in mind, it was a fairly good T-side from them. So I'm expecting an okay performance here from FNATIC. And for MOUZ NXT, I reckon that they've got the goods to create an upset, but FNATIC will probably still be the favorites to close it here.
Yeah, it's good to see that they bounced back, right? Because we were so worried that the Inferno was going to go down the same way as Mirage was, and we were so worried that we'd see the 2-0 that we actually sort of like half changed our predictions in that sense. So the fact that FNATIC have bounced back, the fact that they actually look good, and the fact that they have formulated a decent map indicates to me that still Nuke could end up being pretty decent for them. And so far, with this 4-man core, they've had some very good results. At the Pinnacle Cup Championship, they beat Big at a 16-7 fashion, which is obviously a fantastic team in the Tier 1 space, and obviously they smashed out ITB a little bit earlier on this map as well. So I'm looking at this one feeling like they are coming in slightly stronger from map historical basis alone, even if I don't think that fully applies here.
And for MOUZ NXT, they were on a 6-map winning streak of Nuke. It did get ended only a couple of days ago against that Fury Academy side. But you also need to keep in mind, MOUZ NXT pick a lot of Nuke. FNATIC don't pick a lot of Nuke. So knowing that this is actually comes a third map decider, you know it's going to be a confident map because MOUZ NXT like playing this as their advantage in best of threes.
I mean, to be fair, FNATIC don't pick a lot because they haven't had much of a chance to pick into the matches that they've played so far. Still in that fear period for FNATIC at this moment in time. You're right about that, though. My concern is more for the MOUZ Academy side, the level of competition that they're playing on this map up. Obviously, they beat Enterprise a little bit earlier on in the bracket, and there was that forZe match, which obviously went to overtime, as we all know. And then there have been some close affairs against other Academy sides as well. So I'm not certain this map is going to be 100% solid for them to take it overall. I still feel like FNATIC are walking in as slight favorites in this final map. I'm not going to give them the definitive favorite of this because of what we've seen so far in the series, but I do feel like our predictions might come true.
And I think we need to almost go away from the conversation of looking at a map and saying, oh, well, they played a lot of Academy teams. What are they going to be like in Tier 2? What we've seen in Tier 2 is a round of 12 placing in the Pinnacle Cup 3 event where they beat Game Legion, top 30 team in the world. They beat Finest. They beat ITB then. I mean, this is obviously going back a little while. And obviously, what we've seen in Republic, they beat Sprout, they beat Sinners, they beat forZe, they beat Enterprise, and now they've taken FNATIC to a third map. So I think that whole idea of categorizing them of, oh, maybe they're not playing the best of competitions, they're proving that in best of threes against Tier 2 teams, that they're here for victories.
On the contrary side of things, on the FNATIC side of things, we look at their run so far in this tournament. You mentioned how the ITB side, a bit of a slapping force, and Sinners with their coach standing in as the 5th man, obviously took them the distance, and now MOUZ are going to take them the distance right here. For a team that, on paper, at least from name value, should be in Tier 1 competition, it's not been the best of starts for this new roster.
No, it hasn't, and I think they found that even when they played Republic last season, it was sort of the start of the newer roster that they had then, and that was a very successful event from them when they got into the playoffs in the round of 16, going all the way to take it home. This time around, though, it is still been a struggle, even in the group stage, to try and see if they can get themselves into that semi-final. And coming into Nuke, Jay, I'm very excited for hopefully another competitive map.
Well, knife round the side, choice aside. You must imagine the CT should be the main focal point for both of these sides, and it looks like the boys over from MOUZ are going to be able to take it here, unless Crims does something absolutely nutty. And you can see him running away because he does want to try and win this knife. It's actually quite important for them to be able to do so for me.
Could be very important. Start on that city side, get this way going, not to be at all. And again, Jay, the idea, right, that when you look at FNATIC, the face value, you expect them to be a Tier 1 team. They haven't picked up Tier 1 players. You think about Nico Erdos, you think about Roy. Okay, Copenhagen Flames were a very high-end Tier 2 caliber squad that had the opportunity of playing on LAN and had the opportunity about playing Tier 1 opposition, but we wouldn't categorize them a Tier 1 team, nor would we with Heap and Dignitas.
That is true, but I'm thinking about the caliber that FNATIC have lived up to in the past. 3 major trophies to their name, constant, consistent victories at Tier 1 tournaments back in the tiers. Times do change indeed, but the question is, are FNATIC willing to allow that to become the case, or can the audience in general sort of let that come to the case? Because at the end of the day, when you think FNATIC, I think guys like you and me, Dwayne, will always think of that 3-time major winning team. Whether they scroll over to the table, that is yet to be seen. Shui forcing forward in the pistol round. MOUZ are going to take the fight right to the FNATIC, getting that opener against Heap. They have got Mezzi on top of the roofs, and he knows the attention's been drawn, so they can work towards the outside.
What a hell of a way to make a statement in the pistol, just by a lobby crunch, just getting so damn aggressive into that lobby control, dealing with Heap, and now FNATIC try and slow it down. You've got a couple of players from MOUZ NXT rotating down from the vents. If it is a heaven wrap into A, you'd have to imagine that just combining down onto MHL and ForZe is vital.
Great shot on Mezzi to turn it back to a 4-on-4. Zershin down and out. Shane leaning in up at the top of the Heaven stairs, seeing the one man getting tagged up and falling back all the same. Things go very slow here in the mid-round.
Even MHL trying to see if he can strike towards the outside, deal with Nico Odos, and look around, and he's still not seeing anybody else.
Another good kill for Shane. Crims dropping. Roy can't get the trade. Shane and Lockus doubles up. And now Mezzi's left alone towards the ramp position. Bomb out in the open, in control of the CT forces. This should be a pistol for MOUZ.
Shane off to an absolute great start once again for this MOUZ NXT side. Basically going to try and do his best to make the round expensive, but it's the factor of the time that the bomb is out towards credit card. There is no chance in this round.
Lean forward into the hands of Shui, who'll get the headshot, connect the round, connect the frag, and connect the pistol for MOUZ.
Funny enough, actually, for Shui, the IGL of this MOUZ NXT side, out of any map in the pool, Jay, it's actually Nuke of his highest rated. So expect quite a lot from him. We can expect Zershin to have a good performance, MHL as well. So between those three guys, those are going to be sort of the highlight entities for MOUZ NXT on Nuke.
Basic pistols in for FNATIC. Eco's in for the second round, of course. Smokes at the ready. Zershin looking forward alongside the crossfire of the SMGs, the FAMAS holding together. The burst fire in from Zershin will be able to find Roy, so the start out, of course, will follow suit on MHL. 5-on-3, a standard for MOUZ, easy stuff.
You'd normally expect that if the Eco Pistols were going to charge down Secret, that the bomb was going to go with as well, Jay. That wasn't the case, and now bomb control is there for the CTs.
Yeah, again, simple. Get this round over and done with for FNATIC, try and avoid the SMGs if possible. But ultimately should have no chance to take the round. Crims might look for a knife. And Jim Fat will avoid it. Just take the damage of the knife, and good bait and switch, of course. Suspecting that Crims might have gone for that. Mezzi, last man standing.
Trying to make anything happen, but he's being spotted from Shane towards the top of Silo. So a 2-0 start out for MOUZ NXT. FNATIC have the opportunity of getting that buyback. And again, thinking about that ITB series, we saw that in the opening round of the upper bracket quarterfinals. Map pick in from FNATIC. 10 rounds on the T side, Jay. That's what we saw from them. I don't know if we can expect that sort of goal again, though.
Goals will be in the guns here for FNATIC. AK set up and ready to go to try and get this first round of the board. SMGs for Mars and M4, of course. Two main rifles set for the MOUZ side. A lean in against the smokes that come down towards the squeaky door. Crims bursting forward, trying to look up out towards the garage position. Jim Fat flashed in towards Trophy as Shane gets caught on the lobby crunch.
They want to keep pressing, though. Zershin going very aggressive with this MP9. They don't know that he's in here from the squeak door, but MHL loses the fight down at lower.
Pretty decent nade coming through from Shui's part. The three CTs that remain will go in for the lobby crunch. Shui does catch off Heap, and Zershin will now check it out, recognize that nobody else is out here. Heard footsteps towards outside, so FNATIC will give away the info that they are rotating.
Well, Zershin's coming on the backstab. This could actually work out quite well.
Nico Otis is considering it. The AK starts slow walking though as they work towards outside. He might just miss the marker or catch them just in time. Mezzi seen. Nico Otis just disappears behind harder cover, so a 3-on-3 is gained.
Oh, Roy drops too. This is looking promising. What a recovery this is. Even going back up towards Heaven, there's no one to defend, but it's a man advantage of MOUZ NXT.
It's making all the noise, giving up all the info. The Molotov's back down to the drop position. Crims sent out the Incendiary, the SMG for Jim. Fat struggles with the spray, but comes together in the end. Nico Otis on a 1-versus-3. Won't be able to get it. Zershin drops, and MOUZ continue the hype train.
I'm not really sure how that's possible. That was a 5-on-3. They had so much advantage in that round. And keep in mind, yes, the lobby crunch comes through. The MP9s are trying to get their way back in, claw themselves into the round. They don't drop the bomb. Instead, the bomb goes towards outside. And And yet, because they know that the lobby punches come through, they don't expect anyone to go up to T-Roof for the backstab. They were so slow to act outside getting into Garage.
They gave away so much information in the outside rotation and everything for FNATIC, allowed the backstab to come through. They let that round go, and MOUZ happy to take it away from them. 3 AKs to save into the next round with the open M4 brought back. Half buy-in from FNATIC. He's got that bomb plant bonus, but not enough cash to go for a full investment with.
Confidence really starting to build from the youngsters too. MHL, I'm not sure if I like this. Aggressive play going through from main, and he hits the first onto the second. Not to be.
Couldn't quite stand a chance against the speed and pace of the pistols. Roy's got the AWP now in his hands and can turn it on Jimfat. So, in the long term, that is a play that costs him. Shui next up the task to try and find this individual. We'll now know that he's in the locker room somewhere at Hell. Sershin giving Chase the same, and Shui drops down, makes noise. Roy can turn around, scope in as well. Gonna be attacked from 2 fronts, sprayed through the wall, sprayed through the glass. Other T-side players will come in for a bit of support here towards his heaven position. Oh, Roy still lands it though. Looks for another! A quadra for him! What a play!
What is going on? Roy just never AWPs, and somehow they're just feeding him individual jewels. First of all, you've got MHL frag hunting, getting aggressive against an eco for some reason. Way too confident in that round. And now for Shane, 1v3, players all around. Roy could be on for the ace. The shot doesn't quite come through. The Tech 9 does actually get disallowed.
How he escaped with as much as he did, I don't know though. Shane will be put down by Nico Odos, but man alive, what a play from Roy. Solo effort, basically, in that round. From watching from his perspective again, MHL, he was doing all right to start things off against that frag against Crims. But giving up that AWP to the T-side was ultimately the biggest mistake he made for MOUZ. What a shot. What a sequence, and what a round.
It's just poor protocols though for MOUZ NXT. Why is the AWP getting aggressive in a round like that? You know there's no weapons, so you don't need to make that risk. And as soon as that punishment comes through of the 1-for-1 trade, look at what Roy is able to do once he picks up that AK. Huge exploitation in a round like that. And knowing the weaponry they had too, they'll be disappointed.
And taps to do damage to the likes of Heat to start things off slightly. No opening kill. Mezzi leaning in against the AWP of MHL, who misses another great shot, gives up another AWP to the T-side line.
Xertion's going to go back over that one, get towards that closed vent position. Now, there was a tag up, so there's more HP damage being done to both Mezzi and Heap. FNATIC starting to see if they can ponder towards the outside.
Slow walk forward. Or Xertion trying to lean in against them. Will just continue falling back though. Smoke set, jump face. Not seeing them as of right now. Hasn't seen the gun barrel, a flashbang against him. Will force him blind. Shane's already fallen. And Xertion just can't quite hit the AWP shots. Eventually Roy will take him back. Shui and Jimfat, 2 left.
Anytime you're stuck in and around Garage or Credit Card and you're not hitting, with an AWP in your hands, you're going to get overwhelmed. They're going to put pressure down onto you and start crunching their way forward towards the A side. The last couple of CTs are in here from lobby. Shui doing his best to try and multi-frag, but not to be. And now even for Jimfat, I'm surprised he's still so aggressive in the matter.
Knows where Mezzi is, at least has info on 2 individuals. A case of turning in at the right moment, but Mezzi will catch him with his back turned to him. So, second to the board of FNATIC as their T-side gets started with a bang and continues onwards with that. USP is out now for MOUZ as FNATIC should equalise.
Yeah, there could have been a very good way in which MOUZ NXT just save the last couple of players, just hold 2 rifles to come forward. Doesn't quite happen. Roy is playing very well right now, and that's the last person you want to fire up on a map like Nude. We know that he can be one of the best players on this FNATIC side, and if you get him going early, that is going to be a very difficult person to deal with.
Shouldn't be much left in this round for MOUZ here. Of course, USP's pulled out, so Royal Property will be the first man to challenge, of course. Flashed in into the CT line. See how many frags he can get out of the farm. Not that many, actually. The firing squad works for the CTs, a 3-on-3. Can't recover those guns, though, and Crimson Nico Odos will make sure that they do not fall into the hands of the CT side. Protected at that, 3 all to the board. And MOUZ should have their rebuy.
And what a turnaround I think we saw from Nico Odos in the comparison. We spoke about it at the midway point of that second map. He had 15 kills in the first. He finished Inferno 28 and 13, nearly 30 bombed. Was finding a lot of impactful kills, a lot of multi-frags. And just knowing that he can try and provide that moving forward come the last map in the decider. Try and find that spot into the semi-finals will help the campaign to the grand finals and to winning the trophy so much further for both of these teams.
Quick push forward for Roy again towards the outside. The smokes will come in towards red box. The blind spray for Shui will not get any damage being done. Nico Otis will now watch it as Roy plays downstairs in secret above that smoky. I think he just spotted him there. Got his eyes set to the back line. Shui jump facing, sees the man and gives up his life.
Nico Otis, very vital kill. Both players working that credit card position. And now for FNATIC, they have already got a lurk down towards lower. MHL was there on the rotate.
Grim's leaning forward of the AKs. Keith might get sandwiched in by the CT forces. Fights on Jimfat, and Jimfat can remove him. So even man standing again. Grim's works his way towards Heaven. Zershin sits on the site.
MOUZ NXT have loved taking lobby control. This has been quite stagnant in their playstyle on the city side so far in the first half. Always looking to take pressure and map control away. Crims has been able to get to Heaven though.
Shane's lurking in hell. Gets the kill against his backup. Crims can trade it. Grab that bomb. And consider where to go from here. Maybe back downstairs. Jimfat, however, two to line up. He could get them both, and he almost does. But Nico Otis' Deagle somehow hits a lucky headshot.
And now for FNATIC, it's indecisive nature. Back to A, over to B. MHL gonna swing onto the NWP towards that right-hand side. It's gonna drop. And now for Crims, I think he has to go A.
Challenge the likes of Zershin to do so. Doesn't suspect Heaven might end up being a player who's watching it just in case. And yes, he gets his kill. Gets the round together for MOUZ to defend the lead.
Nico Otis has a lot of money, but I'm sure some of the other guys would like that. Especially when the rounds continue onwards. Heat will probably get a drop of one of those AKs. And MOUZ NXT, good hold down there to that lower position. And there's the startup. Not much of a vision being watched. But it's again, it's the lobby take. And even Shane, the way that not only does he find a frag, but spot that bomb too, it just slows the whole round down from FNATIC.
The AWP shooting in this map so far has been stellar from Roy and Nico Otis. Smokes back to the cross of stand, and MHL's AWP is watching. Look for Roy just below that smoke. He will be spotted in the end, so the CTs will gain the opening frag once again. Blind fire, not quite as successful as the information game.
That's always the risk of when you use the L smokes and you're playing up to the back wall of the fence, is that you try to create that slight vision to look up to Heaven, lose the fight to the NWP. And now come down to a stance of Mezzy needing more of a distraction and a timing to be pulled from the A players if he wants to continue to aggress forward and start perhaps making his way to lockers.
Utility thrown in towards the A site, indicating some sort of upper take, and it might still come through. It'll be a bit slower than they're extensionally inspecting. MHL's AWP scope will be heard, and he'll get back up towards Heaven. Mezzy will try to find the jump on him.
This is looking really promising. And for FNATIC, it's all a time stall until Mezzy can get into the right spot.
He knows where to look as well. Heard the drop down. He's just concerned that it might be a ruse. Flashes in from his teammates towards Mini. All attention turned towards there. Shane will be seen. MHL will be protected regardless. Shane gets that one frag on Crimson, deep down on Mezzy. And MHL will be watching, but he will not be ready for the main T-side force. Inbound from Mini. Gets the 3-on-2, making it 1 against Zershin. Jimfat left alone a clutch.
Try and see if he can deny the bomb for going down. Doesn't want to swing out too wide. Deal with the first. Knows that Mezzy's in Heaven. Low HP. This is very doable.
Didn't check him though. Thought he might have fallen back or fallen onto the site itself. Nico Otis swings upon. Spray goes well for Jimfat. It's a 1v1 now. USP v 3 HP. Has no idea where he's going from. He goes back for the kit. And Mezzy can find the jump on him as a result. Kill found. 4 on the board. FNATIC keeping pace.
It's incredible how many clutches have come through from that FNATIC side. And you can maybe look at that round and say, well, how did it even come down to a clutch situation? It was a 3v1. MOUZ NXT comes down to a state there where they get the opening pick, but lose the site directly. What a double entry that is from Heat.
What double follow that was from Nico Otis. What a clutch attempt that was from Jimfat, but what a victory that was for Mezzy. Several individuals having their moment in the sun there in round 8. Taps forward on it. It's the eco basis. Again, the AK and the MAC-10 should be able to deal with these pistols pretty effectively. MOUZ could only get tag damage and a couple of kills into the last stack towards outside. Not so lucky this time.
And realistically for MOUZ, they need to restrict FNATIC to 6 rounds on the T side at most. I think if FNATIC get any more than 6, we could actually have the Swedes really coming through and the international squad showing us what's on offer. Nico Odos continuing to be toyed with, but you'd have to imagine eventually these eco pistols are going to get ripped up.
Only a matter of time. It's around the corner, hopes for some sort of contact, but just doesn't quite seem to find it, so... Incendiary set his MHL. Tries to lurk in against Mezzi, gets caught by Roy in the back. The last man on the backside should be sandwiched by 2 AKs. Shoots a little bit out of vision, but he turns on the headshot in the end. The teammates for FNATIC with all 5 alive, for 5 to the board of the T side. MOUZ instantly in with the buy.
And you've got to wonder here for MOUZ what they need the change-up of now that they don't have that AWP. I'd like to actually see an aggressive stance, maybe towards the Africa position, get up close and personal outside. We saw Jerry doing quite a lot of that in the previous series of Nuke. Because they're restricted on, let alone no kit, Jay, but also lack of incendiaries.
Very fast pace he's coming in from the T side out here towards Ramp, and Jimfat just got domed by the MAC-10. Lack of helmets across the CT side, and you can see what effect that has. MHL so close. Heap detected, he somehow flicks back the transfer to a 2K. Roy forced a trade, and Xerxin now up to task. Sees where Roy is, a Molotov sent back towards him. Damage being done, but the kill goes the way of the T side.
Gotta save now. Not really much room to work in and around like this. They know they've done a lot of damage onto Roy, but again, Jay, lack of nades and no kit.
Shuri leaning in, Roy just about seen. Shane needs to catch this player, but Nico Odos lands it. Roy is caught. A double up comes in from Shui. Crims left alone, watching the double doors. Gonna wait for Shui to make the move. He's covered off from the observation window. He's watching it now. M4 detects him, actually. He reads it so well and should have enough time for this defuse. It's a clutch for Shui.
Didn't think Crims was going to fight at all there. Thought he was just going to try and waste the time, run down the clock as long as possible. But instead, that slight angle comes through and the clutch gets one out by MOUZ NXT. What a round by Shui. Just when it didn't feel as if there was much going to be granted, you can have the idea and the approach for FNATIC that they wanted to send it. Know the lack ahead Kevlar was going to come through. Very important multi-frag for MHL in the initial defense, but it's Shui with the 1v3.
Beautiful clutch for him. Orpa missing his shots and left alone to dead. 5 all to the board. MOUZ again looking to equalize and really successful at that front. Who's going to take the lead though? MOUZ and FNATIC have been pretty back and forth so far in this early game.
Been very competitive, and you'd have to imagine that leans more so better to the T side. Slight jiggle towards outside. Shui does not want to get trapped in the crossfire at all. They do have MHL, the first player down towards Secret.
MHL just waiting for the contact first and foremost. Roy might offer the bomb up to him. That would be a great idea. Shoulder scene, spray through. Mezzi also gets tagged and taken down at the end. USP against it. Roy's forced to trade.
The next player will probably be Jimfat on that rotate. Shui coming down into the vents position, trying to get on angle, but being smoked off. And now even Xerxin outside is wondering, are the Secret players coming back up to A?
Might well be low HP in the case of Roy, and all the bullets missed for Shui. Oh, that's not good. Xerxin now should be seen out towards Garage, detected by Crims. The spray comes through to a 4-on-2.
I really don't know how Roy is doing this in some situations, Shay. He's on 11 HP in that fight, and he still wins it out. Walking through a smoke, will I add?
That is a question to ask the Lord above as to how that happened in the first place, because it's not something us mortals can't even comprehend. Heap. Disposed of by one good frag on Shane, the AK in his hands, roped off towards Squeaky. They'll make their way downstairs towards the B site, catch off Jimfat, and make it around.
Just repositioning out in the open, and for Shane, 41 points of health. They want to go for the clutch again.
Very low HP on the part of Roy, the same. It's kind of even standings for Shane because Nico Odos on 100. Now lean in. Is there going to be another clutch for this man? Opening up the double doors. Swings upon and jump face catches the inaccuracy. Roy lands the perfect headshot. And FNATIC take the lead again.
And Roy is really turning into something special. We knew that coming into this map that he had been the fragger the most consistent across Mirage and Inferno. And now is just bodying MOUZ NXT in some of these rifle rounds. Even Crims with that lurk towards the top of main, looking down to that control position out to Garage. Make sure that there's no way back in, and Shane trying his best for the clutch. But Roy is just finding so much impact. And there's the 6th round for FNATIC. It's going to be more, Jay. It has to be more.
Mac 10 leaning in. Mezzi will find the kill on Jimfat and find the second player as well towards the top of the boost. One decent pick back for MHL, and the Pistols will try to fight hard to get the damage in and actually compound to a couple of decent kills. A 3-on-2 scenario. FNATIC are still going to walk away as the advantageous position, advantageous team here.
And for a moment, looked very winnable. 2v3, got an AWP in play. But now that Shui falls, this makes it so much more difficult for MHL to gain anything. Even the fight towards outside from Roy is a matter of timing.
Sat here over at Mini, and there was a play coming up towards Heaven, and she could have defended against, potentially done some damage with that AWP, but not to happen. Wing towards the outside, got caught off looking the wrong way, and dead to right to the Garage player. So 7-5 FNATIC. This T-side, I mean, it's going pretty well. We talked a lot about how T-sides on Nuke have been impactful and difference-making for the teams that tend to do well on them. So this is good right now.
And we've seen that for MOUZ NXT, they're ranked 2nd in the event on CT side for the highest round win percentage in 4v5s, Jay, recovering those rounds. And unfortunately, it does feel as if they give up the opening man advantage, what we've seen previously isn't coming to success.
Shui charging forward to the M4, seeing Mezzi, seeing Nico Odos will tunnel towards 1, 2, transfer back to 3, not as successful. Crims holds on to control, and Zershid inserting himself behind the T-smokes, sees Crims, drops that bomb for a second time, and MOUZ. They might not be down to the 4v5, but they do find the 4v2.
Well, there's the aggression. That's what I was hoping for. No AWP, get up close and personal, something a little bit different. Even Roy, I think he's being watched. Zershin, matter of times, he looks back towards that secret position. Roy drops, Heap, 1v4, and it just shows that when MOUZ NXT try and fight for outside for one of the first times this entire half, how much more of a positive it is.
It's a big win for them, again, to try stack up against FNATIC. Ideally, to win the CT half should be their goal. We'll see Heap at least looking for this one man, hopefully more towards outside. Zershin thinks the secret's clear. Had to discover that he's in a bad state of affairs here. Okay, so the headshot, grab that bomb and see where he can go. Back to the B side, it seems.
Down towards lower, over towards main, trying to get into Garage. Has not seen that rotation in from MHL. The footsteps haven't been heard from Jimfat just yet, but the knife out from Heat, he's got to be a goner. And there's the 6th out for MOUZ NXT. Only recover 1 AK by the looks of it. Oh, just get a second, actually.
Just about, like, a tick just before the timer hit 0. So 2 rifles, 2 upgrade rifles to work for MOUZ in the next round. Mostly down to Shui's efforts that the round even got set up in the way that it did. Zershin with the double. Well timed against Roy's headshot line. It would have been nice if Heap had held together, but holding his knife out against Jimfat. The outside control, easy swing for the kill, and I don't even know if he was ready for it. Might have been suspected there'd be a player at Hell. Regardless, FNATIC. Down to a Tech 9 on the part of Heap.
Jimfat up against the rush out towards ramp. Very good protocol. Get in for the first frag, put the incendiary down, slow down the rush entirely, but just retreat. Play the man advantage. And for MOUZ NXT, knowing that this is now their 5th game in REPUBLEAGUE, if we look at the close qual and the actual main event of the group stage, Jay, this is the 4th time they're now playing Nuke.
There's no need to be a hero as a result of that. Jimfat knows what to do. They should have their protocols down pat for the rest of this round. Case of FNATIC to try and break them here. The M4 set in over at the close vent corner. The AK of Zershin looking for the frag out towards Squeaky Door and Mini.
Just got to set up the crossfires from this point onwards. Difficult position for FNATIC. Might go towards that top side play with a super late lurk from Roy outside. They've really got to pull an advantage back, and it's going to be out from Squeaky.
Smokes down, Shu with the M4 standing by as Roy leans in. Not spotted. Zershin waits and finds his pick to the 5-on-3. Heat with Crims. Combine the 2 frags of their own right back to an even man standing, and the Molotov drives them away from Heaven. The bomb could get planted here.
Nico Odos is ready for that quick rotation. Anything up from the vents, and MHL is really going to struggle to deal with Nico Odos in from the Squeak Door.
Train ready to attack from Heaven. FNATIC going to go ahead and join us. There will be no backstab on the CT side. All down to the retake out of here. Flash at the ready. MHL looking to pop up from the vents. When does he make his move? Right about now. Shane with the trade on Heap. Nico Otis Crims standing as two. Shane trying to trade. Sees Crims. Sprays him back. Dead out of time though without the kit. Holding the 10 seconds. He's already lost the round here. Nico Otis will jump face. Will lose his life. The kit's on him. Is he going to get this? No. He had the idea, he had the vision, he had the knowledge, but he just didn't have the time.
Had to have that kick closer towards him if he wants to make that round possible. What an entry coming through from Crims. That slow walk contact out to Squeak Door towards the closed vent position was just a clothesline of a shot. That onto Shui opened up the ramp completely, and then Crims continues to fight in the post plant. Shane does not have a kit on his body. Has to just save the AK. FNATIC, if they get even a 9-6 half, that would have to be looked at as a massive positive. And looking at the buy status of MOUZ NXT, that is a very high likelihood.
Yeah, 2 for Masters and a 5-7 to work with here. Chewy with the FAMAS towards outside, the AK of Shane. At least can get started here against Mezzi, and the M4 Exertion potentially could have sprayed through and Heap, but missed the window opportunity. The vent dive is allowed here.
It might still grant a fair amount of information outside. This is a good-looking crossfire.
Exertion making noise to draw attention away from the flank of Shui. The FAMAS standing by. Can't see Crims just yet. Smoke sent back down. Crims' head not being seen. The spray through on Roy, and Shui can strike to cut him off from Secret. Nico Odos forced to trade back to a 4-on-3 here. Crims giving chase towards Xerxes on the side. Gets that headshot. Knows that MHL is somewhere towards the outside as well. Nico Odos will be seen and will be sprayed. Crims challenged the same when the FAMAS wins the fight. And FNATIC with the better buy still come out with the worse round.
Even Heap, another clutch situation to try and work with. Got the bomb on his back, but players all around. At least he's got the time to work with, Jay.
Spray through an MHL, tanks a ton of damage, and FNATIC almost finished off the job here in this round. Shane on 5 points of health will not stand a chance. Heap has also got to go back for the bomb.
Got to think about where's the reposition, and yeah, this is being heard. This is lovely.
Shane just gonna wait, just Heap check his corner. AK with a spray, tap forward on 2 individual shots, one of which connects to the head. A 7th round for MOUZ to close out the half, but FNATIC still lead into the break.
We go now?
Yeah, if you die, you die,
Wait.
bro. Okay, who first?
Wait.
Oh!
Sorry.
Stop it!
Stop it.
Stop it!
Wait, it's here.
What? Guys, you have to wait. You don't have to jump like letters.
Oh my god.
Wait, what is this? What is this?
Oh, it's...
I don't like this, guys.
Did he click it
Stop the
already? Oh.
Wait, how is this?
No
He got pranked. He got pranked, guys.
Whoa! Yeah. He got
No.
Oh!
Easy,
Easy, guys.
Ah, you scared, huh? You scared, huh? Come on, jump. First over gets a nice one.
Oh, what the
Nice movement, Jimmy.
I got stuck. Guys, I cannot come in. Need help.
I'm...
You survived?
Oh my...
Oh my god.
I'm too good for this game, bro.
Stop it! Not stop it!
Come on, Luke here.
No, what the Go away!
Go!
Bye.
Guys!
No, we should wait, I think, right?
Oh.
I will wait for
No,
them.
why should we wait? Dory, I have a plan. No!
What is this?
Can I go now?
What do you mean I died there?
Wait,
Oops.
what to do?
Okay.
I get the other guy.
killed me. Oh, you're selfish.
My movement is so good that I'm afraid of jumping.
Leave him, saw that.
I actually played KZ Maxon before this, so that's unfair.
As it's unfair, wait for me. Wait for the captain, please.
No, Captain, bye.
Wait for the captain.
No. What is this?
Jump there, and we have to jump there, right? No. You can't click 2 times. Oh man! What am I doing?
With FNATIC and MOUZ going back and forth and blow for blow in the first half of this map, we have led to an 8-7 scoreline on for FNATIC for their T-side start as well. The question for MOUZ is their T-side strong enough to try and bring it back?
Well, let's think our minds back to the game against Enterprise, Jay. In that upper bracket semi-final, they picked Nuke, they started on the T side, and they managed 10 juicy rounds, double digits. We've seen some good T-sides before for MOUZ NXT. They've got to now step up and get off to a good start, and already seeing the pistol, there's a couple of nade sets.
Ready to try and receive on the FNATIC side. Fast play in towards the A side. MOUZ overwhelmed with a numbers game heap with headshots for days, though makes it a triple and shuts down every single player. The flick to Shane's fantastic as well. And Shui is left alone to hell.
All right, mate, here we go for Heap. Now repositioning out towards the closed vent corner. On for the H, and he's going to get there. What a sick round coming from Heap, mate. Just when the pace is there, when MOUZ NXT want to explode it to the A side, they exploded it to Heap.
What a beauty of an ace. Most every single headshot was perfect. Safe this one here against Infat. A couple missed bullets, but every other one was a one-tap. Wow. He peek, he frag, he pistol for FNATIC.
That's gotta be one of the best plays we've got in this entire group stage. And when it's in such an important best of 3, Jay, to get started on the pistol, to get closer to double digits, when now you could be with the confidence and victory road of getting into the semi-finals.
Glocks and P250s, M4s, SMG for Mezzy. And pistols will get mowed down by Nikomoto's here. FNATIC looking for their start up on the CT side. Zershin drop next. Shui and Jimfat have made their way downstairs right into the hands of Mezzy though. Leaving Jimfat alone. He does get one exit and the second kill with the M4 now in his hands. The bomb on his back. But B-side swarm, there shouldn't be a bomb plant here.
Can't imagine so. He does get forced out in the open. Oh my goodness, this is winnable.
Players inbound very quickly as well. Got to get away into the hands of Roy. Did he not know the double doors were opened up or closed? Okay. Sure. The clutch attempt shut down by a massive mistake from that last MOUZ player. But the fact he got 3 kills still makes it an expensive round for MOUZ. Bomb plant as well. Fantastic eco.
I don't think he expected Roy to peek with the doors opening though. The idea was Roy might just tap it and fall back, play a little bit more defensive and draw the fight out into the open. And that's where Jimfat realizes that opportunity of trying to strike just by getting on the front foot and being hyper-aggressive. Doesn't quite come through though, tries to put the smoke down to waste a little bit of time. For an eco, for a very limited Glock round with a single P250, that is an excellent round.
Takes the wind out of sails of FNATIC from the back of that pistol. The AK's in against the M4's a standard. FNATIC with a harsh force to invest back in this one, and MOUZ know that they can reset the economy easy.
Start walking down towards that lower position. Nikomoto's hoping to see if they can spot a slight gap in that smoke. Doesn't seem like it's large enough, even with the incendiary being pulled. They walk down as the smoke starts to clear. The bomb is still being left outside the lobby, though.
Flashes in against Shane here in the lobby control. Suppressing for the time being. Roy sat back ready to receive them in a secret. Shane will continue to prod. Might be no utility basis here. Zershin with a shoulder bait gets picked up, and Shui will respond.
Not easy though at all for MOUZ NXT, but they try to cut a rotation. Heap is still over towards the left-hand side, and now Nikomoto has to strike.
He's sandwiched though, knows that those players coming in from the corridors might become a major problem. The AK wraps the corner, Nikomoto deals with one, but only one. Shane responds 2-on-2.
Rotates it quick though. Look at the way that Crims is coming down. Even Mezzy trying to see if he can find some space in the vents. And knowing that Shui is low, all pressure comes down to Shane now.
Crims leaning in. And Shane takes the challenge, wins it against Crims. Mezzy now with 2 very low HP players to clutch against. In from Decon, the door is closed. The info will be found once he opens up, checks the rafters, swing out, and Shane gets the headshot for the triple, for the reset for MOUZ.
And this is where we've got to drive that conversation forward of Shane just having a really good event, another really strong map. He averages a 0.99 rating in the last 3 months of Nuke, and he's top fragging. He's been doing that in this best of 3 series. He's been doing it in previous best of 3 series. It just feels as if when they need him the most, he's the guy to step up in the post plant. And when Shui is on red HP, you need him, and he delivers.
And for a player that was always playing second fiddle to the likes of JDC and forZe in this team, what performance it has been for him to stand up like this. Doing the most amount of damage for the MOUZ side, and FNATIC will suffer for that. Pistols in the round 19, a force buy for the CT side.
FNATIC have got a fair amount of display down towards a lower bomb site in Roy. Even Heap can be quite quick on that rotation from the ramp angle. MOUZ NXT really wanting to run the clock. Even Shane clearing out a lot of these positions from the squeak door, but not seeing anything just yet.
Molotov set in. Flash is sent over for Shui to lean forward. Out towards credit card is where he'll sit. Mezzy. The Deagle standing. Nico. Oh, those domes in one. That's a start.
Now start working the outside play. Need to find that trade back. Nicodos is getting sandwiched in, but Heap is there for the resurgence.
Zertian responds the same towards Roy though in the secret control and still gets tagged by the Deagle out towards that locker rooms. Shane now walking into the site, sees Mezzy, tags him in the shoulder, unawares of where Crims might be. The 5-7 brings back the advantage. 3 players on this A side. Jinfat knows the best place to go to be.
Even Zertian's got to go down towards that secret control, get that bomb down towards lower, and Crims trying to fight on the outside.
He's doing damage as well. Zertian just being chunked away at the HP bars, and Jinfat now standing against, fighting it to the likes of Heap. Zertian, quick burst through, deals with Mezzy, and Crims will finally fall. It's Heap alone for another pistol clutch, this time against the rifles, but with a Deagle in his hand. Zertian up close and personal. Heap wasn't expecting that. On the bomb, he'll tap, flick back to the head, but doesn't connect the shot in time.
What a recovery. What a bait and switch that actually was from FNATIC. The idea that Mezzy was playing the back silo angle on A, and then they're obviously trying to force the T's further into A and unlock Crims' position. But as soon as that gets red, eventually, Jinfat just has the immediate call to go down into the vents, to get that bomb down to the lower side. Shot in from Zertian. He obviously heard the footsteps dropping in the vents, but that's a pre-fire.
Had no idea whether it was going to connect, but it did in the end. Working out well for the likes of this MOUZ NXT side. Now one to go to equalize against FNATIC, and again they have USPs pulled out here. Spray through from Zertian's already caught that first. Crims down. Shui spraying with a MAC-10 as well to try and suppress, ensure that no one makes their way up. And for FNATIC, well, not much they can do here.
Best that they can hope for is to not get farmed. Mezzy being flashed forward. That's a decent kill onto MHL.
No good follow-ups though. Shui with the MAC-10 continuing to farm the money. Grab that AK later on in the post round as well. Shane, Zertian watching for Heap. Nico Odos will get hunted back by Shui. Did he not see him? I think he might do now. USP almost gets the frag in the round, but Shui takes the MAC-10 straight to his head. They will lose an AK, but that won't be a major loss for MOUZ NXT here.
10-10. And in situations like this, where pressure's starting to build, you're getting that end towards a third map decider, I'd probably give the edge to MOUZ NXT, even though they're the less experienced squad that they are an academy team, Jay. They've been playing together for a very long time, where for FNATIC, this is a new lineup. This is only a core two new additions, and Heap, who is only making his debut here in Republic.
It's a broken situation for them. Oh, what a nade onto MOUZ. FNATIC still have the knowledge and know-how of how to force the advantages in these situations, though, so it's not over just yet. Over For the next 6 rounds, Xerxin, however, looking to apply some pressure in this round. Kill found, Mezzi, backside, drops the bomb, sees the second, can't quite get the third. Shui trades back to a 3-on-3, but backup has quickly arrived.
Look at Xerxin though, out towards heaven. Timing's gonna be it, and actually they're distracted. Nikonos is looking the other way, and there's the man advantage again. Nikonos even pressing for the fight with the molly, and MHL forces out that rotate. Oh my goodness, Heap was actually watching it, Jay. He was looking the other way, and as soon as that distraction comes through, that's when Xerxin's able to strike.
And at long last, MOUZ have forced out the lead from FNATIC in this half, 11-10. The first tactical called in by the CT side because it was an effort and a half to keep it together. But it was this play from Xerxin, you're right, to get those 2 kills. Nico Odos just couldn't respond. Too close with the AWP in hand. And FNATIC, don't tell me they're going to lose this series here.
Knowing the fact that it's been not a lot of success in this second half doesn't bode well. Win the pistol, win the second round, and that's it. And that's even one of those rounds where Jimfat is able to get a few kills with a Glock and a bomb plant. And now it's just led into round after round. Grinded back here for MOUZ NXT. 4 in a row, 1 round of the lead, and now up against an Eco, you would imagine 12-10.
Now, surely there's no other way around it. Unless these Deagles do something magical. Taps on, burst through. The automatics and MOUZ will try hunt for a frag or 2. It's slow, careful, trying to feel out how FNATIC are playing this.
Quite a few 5-7s into the mix too with this round. FNATIC haven't got much presence towards outsiders at all. And it seems as if MOUZ NXT want to leave a single entity towards that T-roof, just a spot in case there's a lobby crunch or any aggression coming through to that part of the map.
Towards outside, 3 players play, and none of them will fall. Xerxin instead is dealt with on the T-side start. Shane caught off by Crims next. Hold the phone. This one might start to turn the way of the CT forces. MHL will find Mezzi on the turn, and the MAC-10 forcing forward against Crims brings back to a 3-on-3. Jump around the corner. Heap trades responded to by Jimfat. Now Nico Odos has an AK though. Incendiary sent. Will they go towards the B site? I think that might be the right call for them, and they're considering it as well.
They're just waiting to see what the response is, and even for Nico Odos, there could be a rat play, try and get back out towards the squeak door, and MOUZ NXT are being so silent about this. This is going to help even further.
They just started making noise though, so now Nico Odos knows what's going on. No Kevlar, no kit, no util in this 1-on-2. Jimfat walking back away, closing decon.
Really is naked in a round like that, nothing to work with. And when you're in a situation like this, you need frags. You need them to present itself immediately, and MHL catches him off just of that slight angle, opening up the squeak door. From FNATIC's point of view, it's a decent eco. You don't invest into much, you don't get away with the round victory, you don't save into a weapon, but you are trying to do economical damage to the T side. They've got to find a round though, Jay. They have to end this streak. Because look at MOUZ NXT in the first half. Other than the pistol victory they got in the conversions, they were all individual. They weren't streaking together. So now that we've got 5 in a row, it feels as if the confidence is at an all-time high.
Well, this will be the kind of round where they will break the streak of MOUZ. AWP M4's brought down for this CT sideline. Nico Odos seeing the flashbang sent his general direction, sees Alex Xerxin, splatters his brains across the yard, and takes Shui down the same here.
MHL desperate to try and get that trade back, but just missing the timing on it. Might get another AWP v AWP duel, but again, missing by the thinnest of margins.
Backs off as the smokes will clear. MHL. Eyes set on position as Nico Odos will wait. A crack angle. Ready to receive the T side, but they've crossed out Secret already. The bomb, if it makes his way back, could be in trouble. That's unassuming he goes back here.
Shane is just waiting for Crims to relocate, to reposition ever so slightly from the back of the side. He's hoping that he catches him off the back wall going closer towards the squeak door.
Bomb left in Secret as Shane tries to advance and find a line into the A site. Crims is waiting as utility's just been thrown down here, and they're looking for that next contact bit.
Even Roy jump spotting is going to realize that there's no lower presence. The best that Jimfat can do is pull the distraction with a slight jiggle. Even the incendiary forward, 30 seconds left on the clock. It's got to go back to A.
Molotov set in. Tagging against the player at the lower bomb site. Shane with a peek. That's a great kill. Crim's about to offer him a double. From a 5-on-3 to a 3-on-3. They still got outside presence from Nico Odos though. That drops the bomb, and that should be enough to win the round here. 10 seconds. MHL can't go back for it. The CT's focusing on staying alive. Nico Odos will die, but he's done enough to take this one for FNATIC.
That's so heartbreaking. Shane did so much to break that setup. He deals with what looks to be the unbreakable crossfire. Messi out from the closed vent, Crim's behind default, somehow exploits both of them. But what a round by Nico Odos. The opening couple of kills towards Garage, dropping that bomb and wasting so much time outside.
One round the difference. FNATIC trying to make it to evens again. MOUZ's money state still looking relatively healthy at this stage. But at this moment, this match is marginal. Anyone can take it.
How important could be a crippling economy round like this for MOUZ NXT? You start having a look at the loss bonus, you're thinking there's not much there for FNATIC. This could be MOUZ NXT getting up 14-11 if they can strike now. FNATIC, very passive. Knowing how strong Nico Odos was in that last round with the AWP, it's unfortunate that they can't get it again.
Incendiary set as the AWP of MHL watches. SMG of Crims will wait top of the hut. Zertion holding as 4 T-side players start walking. Mezzi standing by. Spray through, gets one with Nico Odos' entry frag. Shui with a trade. Crims top of the hut as Nico Odos bears down upon him from the outside. The 4-on-2s, the kill comes in. And MHL and Jim Fat try to fight back, do everything they can to get access to the site. They'll get the bomb plant at least.
Yeah, MHL's in a very tough position. Has to just try to hide. Needs to continue fighting. Needs help from Jim Fat.
Orpa held back. Pinned in the open vent corner. Roy sees Jim Fat and he gets out of dodge. The AWP overwhelmed and Jim Fat can't hold on forever. FNATIC equalise. No chance for MOUZ to get to that close map point just yet.
Brilliant retake there from FNATIC. Just work off one another. They slow it down, make it quite uncomfortable. They're kind of jiggling into a lot of the angles, and it means that for Jim Fat, it's more awkward, it's more uncomfortable, and eventually you come up from main, you come into the vent position too, you put pressure down onto MHL, and now you can start seeing that economy dip for MOUZ NXT as FNATIC grow stronger. That was one of those swing rounds, Jay. The economy reset could have been there. It doesn't quite come through, though.
Even standings, MOUZ and FNATIC biting for what could be the most important round in this entire match. Heap, smoke at the ready, caught off by the AWP.
What an entry. Boost up, give himself the high advantage, and now even down to the lower bomb site. Crims is there quickly on a rotation, but MOUZ NXT stalled for a moment.
Held back, keeping his head away from the stairs angle. Flashback keeps him blind, he does damage to Jim Fat, but he can't hold on without the vision. Nico Odos caught one, Mezzi spraying through towards the plant position in general, but he's held back behind that silo, so no damage can come through.
I think they're going out of this one. I can't see a retake really coming through here from FNATIC. 3v4, Mezzi hasn't presented anything from the squeak door. This would be desperate if they go for it.
Nico Odos is escaping, so I don't think they will. No retake if not all 3 players are in it. Roy's certainly not progressing. Mezzi does get caught off as well, so that sends any hope out the window for FNATIC. Maybe grab that AK for Roy, but that's the best that FNATIC can do from here on. 13 for MOUZ, so they regain the lead.
That's such a shame, because the economy is not ideal now for FNATIC, so holding 3 rifles would have been great. Heap can buy himself, Nico Odos can drop, Roy can do the same, so they can drop 2 M4s if they've got the A1S attached. Give themselves a good buy into that next round. Boost up. I love the flash, though. To get Jim Fat into that blocker's position, you can just see how for Crims, he has the right idea, has the right angle, but he gets caught so blinded on the stairs.
FNATIC with their second tactical. A moment to take a knee to discuss things through and figure out how they're going to usurp MOUZ one more time here. because they're going to need to. This round could prove to be match point for the T side.
Really could do, literally. Just knowing that the economy allowed a buy forward, that 2 players survive in. Heap goes down to buy an M4 himself. Roy drops an M4 A4. Nico Odos dropping the A1S. It's a good thing that he had the A1S attached, Jay, because if he had the A4, he wouldn't have been able to afford it.
Margins of difference here on the economy line, on the numbers game, on the score line, on the kill counts. Jim Fat picks up Nico Odos, starts things off. The CT's bearing down upon them here at Squeaky. Roy needs to find this trade.
That's a massive kill. Onto Nico Odos towards outside. Great timing on the spawn there for Jim Fat. And even MHL is peering for a snipe jiggle. Any overextension for Garage, but it's not going to happen. MOUZ NXT are going to slow the clock down.
Smoke set. Stalling for as long as possible. Crims look towards the outside, hope for anything, but MOUZ are not that aggressive.
They're actually just going to kind of fake it and lurk it towards the outside, put a lot of utility down with a single lurker. Everybody else is going back in towards lobby. Shane is hoping for the duel to present itself onto Crims, and of course it does.
Mezzi, next to task, could line up so many. He gets a double, maybe even a triple, indeed. He burns alive, but he's bought his teammates a chance.
Bomb dropped out in the open. Time is still adequate here for MOUZ NXT to recover that, to crunch back in, and Zershan's waiting for the smoke to clear.
Once it does, all hell's gonna break loose. Roy on the backside, MHL. The AWP slowing things down now. And Roy doesn't know where to look. He's got to watch 3 entryways. The Molotovs will try drive him out, but it doesn't extend. It does in the end. Spray back, does damage to Zershan. He gets him to fall. Heap now, alone to the clutch, but I think he made noise on that footstep, so MHL knows he can plant upper.
And they've got to open up one of the doors. Heap's going to make the noise, coming so quickly up from the fence position.
Making no qualms about this. Baiting the spray from MHL, and he gets the headshot for it. That's MOUZ taking the 14th. FNATIC, economy decimated on the CT side in dire straits.
They can't buy. There's no way. There's no way they buy here. You got to play for OT. If you force it down, it's going to be so restrictive. Even Mezzi, after this hold, the fact that he gets 3 kills from the closed vent, it's not quite enough. What a tap there from MHL. Really stepping up when it's needed. And they're going to half buy. They're going to play it safe.
Overtime will be the task for the FNATIC side. I question whether they can do it. It has been a hard-fought battle so far, and MOUZ can taste the sweet taste of victory. The semi-final spot in the Republic playoffs could well be theirs. Deagle in, Zershan facing Nico Odos, however, strikes with his hand cannon. 2 taps to him. That's enough to get the pick.
He is stuck though, in and around this credit card position. He's gonna get forced out. Mezzi does get a Deagle kill, and Shui's down to 10 points of health.
This is doable now for the CT side, but Heap's down to 1 point of health, so even standing on that HP bars. AWP lands against Roy, but Mezzi keeps an AK, gets a kill on towards Jimfat, and now he's actually lurking out towards the outside. I think he went towards Silo to get that kill. SMG, gap in the smoke, MHL's gonna drop, and Shui's got 10 points of health to win this clutch. FNATIC have somehow found their way into this round, and it might not be overtime points.
This could be one of the biggest steals of the entire matchup. Shui on 10 points of health, needs to deal with Crims just to get that bomb gained back in his control. Difficult fight, time is low, Mezzi towards outside, this is done. This is the crossfire being locked, 13 being stolen away and taken for the FNATIC side.
That is everything for them. Absolutely everything. Denying match point, denying a true rebuy as well for the MOUZ NXT side. The bomb plant bonus could have given them an investment. The fact they didn't do so means that there's not really a major investment here. There might be a half by it, but surely no more than that.
Can't imagine a force invest. MOUZ NXT taking their first tactical, realized that they're in a sweater position. And even for Mezzi, he slow walks aggressively, gets in towards that lobby control, deals with the T-Roof entity, takes that AK, goes up to Silo, multi-frags, and then there's a slight gap in the main smoke. Just one that Crims can exploit to detail. And that's MHL being forced out to the open, uncomfortable position. Hero AK. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a full invest. 1900 loss bonus? This is risky.
To hero rifle setup. MHL does anything like he's done so far on this map. It could well be a difference. At least it's Crims onto Zershin, picking him up first and foremost. Lock out from Shui, getting nothing. Tech 9 of Shane forcing forward, getting down for the vent dive, but the bomb carrier drops, and MHL is left to get that one trade, the only trade so far for the T side, and maybe the only trade in this round in general.
Oh, Nico Erdos might fall. The spam is getting ever so close up. 2 points of health, and he escapes out of dodge.
Just about. MHL doing all he can to dish out the damage or get the frags against them, but so far so little is found.
Oh, hang on, look at outside.
Nico Erdos 2 HP, Shane working in against him. Makes back towards Heaven, the AWP, I think just seeing him there. Sprays through, no he's not, that's a tap. Oh no, he hesitates. The easiest kill in the world for Shane, but he missed it. And the bomb in the open, MHL trying his best to clutch this, but he won't make it happen. 14 all. We're even again, Dwag.
And he didn't really want to take that kill. If he can focus down on the 2 side players, that's what opens up the bomb club. That's what opens up the round. Has to look back over and just waits for too long. Roy out to the squeak door position, doing so much damage, and Nico Erdos eventually seeing the peak. A very important shot on 2 points of health, and MHL will be disappointed knowing how much spam damage he was able to do to him towards Ram.
I don't know how he'll know how much spam damage he did, but definitely will be pissed when he looks back on this in the demo review. 4 players maintain their lives, all 5 brought down for MOUZ, and their economy state is completely broken. If FNATIC claim round 29, that could be the game. Nades up, damage will be done to 2. The incendiary will stall for time.
Heat just falling down, giving that full control, and now FNATIC actually lead themselves back into a lobby take. Now this means for MOUZ NXT, they have to kind of go hell or down to B.
Got Zershin inserting himself into that secret control, but the T's are starting to fall back, thinking of getting back into lobby. Crims. 2 frags to present themselves. Flash in, Shui checks it, but does get clotheslined. Start out, Jim Fat might try force the issue out against him, but Crims still wins it. A 2-for-1 trade.
He did chuck the bomb back though, so they don't know about that. And now Zershin down from lower, does not catch off Roy, only damage towards the single door.
Oh, he turns away from Nico Erdos. Shane gives up the ghost to the AWPer, who doubles up as appropriate. And FNATIC giving no breathing room for nows, no bomb plant in that round. Map, match, and group points.
Oh, what a round. Crims, aggressive, the multi-frag. To make sure that there was no way that MOUZ NXT could go back up to a top site play, it had to be down to lower, into the ire of the AWP, and Nico Erdos has been the star of the hour. He has to be one of the most highlight players here on Nuke, especially on this second half of FNATIC.
Force in with the Mac 10s, the Tech 9s, the Galils. A fast play out of Squeaky Door coming in for MOUZ NXT. Mezzy deals with 1 and 2. Roy does get overwhelmed, and Crims and Mezzy can continue to hold it down. Finally, Mezzy's a trade. Jim Fat comes up good, but Nico Erdos comes up better. MHL, M4 in hand. Burst fire, naded to 55. A smoke can go back towards Mini and suppress for a little bit, but not by much. It's too deep. The bomb's at least in his hands.
They've even got the idea that it could be a rotation down to that lower bomb site. The spot from information will be important. They'll hear that smoke going down to main.
MHL hiding back at the open vent corner, though. Nico Erdos start working his way into the vent control. MHL waiting for a frag to present itself, but nothing comes through here. He's looking up at Heaven. His Heap is up there as well.
So silent. And even with the bomb, does he tap it? Does he try and draw the fights? Does he hold it down completely? It's such a lack of information right now for MHL, and that's why he's jiggling all of these angles. He's got no idea where they are.
I think the bomb in the safest place possible for no information is where they're going to come from. Knows that Nico Otis is out there. Escape towards Heart, but not checked for Heap. Up in Heaven, he'll peak and close out the matchup for FNATIC, 16-14. A dangerous affair, a difficult match, but one that comes through for the favorites in the end. In a 2-1 series, they'll be in the semi-finals of Republic.
Tough series, very tough one indeed for FNATIC, and that will be one that they look back and have the day off tomorrow to think, okay, how can we keep them more convincing? How can we keep them a little bit easier? Because their first 2 games, maybe there was a stretch with it with Sinners, felt a lot easier. That was the biggest challenge by far.
I have to agree on that sort of sense. Like, we kind of expected to be the biggest challenge for FNATIC thus far because of the fact that it probably is the most reputable team that we have in this group stage position, maybe with the exception of Imperial, who were eliminated so earlier on. So the last team that was left in the upper bracket, I guess you could say. So seeing them go toe-to-toe against the MOUZ side and seeing MOUZ do as much as they have, again, it's not going to be an encouraging sign for FNATIC. I'm just not sure whether or not this is a teething period problem or whether there's something a bit more deep-rooted in this squad overall.
I think it has to be teething, right? The idea that you've completely changed the core, that you've brought in new players, that Heap is only debuting in this event, and even before that, Nico Edos and Roy played 1 LAN, and that's it. So the sample size is, again, so small from FNATIC in the actual officials that have been played so far. They get the result, and that's what counts. That's going to help their road to even further in the playoff bracket as a whole. But for MOUZ NXT, they constantly surprise, and they're a team you have to watch out for.
Oh yeah, if I'm Tobias, I'm looking at this team, I'm saying, listen boys, we lost, it's fine, don't worry, because we still went the distance against FNATIC, the biggest name in this group stage, the biggest name in this tournament that's left at the moment, and we did all right, we almost got it, we were this close, and that's okay, because we face them again, we'll know what we can do, probably in the grand finals if they get there this far, and for an academy side, at the end of the day, that's the main thing, right? It's all about the development for this squad, and they've done wonders in this group stage.
And just knowing this year so far, the best result they've had outside of an Academy League is 9th to 12th in a best-of-3 event, like something similar here to REPUBLEAGUE. So the idea that they've already at least got them 1 step closer, they're in the playoffs, they're now going further, they're going to try and see if they can put a little bit more up onto the board. This has to be looked at as a good result because last year they were very successful in the Academy Leagues and in Tier 2 Cups.
And even then, they're still going to play in the playoffs of Republic. Remember, this is all a seeding match right now. Like, it was an epic seeding match, to be fair. But it was all about getting to the semi-finals or into the round of 6. And MOUZ will still be in the round of 6. They'll still have a chance to be able to pull off something against the X-Mad Lions and against the FNATIC if they make it to those semi-finals. So it's not over for them. We'll get to see them a little bit later. But at the end of the day, FNATIC Academy, the FNATIC Rising squad, was indeed a challenge that MOUZ could rise up to. The main team was indeed a bridge too far. 2-1 for FNATIC, and Mezzi is now joining us in the commentary box to talk us through that series, to talk us through his team. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations. It's been a while as well, so good to see you. That match was very close towards the end there. Why do you feel like Nuke went as down to the wire as it did?
Thanks. And I think, to be honest, it was just we were not like set up correctly in some of the rounds. I think they did a few inner rounds where like we had rotated but didn't like fill the gaps, and I think towards the end we just decided that we just need to play more compact, and after the rotates much better, communicate better, and I think that's what happened towards the end. We kind of started to shut everything down. I think towards the start there, they were kind of getting too much control and just roaming around everywhere and did whatever they wanted to do. And I think towards the end we kind of just took attack and just spoke that this is how we need to play, and we just, to be honest, we played pretty much the exact same throughout the last few rounds and just kept it compact, and I think that's what worked against them. And I think it only went close because we were adapting a bit too late, and to be honest, they played really well as well on across all maps.
Mezzi, it's a bit of an odd question, right? Because obviously a win's a win, but are you satisfied with this? Because I think when you look at your team and how it's being built, you've got very high expectations. Now, having a 16-14 and just scraping through with even an eco still towards the end there, I don't think is that successful of a victory, but it is still a win. So what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, a win is a win, but I think, especially MOUZ and NXT, I think they're I think they've already shown up by far one of the at the top of the academy system, and they've got some really good players. And I think even when it gets to these type of tournaments, when they get to play against some better teams, they always turn up as well. You know, I think they've kind of proved it. And I think for us, it's just obviously it was still kind of disappointing, especially on my side. I think there's still a lot of inconsistencies with my game, like obviously a lot of new positions and then obviously the new role. I think for me, it's just kind of getting used to all that. And I think that's kind of, especially on the first map, well, on Mirage, it was like my bad completely on like the calling side of things. Like I think we were just not in it and kind of called a bad game, and then also couldn't get going individually, so it was kind of rough for me. And I think we just kind of were not in like, maybe I don't know if we underestimated them or not, but I think we just weren't on kind of like the A game straight away, and that's why they took the first map. And then the second map was still close as well, but like I think just overall we just were not playing the right way. And then even when we had good rounds on T side, I think C side we adapted too late. So I think overall we just kind of adapted too late on a lot of the maps, and that's why they were so close. But like I said, I think a win is a win, but it's still kind of not the best showing, and I think we can all do better. And like I said, I think if I can just start to be more consistent in my role, like even not in the calling side, I think it's starting to improve. It's just more me being consistent in my roles, then obviously it's going to get a lot better. And I know for a fact that I can play a lot better because I've already done it. And it's just about getting consistent, and I think that can help the team quite a lot if I can just do it more consistently.
I'm glad you brought up the new role for you, mate, because obviously the big thing for you now is moving into the IGL capacity. And I kind of wanted to ask how that transition phase has been for you, and what have been the biggest challenges to mount up to that?
Yeah, I think the calling has obviously been a big change, and whereas before I was doing a lot of second calling, so it's never my responsibility to actually end a round on a call. It's kind of like I was just, if I had an idea, then I can give it. If not, then it's also fine. You know, I could just fully focus on my position and my crosshair. And like now, it's like it hasn't been too hard for me to transition to the call. And obviously, like a lot of mid-round situations, I can only get experience from the officials and practice we play. So it's just like trying to take those into my stride and try and improve on that in that aspect. But I think for me, it's been like, whereas before as a player that's been a lot more passive, a lot more lurky roles, and I guess star player roles in a lot of my teams, and now it's a lot different where I'm having to take a lot more map control, maybe rotating around a lot, so I'm not seeing as much action, but I'm kind of supporting my team a lot, especially on the T side and making the calls, which I think for me it's just going to take a little time because it's a lot more. There's a lot of different experiences in game, a lot of different scenarios that I'm getting myself in, which I'm not used to. So I think for me, it's just kind of get into as many of those as I can, get experience, learn from the mistakes, and just kind of work on that. Because I think the calling side hasn't been too bad. I think I'm working a lot with Jamie, the coach, Keita, and then also Roy as well, helping a lot with like mid-round calls and so on. So I think it's really like a team effort at the moment. But I think in the future, it's just going to get better because I'm just getting the experience from each game and each round that we play.
Now, I've got to touch on the veto, just in general, in the map pool, because normally with newer teams, when you make roster changes, you start with a small map pool and grow. For you guys, you're picking Nuke, you're picking Mirage, you're picking Inferno, you're picking Overpass, and all these different best of threes. What's the reason to why the map picks are constantly changing?
I think, to be honest, we've actually started out with, we haven't had like tons and tons of prac, and obviously we're still a new team, like you said, so it's not like we have a deep map pool, but I think already, like we've already seen, I think we had a good mesh with like us and FNATIC before. Obviously we didn't win loads, but we had some strengths on the map pool, and those were kind of like, I guess, the more weaker sides for the Copenhagen Flames guys, and they've come over and kind of brought more experience on their kind of maps, say like Vertigo and so on. And I think obviously now it's just kind of like practicing them. Like something like Mirage was kind of not exactly strong for either of us, but after practice we've kind of seen that we were actually, it kind of suits us. So I think it's just kind of like seeing at the moment, just seeing what the other teams are not as strong on, and we're kind of comfortable on pretty much all the maps at the moment. So it's just kind of making sure we can keep constantly practice, so just so we keep like fresh on all the maps. So obviously it's hard to focus just on one on all the maps, because so we're kind of focused on just one or two each week or whatever it may be, or each day. So I think it's just kind of like making sure we keep on top of each map, and I think at the moment we're really comfortable on all the maps, like I said, and that's the reason why we can kind of feel comfortable picking or letting the other teams pick maybe a weaker map for us, I guess.
A final question for you, mate. You're now in the semi-finals. You'll be taking on the victors of the Bad News Eagles and forZe series. And a couple of days ago, we spoke to Crims, and he was saying, we're going to win the whole thing. So I wanted to get that from your perspective. Is the IGL, is it going to be easy sailings from here? Do you have any reservations about your next match, or is it all just going to be a simple victory from here?
Nah, of course, simple victory as usual, you know. Same as last season, just got to keep it rolling. It doesn't, like this game, it's a close game, but a win is a win. You know, it doesn't matter how we win as long as we get the job done. And if we win in this fashion in the final as well, it's whatever. You know, we just got to take it on the chin and just make sure we get our games rolling. And like I said, I think we're still gonna be there at the top and winning this season anyway.
Classic UK scene confidence from Mezzy there. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. Congratulations on the win and good luck in the playoffs. We hope to speak to you soon, but for now, again, congrats.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Well, there you go, there it is from FNATIC. A series victory is a series victory no matter how close it does end up being. And FNATIC will be progressing to the semi-finals again, taking on the winner from Bad News Eagles and forZe. It does seem like it could be a tough match on paper with those two teams being as good as they are. And of course, we can confirm finally who those teams will be forward from this group. Enterprise Finest, the Imperial Boys, the Sinners Boys, the ITV Boys, all eliminated from this group. But our three teams, FNATIC, MOUZ, NXT, and forZe, will be moving forward to the playoffs. So I guess it's the kind of the half expected teams, I guess you're going to float with the likes of Imperial there to make it forward as our top three, Dwayne. But overall, considering what we've seen, it makes a lot of sense of these three teams.
When I saw the bracket, I thought it's either going to be FNATIC and forZe final in the upper bracket, or Imperial and FNATIC. So it's kind of, it's on the idea that FNATIC were going to come through. I'll tell you what though, I'm not going to pin them as a favorite to win the event. Seeing what we've seen so far in their group stage, you're facing some top teams. And knowing that you've got Bad News Eagles in there, how well forZe have been playing, Ecstatic too, we've got some top-end Tier 2 teams moving forward into the playoffs. So it's going to be a tough bracket for sure.
Absolutely, I could see any number of these combinations working out for them on the FNATIC side potentially, but ultimately they are up against some very tough opposition. As you can see, those opening round matches, NXT Lions versus MOUZ, that'll be a very fun match. I'm particularly looking forward to Bad News Eagles versus forZe, because I can see that one being a very similar affair to what we saw like on Nuke here between FNATIC and MOUZ, except this time it just goes back and forth for the entire series, let alone one map.
Bad News Eagles have been playing really well right now. forZe have been the same. I think for Ecstatic, they're waiting for that one big jump since bringing Zello into the mix. They're obviously a very capable squad and that they play some really good CS, but they're waiting for that one tournament break. And this could be the one more game, get them into the final, one more best of three to win the whole thing. They're obviously looking and hungry for that title. And even for ex-Mad Lions, we've made the point already, Jay, they've been playing better since they got dropped by Mad Lions than what they were before. Whether it's a pressure thing, whatever it may be, they're a very dominant team as well. And I think even Red Star has just started to fit into that team as well.
Absolutely. There's so many things to talk about with these playoffs teams, with all the squads involved in the top 6 end of these brackets. So there's all sorts that we can look forward to on Monday, because today and for the rest of the week, that is all we have for you here for Republic Season 3. It has been a banger of a week, Dwayne. We've had overtimes galore. We've had upsets galore. We've had top teams potentially flaking here in this group stage, and so many questions to ask and answer over the top 6 stage. Dwayne, what are you looking forward to the most next week?
I think competitive games, all the way towards the final. See if upsets will continue. I think they will. I don't think we'll get the favorite teams that everyone is going to imagine that's going to win the whole thing.
And I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Again, it kicks off on Monday at 4 p.m. CEST. So make sure you're subscribed to the Twitch channel, or following the Twitch channel. You can subscribe as well if you want to, but following will tell you when we're going to go live, of course, on Monday with our first matches of the round of 6. But until that point, we bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at Republic. We want to thank you so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here on Monday for the playoffs of Republic Season 3.
feel like it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you She always finds a way to sneak back.